It was the 6th day of the ultimate test. It suddenly occurred to me that something is wrong with this test, Chu Zhiyun said, as she was chewing on a lollipop, dressed in a fancy outfit, and watching soap operas from the Imperium with Tang Ka. What? Tang Ka was nearly frightened out of his wits. He looked around subconsciously, fearing that someone might show up and arrest them. What's wrong? What have you found? I don't know, I just don't feel very well. We, the children of Holy Light, have the best instincts. Have you felt anything wrong? Chu Zhiyun was sitting on an indoor swing. Many of the students who entered the town with us have disappeared in the last 2 days. This town is now eerily quiet. It's because they've been eliminated, right? Tang Ka considered for a moment. The elimination rate in this ultimate test is quite high to begin with. That's precisely the problem, Chu Zhiyun said, deep in thought. If only 1 in 100 people can become a purger, how can we have so many purger troops? Well. Tang Ka blinked his eyes. That does seem like a problem. Of course, it is. Just think about it. 1,000 students participated in this ultimate test. Now that more than half of them have been eliminated, only 100 or 200 of them can become purgers. However, the nearby purge troop alone has over 3,000 soldiers. Chu Zhiyun counted on her fingers and calculated for Tang Ka. And this is only a small fraction of the purge troops. It's impossible for all the purgers to come and watch the noobs like us, right? Most of the purgers are still busy purging this planet. Just imagine how many of them must be out there. If the purge troops were made exclusively of the children of Holy Light, they wouldn't be enough at all. Chu Zhiyun was getting better at impersonating an Imperium native. She could even use slang like noob naturally now. Seems so. Recalling what Li Yao had told him, Tang Ka smiled a mix of sadness and awkwardness. There are probably other children of Holy Light that we don't know about. Oh? Really? Chu Zhiyun tapped her nose, muttering, but everything feels weird to me. I don't like our current life or the world we grew up in. The world we grew up in was just a tiny starship, and all the facts we received were images and pictures. We followed orders from mentors and directors through our portable crystal processors, and they, in turn, followed orders from the starship captain, who received orders from the ultimate benevolence masters on another starship. But no one has ever explained the meaning of those orders to us. No one told us how we can fulfill our destiny of awakening the gods. We're just carrying out eerie orders from unknown places in our ignorance. Is that really piety to the gods? Let's just talk about the last 20 years. Ever since we were born, a voice claiming to be an ultimate benevolence master has been telling us the will of the gods, that we should unconditionally worship and obey them, and that we would conquer everything in the universe as the sharpest blade under the gods' favor. But is that the truth? We both know it's not. In just the past 20 years, the Imperium of true human beings has taken nearly 100 sectors from us. 100 sectors. If we're truly favored by the gods, why have we suffered such a grave setback? The people above us, on the other hand, destroyed all the facilities on hundreds of planets just to stop the troops of the Imperium of true human beings from pressing forward. Isn't it more outrageous than the actions of the Imperium? The prosperous lands that took generations of people hundreds of years to work on were our best gifts to the gods. Those lands belonged to the gods. Were we really qualified to burn them to the ground? Ever since we were born, the Covenant Alliance's fleets have been retreating, fewer resources, until we finally made a counterattack and reoccupied the thick-soiled sector. However, you have seen the tragedies on this planet yourself. 99% of this planet is now contaminated, not by the Imperium, but by ourselves. What is this for, exactly? You're thinking too much. Naturally, it was not a question that Tang Ka could answer. He could only say, the ultimate benevolence masters decide the strategies in the war. It's not our place to intervene. I don't believe it. I find it increasingly difficult to believe the ultimate benevolence masters, whom we have only heard but never seen. While speaking disobediently, Chu Zhiyun abruptly leaped off from the swing. I'm beginning to think that you may be right about the ultimate benevolence masters not wanting me to point out their flaws. They might be infuriated. Well, Tang Ka pondered for a moment before asking, what do you plan to do? I don't know. The seemingly mature girl was at a loss for the first time. She mumbled, if the god's mission for me is to point out the ultimate benevolence master's flaws, I must fulfill it, no matter what it takes. I can't be purged in the holy temple in any case. She paced back and forth anxiously. Tang Ka was even more desperate than she was. Right when the young man and woman were in a trance, something unexpected happened. With a huge noise, a row of shelves suddenly fell, and the items on the shelves started rolling on the ground. The noise was as shocking as thunder. Nobody had accidentally touched the shelves. However, Tang Ka had locked the only gate, and they should have been alone in this supermarket. Who's there? Tang Ka and Chu Zhiyun looked at each other. Picking up their daggers and their storm bolters, they rushed to the shelves. Both were fully aware of the consequences if someone else saw them in their current appearances, which were definitely not suitable for handling dangerous items. The person was running fast toward a corner in the supermarket while more shelves were falling. It was not a shopping area but a cold room where the goods were stored. Because the power for the supermarket had been cut off, the ice in the cold room had melted, and the frozen food inside was rotting and reeking of stink. Neither Tang Ka nor Chu Zhiyun was willing to stay here for long, so they hadn't completely searched the cold room yet. It was not until this moment that they realized someone was hiding in the cold room. Get out! Tang Ka roared, before he aimed his storm bolter at the gate of the cold room and pulled the trigger. Boom! Although he had set the storm bolter to minimal power, the gate was still seriously deformed, and it was impossible to close it anymore. The person tried to close the gate, but no matter how she exerted her strength, the door simply squeaked and wouldn't budge. Cans and bottles of water started dropping from her clothes. Don't move, or we'll kill you. Tang Ka tried to look ruthless. Don't shoot. There's a baby here. A baby. The woman shrieked in desperation and opened the gate of the cold room helplessly. Both Tang Ka and Chu Zhiyun shone their flashlights at the stranger, only to see a filthy middle-aged woman, drenched in sweat as if she had just been pulled from a swamp. Wah! 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 From the cold room behind her, the cries of a baby echoed. Both Tang Ka and Chu Zhiyun were greatly shocked, not knowing what to do. Don't kill us, please. We're not soldiers. No soldiers are here. Only me and my daughter. Please let us go. Or you can take me and let my daughter go. The panicked and disheveled woman suddenly knelt before Tang Ka and Chu Zhiyun. No matter how cold and mature Tang Ka and Chu Zhiyun pretended to be, they were teenagers, and they could barely resist this dirty woman who happened to be a mother. Who are you? After a long moment, with a deep breath, Chu Zhiyun tried to remain cold and calm. Who else is inside? Is it just your daughter? Yes, just me and my daughter. Nobody else. We've been hungry for a long time. I could hold it back, but my daughter couldn't anymore, so I came out to look for some food for her. The woman raised her hands pitifully. Please spare us. Please spare my daughter. She staggered to the back of the cold room. Holding their storm bolters and their daggers, Tang Ka and Chu Zhiyun stared at her and pressed close. The frozen seafood in the stinky cold room had already turned into dirty and repulsive fluids. No wonder the child was crying out aloud. Hearing her mother's voice, a little girl who was 3 years old at most crawled out from the back of a pile of frozen meat and laughed. The girl looked entirely different from her mother. She could almost be called adorable, even though she had spent quite a few days in a cold and damp cold room. The girl couldn't talk much yet, and she did not know what kind of danger she was in. She simply crawled to her mother on all fours in delight. The middle-aged woman hugged and kissed her daughter. Her tears ran out, but unwilling to scare the child, she tried to put on a smile and whispered to her daughter, "Good girl, it's fine. I've found food for you. We'll have food soon. Be a good girl. Don't cry, Mom." The girl stared at Tang Ka and Chu Zhiyun, her eyes bulging. She did not know the dangers of the human world yet, and she only felt that their clothes were pretty. "Flower. Flower. Help my daughter." The middle-aged woman begged again, "Please." Tang Ka and Chu Zhiyun both took a deep breath, trying to calm themselves down. A sense of reassurance. Their current situation. Who are you exactly? Why are you hiding here? How long have you been hiding? What have you seen? Tang Ka waved his dagger at the woman, pretending to be frightening. "Tell us everything." The Litlai girl, however, was interested in the glittering toy. She giggled and reached for the dagger. Tang Ka immediately blushed. He laid the dagger down at a loss and did not know where he should put Hai Yan's. Thankfully, the middle-aged woman did not notice Tang Ka's panic eye and she confessed her identity dutifully. She said that her name was Zhou Xiuyun and her daughter's name Wasi Tian Tian. Her husband was an officer in the garrison Ofi and she had come here with her husband and her family. Zhou Xiuyun was a woman with many misfortunes. She was born in a family Ofi immortal cultivi and he invaders from a remote world of the Imperium Ofi Trui human beings, but her spirituality and he was not awakened. Also, her family. She did not know the dangers of the human world yet, and she only felt that their clothes were pretty. "Flower. Flower. Help my daughter." The middle-aged woman pleaded once more, "Please." Tang Ka and Chu Zhiyun both took a deep breath, trying to calm themselves down. "Who are you exactly? Why are you hiding here? How long have you been hiding? What have you seen?" Tang Ka waved his dagger at the woman, pretending to be frightening. Tell her third husband was not a bad person, but his family lacked the power needed for his promotion, despite his significant contributions. He served in the local troops for over a dozen years but remained blocked by the glass ceiling. Coincidentally, the Expeditionary Army announced it needed more soldiers, and the sector master of Zhou Xiuyun's hometown formed a half-business, half-colonization troop with ambitious goals, aiming to share in the spoils of victory. Experienced officers were in high demand, so Zhou Xiuyun's husband signed up. These officers were likely to spend the rest of their lives on the front lines, so most moved their entire families there. While the officers were stationed at military bases, their families became citizens in civilian towns like New Joy City. Tang Ka and Chu Zhiyun knew what happened next without being told. When the Covenant Alliance attacked, the Tik Soil sector's garrison offered little resistance. New Joy City was occupied within 3 days, and most civilians were captured and taken away. However, the city was vast, with numerous buildings and sewers, making it possible for some survivors to escape. Zhou Xiuyun told Tang Ka and Chu Zhiyun that she worked at the supermarket. When she heard explosions from the suburbs, she rushed to find her daughter and tried to flee. At the time, most civilians were attempting to escape the city, causing the roads to be completely jam-packed. Zhou Xiuyun also accidentally broke her leg during her escape. In a panic, she returned to the supermarket she knew best and hid in the cold room. She had moved a lot of food from the shelves to the cold room, but in her haste, she forgot to bring water. Moreover, it was impossible to mix formula or supplementary food with cold water. The child was also falling sick because of the terrible environment in the cold room. After a few days, she couldn't hold back anymore and decided to take her chances to go out for heaters and medicines. Then, she ran into Tang Ka and Chu Zhiyun. Both were suspicious after hearing her story. "Even if we're willing to let you go, where can you go when the city is already surrounded? Do you plan to hide in this cold room forever? Chu Zhiyun asked coldly, narrowing her eyes. No, no. I was planning to escape from the city once my leg has recovered, Zhou Xiaoyan said, rolling up her pant leg to show them her injury. There was indeed a sign of a bone fracture, but it had mostly healed thanks to the gels and cell stimulator on her leg. Zhou Xiaoyan told Tang Ka and Chu Zhiyun that the Imperium had built an enormous shelter outside the city for emergencies, containing enough resources for people to hide inside for decades. She should have gone to the shelter a long time ago, but partly because of her injury and partly because she didn't know what was happening outside, she had delayed her departure. I'm telling you the truth. You can check it out if you don't believe me. As she spoke, Zhou Xiaoyun took out a delicate piece of magic equipment that looked like a compass. I have a map. A map that leads the way to the shelter. Tang Ka and Chu Zhiyun exchanged glances. Tang Ka took the compass and examined it for a moment, but he didn't know how to open it. Ah, it can't be opened without my fingerprint. Only the fingerprints of the officer's family members can open it, Zhou Xiaoyun explained, pressing the back of the compass with her middle finger. Immediately, a 3D light beam rose from the compass and displayed a detailed map of the town. Their location, as well as the optimal route to the shelter, were marked. A zigzagging red line would lead them out of the town to an unoccupied area. It was not very close, but not too far away either. One could reach the destination on foot as long as they had enough preparation. If they could find a vehicle, it would be even easier, and they could reach the destination within a day. What do we do? Tang Ka asked Chu Zhiyun in a low voice as Chu Zhiyun stared at the glittering shelter on the map, deep in thought. Monitor, aren't we supposed to report this to the mentors? Seeing Chu Zhiyun's silence, Tang Ka ventured to ask again. No. Zhou Xiaoyun raised her voice in panic. Please let us go. We're just civilians. We don't know anything. We don't know anything. Mom. Mom. The baby grew nervous and burst into tears again when she saw her mother's terrified and helpless expression. With mysterious light flashing in her eyes, Chu Zhiyun gazed at the wailing child. How odd, Chu Zhiyun suddenly said to Tang Ka. The children in the Covenant Alliance seem to have forgotten how to cry a long time ago. Huh? Tang Ka was confused. Monitor, what do you mean? Give me the map. Chu Zhiyun bit her lip. Let them stay in the cold room and give them the heaters and the medicines. Tang Ka hesitated. I don't think that's standard procedure. What if we're discovered? Cut the crap. It has occurred to me that you're becoming increasingly disobedient. Narrowing her eyes, Chu Zhiyun glared at Tang Ka dangerously. What is the matter with you? Chapter 2753, Li Yao's Fury. Fine, you're the boss, Tang Ka muttered, then went to fetch medicines and heaters. However, they did not keep Zhou Xiaoyun and her daughter in the cold room, mainly due to the terrible environment there. The little girl might really fall ill if she stayed any longer. It was the first time in half a month that the little girl breathed fresh air. She was overjoyed, crawling and running through the supermarket aisles, her laughter echoing throughout. Although Tang Ka and Chu Zhiyun had seen plenty of innocent children in imperial films, seeing one in person felt different. As if they had encountered an entirely different creature, they were deeply curious about the girl named Tian Tian. After drinking the formula that Chu Zhiyun personally prepared for her, Tian Tian grew even closer to Chu Zhiyun, constantly climbing onto her and burying her head in Chu Zhiyun's arms. Chu Zhiyun looked awkward and uncertain, as if holding a fragile piece of glass, before she smiled genuinely. Don't climb on me. Be a good girl. Be careful, she whispered, awkwardly talking to the little girl. The supermarket had a special area for children, selling all kinds of toys and featuring a ball pit and a plastic castle, which became a paradise for Tian Tian. She threw a ball at Tang Ka and offered a toy apple to Chu Zhiyun, smelling it as if it were a real apple. Tang Ka and Chu Zhiyun were entirely captivated by this little fairy. Zhou Xiaoyun watched them timidly, as if she were at their mercy. The poor woman had no real choice. The big kids and the little kid played for half a day until the sunset. Then, they realized the harsh reality as the air turned cold. "Monitor, it's time to make a decision," Tang Ka said, looking at Tian Tian, who had finally fallen asleep in her mother's arms after a day of wild fun. "What should we do?" "Tomorrow is the last day of the ultimate test," Chu Zhiyun said, upset. "Let's wait until tomorrow." It was not a good answer, but it bordered on a lie to themselves. Tang Ka, however, understood Chu Zhiyun very well, as it was exactly what he had in mind too. The longer he stayed with Tian Tian, the less willing he was to give the innocent child to the holy temple, where she would be transformed into someone like him. Tang Ka then remembered the people he saw in the movies, TV shows, and commercials from the Imperium. They seemed healthy, clean, and happy. Even in their pain and sadness, they could express their feelings freely, without concern. Their lives seemed realer than those in the Covenant Alliance. Gradually lost in these tempting illusions, Tang Ka wondered whether he craved to become a purger or a target to be purged. "You will stay here tonight. Try to prepare more food and water cleaning cartridges, got it?" Chu Zhiyun said, squatting to pet Tian Tian. "Tomorrow, we'll make a decision about what we will do." Zhou Xiaoyun nodded quickly and shed more tears. "Thank you. Thank you. I knew you were good people." Good people? Tang Ka was not sure. According to the laws of the Covenant Alliance, they were likely the worst villains, unknowingly enticed by extraterrestrial devils. With mixed feelings, they returned to their rendezvous point. After 6 days of the ultimate test, half of the participants had been eliminated, and the remaining students kept their distance from each other. Everyone was lost in thought. Their faces and eyes were shrouded in a vague mist, as if everyone had a secret. After only 6 days, all the students seemed to have been reborn. Tang Ka wondered what they had encountered during their purge missions. Had they faced their own Zhou Xiaoyun but chose not to speak of it? This vast city had only been occupied for 10 days, so it was natural that some survivors were still hiding. Tang Ka thought this was a reasonable guess. However, Liao Meng continued to glare at Tang Ka like a rabid dog ready to attack. It was quite eerie that this guy was still not eliminated despite 2 consecutive losses of self-control. On the way back to the camp, everyone was unusually silent, including Li Yao, who was in Tang Ka's head. After the lights in the camp were turned off and Tang Ka closed his eyes, he couldn't help but call out to Li Yao, "Grandpa Yao, are you still there? Why aren't you talking? Also, I sense that your soul waves are very intense. You seem very angry. Is that just my imagination?" "No, it's not. I am indeed very angry, and I have to control myself so my fury doesn't flood out of your pores and raze this camp to the ground," Li Yao said coldly, word by word. "Well." Tang Ka was surprised. "Why?" Although he didn't know much about this mysterious Grandpa Yao, he had found the man to be cheerful and optimistic after a week of his company, as if he was never really upset about anything. "I'm angry for 4 reasons, Li Yao said. Firstly, I sensed nobody in the cold room in the supermarket in the previous 5 days. Although I'm unable to sense things when I'm in your body, that woman who calls herself Zhou Xiaoyun is not an immortal cultivator who can freely control her breath and heartbeat. She's an ordinary person, and I should have been able to hear her even through the thick wall of the cold room. There can only be 2 explanations for that: either my senses were more weakened than I thought, or she never hid in there before today." "Well." Tang Ka's eyes bulged, and he breathed hastily. "What do you mean? There was nobody in the cold room, and she didn't hide there until today?" "Secondly," Li Yao continued, ignoring Tang Ka, did you notice that the first thing Tian Tian had after she came out was the formula that your monitor made for her? I don't know if you can understand parental love, but in the Imperium, or any place outside the Covenant Alliance, a real mother wouldn't have asked someone else to make food for her daughter in such a scenario. Thirdly, do you remember what you were doing when Zhou Xiuyun bumped into the shelves? At that time, you were roaming in the supermarket with your monitor in the fancy clothes from the Imperium. You weren't purging anything at all. If you were Zhou Xiuyun, a woman who secretly went out to fetch hot water and medicines for your child after hiding in a cold room for half a month, what would you think upon accidentally seeing two teenagers dressed like the natives of the Imperium? Would you believe those teenagers were civilians hiding in the supermarket, just like you, or would you think they were whimsically pretending to be lurkers while taking part in an ultimate test? Remember the woman's introduction. She claimed to be a family member of an officer in the local garrison, so she couldn't have been entirely unaware of the Covenant Alliance. She knew the distinctive appearance of Covenant Alliance members, which certainly did not match yours. But what did she say when she met you? Please don't kill us. In other words, even though you weren't wearing the standard uniform of the Covenant Alliance, and you clearly showed your emotions, she didn't mistake you for two civilians of the Imperium at all. Why? Tang Ka's heart first turned to ice, then shattered and was absorbed into a bottomless void. What does that mean? The young man was almost in tears. That's just your speculation, isn't it? You don't have any proof. What if she was only too nervous? Lastly, the most crucial evidence. Li Yao sighed and said, the map she produced and the special shelter she mentioned are fabrications. That place doesn't exist at all. It's only a trap for you. How do you know? Tang Ka blurted out, how do you know that the map is fake? Because I have the coordinates of all the real military shelters on this planet, Li Yao said casually. And the shelter that this Zhou Xiuyun mentioned is not among them. Backed by the entire Imperium of true human beings, it was no problem for Li Yao to obtain a detailed list and description of the military bases and shelters on this planet, whether through General Lei Chenghu, Empress Dowager Li Linghai, or the young emperor himself. So, Zhou Xiuyun is a fake? Tang Ka murmured, you mean she's not a refugee from the Imperium, but a native of the Covenant Alliance, or even, lurker, who can vividly simulate feelings. I don't know the real identity of this Zhou Xiuyun. What interests me is the little girl named Tian Tian, who is supposed to be her daughter. Li Yao's voice was even colder. Every word seemed to be cloaked in thick ice, but no matter how thick the ice, the heat behind it could not be contained. Sparks were flickering out of Li Yao's soul. Assuming Zhou Xiuyun is indeed a lurker of the Covenant Alliance, what about Tian Tian? Why is she so close to Zhou Xiuyun, and why does she really see Zhou Xiuyun as her mother? A child so young can't lie, can she? I've considered several possibilities. Firstly, Zhou Xiuyun could be real. I mean, there might be an unfortunate woman with this name who came to the front line from the Imperium's interior, hoping for a new life, only to be captured by the Covenant Alliance during an attack. Because this woman's identity is so fitting, her memories and emotions, including her love for her daughter, were extracted as a template and implanted into some of the lurkers, allowing them to imitate Zhou Xiuyun so convincingly that even her own daughter cannot tell the difference. In other words, the Zhou Xiuyun we saw was a fake, but her daughter Tian Tian is real. Well. Tang Ka was even more stunned. This wicked and unbelievable possibility was far beyond his imagination. The second possibility is that this Tian Tian is truly the daughter of a lurker named Zhou Xiuyun, and she was born to be a prop for her mother to win other people's trust. After all, a middle-aged woman could be suspicious, but who would question an innocent toddler? Furthermore, didn't you say that the purgers were groomed from a very young age? That's why you're known as the Children of Holy Light. It's very possible that this Tian Tian was destined to become a lurker in the future, even while still a fetus, isn't it? Tang Ka took a deep breath and didn't know what to say. The third possibility, Li Yao paused and was silent for a long time, as if he needed to calm himself before discussing this chilling possibility. Tian Tian is the real Zhou Xiuyun's daughter, but the lurkers didn't have time to replicate her mother so convincingly. Therefore, through medication or brain surgery, they altered Tiantian's cognitive system to make her believe the lurker was her mother. Okay, these are the only three possibilities I can think of. Tang Ka, which of the three do you think is most likely, and which one is the evilest? Grandpa Yao, Tang Ka gritted his teeth but still shed silent tears. He mumbled, how can this happen? How can they do that? How can the world be like this? I've asked myself the same questions over and over, but I couldn't find an answer, Li Yao sneered. However, I later realized it was unnecessary to seek answers to those questions. What I need to do is change this world and make the scumbags who created those miseries pay. Grandpa Yao, Tang Ka was surprised by the surging tides that Li Yao raised in his head, 100 times more powerful than what he used to know. Tang Ka finally believed what Li Yao had casually mentioned about only using 1% of his power and how he could raise the camp to the ground with a sneeze. What was this guy exactly? The king of extraterrestrial devils? However, if the gods did atrocious things like manipulating the feelings of a 3-year-old, would those on the opposite side of the gods really be evil? I thought the Imperium of true human beings was the worst country in the universe because all the kind-hearted people in that bloody country of immortal cultivators were being destroyed mercilessly, Li Yao said solemnly. But after seeing the Covenant Alliance firsthand, I realized that not only are the kind-hearted and evil being destroyed, but humanity itself is being obliterated. Everyone is manipulated and treated as a tool or a weapon. This is probably the most evil thing imaginable. People can be killed, but the feelings and self-will of human beings should not be trampled upon. That is my boundary, and why I'm so furious today. Well, taking a deep breath, Tang Ka asked, what are you going to do, Grandpa Yao? My monitor and I will definitely stand by your side. Even if it means opposing your gods. Li Yao finally smiled. Well, Tang Ka was speechless for a moment. After a long pause, he said, who knows what the gods truly are and what their will is? You've finally seen the light. That's right. My purpose is to uncover the true identities of the gods, and the ultimate benevolence masters who created the Covenant Alliance and all these tragedies. The claim that they are made of the last drops of blood from the gods of the primeval war is utter nonsense. No one knew the history of the Covenant Alliance better than Li Yao. With Wu Yingqi 3.0's memories, he was certain that the Covenant Alliance was initially created by Wu Yingqi himself. However, Wu Yingqi's actions were limited to activating the crystal processor system in the manufacturing factory he stumbled upon and inputting a few backdoors and secret instructions into it. His original goal was to create a group of subordinates who were absolutely loyal to him. He never intended to create the Covenant Alliance. Thus, it was impossible for Wu Yingqi to have created 5 particularly strong super warriors and named them Ultimate Benevolence Masters. However, the war and conflicts that ensued introduced too many uncertainties. Some of the manufactured beings somehow awakened their absolute loyalty to the Pangu clan and took control of the crystal processor system in the manufacturing factory. According to Wu Yingqi 3.0, this system was already broken and deeply flawed. No one could predict what it would do when it was running. Li Yao also recalled that Wu Yingqi 3.0 mentioned the super crystal processor system in the manufacturing factory was known as Fushi. Later, he asked Long Yangjun if she knew about this super system. Long Yangjun nodded and informed Li Yao that the Fushi system was once the greatest invention of the primeval civilizations and served as the cornerstone of the Pangu Alliance. It was a unified super system that integrated the computational systems of the 13 carbon-based species. Any carbon-based civilization would boast a set of advanced tools for calculation when it developed to the point of leaving its home planet. Due to differences in power and architecture, these tools varied greatly in name and appearance. It was not hard to imagine how complicated and difficult it was to connect all these different computers so they could work together in a compatible manner. However, to completely assimilate and share each other's history, memories, and feelings, the 13 carbon-based species had to complete this task, no matter the cost. Long Yangjun told Li Yao that the entire Pangu Alliance worked toward this goal for 10,000 years. Over this time, countless sages devoted their lives to the cause, overcoming unimaginable difficulties and barriers. Eventually, all the information and computational power in the Pangu universe were gathered into the super-unified computation system named Fuxi. Thanks to Fuxi, the 13 carbon-based species, with entirely different living environments and customs, could live in peace, share their wisdom and courage, and continue their civilization for hundreds of thousands of years. According to Long Yangjun, even the Pangu Alliance's exploration beyond the Black Wall could not have been achieved without Fuxi's help. However, good days didn't last long. Based on information from various sources, Li Yao roughly deduced what happened next. After the Pangu civilization was horrified by the views beyond the Black Wall and the unknown flood, they returned home and destroyed much of their space travel and crystal processor technologies. As a result, the crystal processors of the primeval age that humans excavate today are not much more advanced than what we currently have. They are almost on the same level. The first thing to be eliminated was, undoubtedly, the Fuxi system. The Pangu Alliance had two main concerns regarding the Fuxi system. First, the Fuxi system could potentially assist a super fleet in jumping beyond the Black Wall or even transmitting signals, which could expose the secrets of the Pangu universe and draw the attention of the flood. Although the Fuxi system was under the control of the Pangu Alliance's visionary, wise, and rational leaders, no one could guarantee that a lunatic wouldn't hijack the system and destroy the Pangu universe. History has shown that such individuals always exist. Secondly, the Fuxi system, which stored nearly all the information in the Pangu universe, had become increasingly mysterious and unpredictable. Signs indicated that subtle and dangerous disturbances were emerging within the system. Just as modern humans worry about the rise of artificial intelligence, the Pangu civilization faced a similar challenge at a critical juncture in its fate. These two concerns led to a single decision: the Pangu Alliance's self-emasculation. They dismantled their most powerful fleets, abandoned advanced crystal processor technologies, and sealed 90% of the information and functions in the Fuxi system. Of course, it was impossible to completely destroy the Fuxi system. As Professor Mo Xian once said, it was inconceivable for humans to live without crystal processors and the spiritual nexus, and it was only a matter of time before new forms of life emerged. Similarly, the Pangu Alliance could not have united 13 entirely different carbon-based species and spread across the universe without the advanced crystal processor system. If they lost their spiritual nexus and crystal processors entirely, the Alliance would disintegrate, and every planet would become isolated, trembling in the vast darkness until it perished. Nobody would hear their final wail in the cold vacuum once the spiritual nexus was gone. Therefore, the Pangu Alliance retained 10% of the information and functions of Fuxi, a diminished version of the original. Later, the Pangu civilization, with the help of this diminished Fuxi, suppressed their feelings and emotions. Without an advanced computation system, it was impossible to lock one's brain, alter genes, or perform artificial reproduction. However, most files concerning the role of the diminished Fuxi system were lost in the primordial war, making it impossible to determine its exact functions. Li Yao only knew from Long Yangjun that both Pangu and Nuwa likely possessed partial control permissions of the diminished Fuxi system, as Pangu led the alliance and Nuwa created humans with the Fuxi system. In the war's most critical moments, they must have forgotten all their concerns. Perhaps the Nuwa clan attempted to restore all of Fuxi's functions, which forced the Pangu clan to follow suit. Or, the ultimate destruction of Pangu, Nuwa, and other primordial clans might have been due to the Fuxi system itself. After all, it was inconceivable that the then weak humans could defeat so many powerful species. After hundreds of thousands of years, the truth could no longer be determined, but Li Yao was certain of one thing. Whether the crystal processors in the Covenant Alliance were unearthed from relics or seized from the Imperium, they ran an incomplete version of Fuxi. The Covenant Alliance relied on the spiritual nexus far more than the Federation and the Imperium did. It was the stability and reliability of the Fuxi that allowed the ultimate benevolence masters to transmit their orders telepathically across hundreds of sectors. But who were these ultimate benevolence masters? How did they learn to use the Fuxi? And was there a deeper reason behind the formation of the Covenant Alliance beyond the accidental activation of Wu Yingqi 3.0? These questions arose in Li Yao's mind after observing the Covenant Alliance for a few days. Take a good rest, kid. I'm going to rest too. We'll be very busy tomorrow, Li Yao whispered. Grandpa Yao, what's on your mind? Are you planning a killing spree? Tang Ka grew excited and couldn't help but clench his fists. Everyone who knows me understands that I'm a reasonable person who doesn't like violence. I believe that communication is the most important thing for human beings, and all problems can be solved through peaceful talks. So, I don't like violent solutions unless there's no other choice. People often mock me for this, Li Yao said. Besides, you, your monitor, and Tian Tian are involved in this. If that woman is a fake Zhou Xiuyun, Tian Tian would be innocent. Even if Tian Tian is a modified tool, she's still young and can be saved. Maybe I can't save everyone on this planet, but I should at least try to save those I've met. Listen to me tomorrow, and I'll try to get you, your monitor, and Tian Tian out of the city to a real shelter where you will be safe. The Covenant Alliance doesn't have enough troops to eliminate all the underground shelters on this planet, which isn't the real target for your leaders. Trust me, I will definitely show up before you and let you see the real sunlight within a year. Grandpa Yao. Thank you. Tang Ka was both grateful and confused. But if this ultimate test is really a special experiment, many people must be secretly watching us or at least monitoring my activities. How can we escape? Very simple, Li Yao smiled. The woman named Zhou Xiuyun gave you a detailed map, didn't she? Many people are likely waiting to capture you at the destination marked on the map. So, as long as we go in the opposite direction, our chances of escaping will be high. If everything goes well, it's possible you'll reach a safe, warm, and secret shelter by tomorrow night. Well. After a long hesitation, Tang Ka finally asked, what if it doesn't go well? Li Yao's soul ripples were sharp and bloody, like the teeth of a shark. That shouldn't be your concern, Li Yao smiled and said. That's a problem for your mentors, your director, and everyone in this purge team to worry about. When Li Yao's soul returned to his body, he found himself lying in the middle of a steamer-like structure. The neural interaction fluids and high-energy nutrition fluids he had been submerged in were gone, and the steamer, once the cocoon launch cabin, was now deformed and cracked. Through the cracks in the cabin, Li Yao could hear the ear-splitting alarms and see Xiaoming and Wenwen frantically controlling numerous spiritual puppets. Li Yao tried to push the severely deformed cover of the cabin but couldn't open it. He simply kicked it away and rose from the cabin. Why? Li Yao frowned, surveying the chaotic scene around him. Why does it seem that a great explosion just occurred? Dad! Wenwen cried out with joy. Are you okay? Dad, didn't you cause all this? Xiaoming declared furiously, just now, your body suddenly went out of control, as if all your cells were burning wildly. Your body momentarily soared, vaporizing all the liquids in the cabin. The power you released even shattered the launch cabin. Wenwen and I tried our best to maintain the stability of our soul connection. What exactly did you do just now? So serious? Li Yao scratched his head. It seems that the relationship between the soul and the shell is still a mystery, and they can't be completely separated, even at the divinity branching stage. Nothing truly happened. I just need to rest. Also, could you please fix the launch cabin as soon as possible? I need to use it again later. Right, prepare 20 doses of brain simulator and inject them into the neural interaction fluids. Okay, I'm going to take a shower and have some food. Hold on a moment. Xiaoming said suspiciously, why do you need so much brain simulator? The neural interaction fluids are already very stable. While the brain stimulator can significantly boost your brain cell activity, it's highly unstable and has many unknown dangers and side effects. Hey, Dad, you're not planning to act recklessly again when you see injustice, are you? Don't lie to us. We can easily tell that it's true. Come on. Furrowing her small brows, Wenwen pouted and said, Dad, we know you like being a hero, but things are different this time. This time, you're swinging millions of light years away, right into the midst of billions of enemies, with nothing but your own soul. Also, don't forget that you still have a mission. I know, Li Yao said, somewhat embarrassed. Hee hee. What do you mean by, hee? Xiaoming asked. Are you playing the hero or not? Forget it. I can tell from your eyes and smile that you are. You're hundreds of years old, but why are you still so rash? First of all, I'm only a little over 100 years old. Subtracting the time I spent in hibernation, I'm even younger. As a cultivator, I'm still a vigorous young man. Thank you. Li Yao rubbed his nose casually. Secondly, I've been like this since childhood, and it's impossible to change my nature. I can't help it. I'm just a passionate and hot-blooded man. The next morning, the drizzle turned into rain, and the whole planet was enshrouded in mist. Such a misty, rainy day was the best day for killing. At 5 o'clock local time, the camp of the Children of Holy Light was already ablaze with lights. They had all risen for their daily training. It was the last day of their test. Having weathered 6 days against the temptations of the extraterrestrial devils, they were all distinguished students of the Holy Light Academy, or at least they thought so. After one more day, they would become real purgers, one of the most important forces in the Covenant Alliance. Everyone was excited, earnest, and hopeful. These teenagers were so captivated by their vision of the future that they did not realize their excitement and their dedication to their dreams had broken the rules of the Covenant Alliance. At 6 in the morning, it was time for morning prayer. As if to celebrate the completion of the ultimate test, more mentors and people even more important than mentors had come to the camp today. Those people watched the ignorant teenagers thoughtfully from the shadows, wearing grim smiles on their faces. Not far away, the purge troop was more active than ever. Supersonic shuttles flew overhead, making the metal tents rattle. The enormous floating firepower platform had descended to just 100 meters from the ground, so close that the teenagers could see the gleaming cannons on the platform. They even felt the fortress might collapse and crush everything beneath it. The mentors told the young men that if they passed the ultimate test, they would be admitted to the purge troop and receive training on the airborne fortress. Delighted, the teenagers embarked on the final part of their journey after breakfast. At 7 in the morning, hundreds of young men and women were spread across various areas of the city. The rain intensified, but the mist remained, unscattered by the downpour. Everything appeared so pale that it did not seem like the real world at all. Just as on the day someone defected for the first time, the rain and fog gave the teenagers an illusory sense of security, as if they would discover a new path by simply unveiling the rain and mist. At 8 in the morning, all the young people appeared to be dedicated to the purge operation. However, at 9, a minor accident occurred at a supermarket in the southern part of the city. Walla! 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 Bam! 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 Boom! Boom! Someone shook the iron fences and smashed the gate. Then, they blew it to pieces with a magnetic bomb. Thud! Thud. 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 As boots thundered on the floor, 2 mentors and a team of soldiers from the purge troop stormed in, fully armed. Leading them was none other than Liao Meng, the deputy monitor in Tang Ka's class. This is the place. Chu Zhiyun and Tang Ka have been acting stealthily here for days. I even heard the laughter and crying of a baby yesterday. A very small one. They're hiding a baby in this place. Liao Meng's face was greasy, and his voice was high-pitched, which seemed oddly out of place for someone of his build. I suspect they're possessed by extraterrestrial devils. A few days ago, I even saw colorful lights from the supermarket. God knows what they were up to. As he declared this with harsh determination, Liao Meng guided the mentors and soldiers to the deepest part of the supermarket. They rushed very fast and reached the entertainment area in the supermarket just 10 seconds later. What they saw, however, dumbfounded Liao Meng, who found it hard to believe his eyes. Chu Zhiyun and Tang Ka were not as panicked as he had expected. They were not wearing inappropriate clothes or engaging in any activities they should not have been. Instead, they had piled up numerous projects, albums, and jade chips, and were destroying them according to the standard purging procedure without removing their masks. Tang Ka had set his shatter gun to maximum power, filling the room with deafening noise, which explained why they didn't hear the strangers knocking on the door. Despite being surrounded by numerous mentors and purgers, they remained as calm as ever. After completing the destruction work unhurriedly, they took off their masks and looked at everyone expressionlessly. How? How is this possible? Liao Meng murmured, confused. Where is the baby? What baby? Chu Zhiyun calmly stared at her mentor, not looking at Liao Meng at all. Liao Meng said he heard a baby's cries from here yesterday, her mentor explained. Oh. Chu Zhiyun didn't bother to question why Liao Meng had been eavesdropping outside. We destroyed a batch of toys yesterday. Some of them could laugh and cry like babies. The noise was probably from them when they were accidentally activated during burning. Is there a problem? That's impossible. Liao Meng shouted. I also saw colorful lights in the supermarket through the window. How do you explain that? When we burned items with numerous impurities, a lot of light would naturally be produced. Is that really a problem? Chu Zhiyun remained expressionless, not even frowning, as if Liao Meng's foolish questions were a waste of her time. Then, why would you lock the door if you weren't doing anything secret in this supermarket? Liao Meng's face darkened. There are many beasts in the city, some even biochemical beasts with enhanced genes, Chu Zhiyun explained. There might be battle puppets that can automatically search for and attack enemies, and they may still be functional after half a month. We don't want to attract their attention. If they notice us, the locked gate will buy us more time. Liao Meng was left speechless. At that moment, the soldiers who had searched the entire supermarket reported that nothing improper was found. There were burn marks in the warehouse and the cold room, but this was part of the standard procedure. However, those areas were still very hot, as if the incineration had just been completed. Look, that's evidence. Liao Meng shouted again, you just burned a lot of things. Why? What were you trying to destroy and cover up? Today is the last day of our ultimate test. Everyone wants to complete more work to earn more points, Chu Zhiyun explained calmly. Everyone is trying their best to shatter and burn as many things as possible, but you've brought mentors and purgers here and neglected your own mission. Mr. Liao Meng, what's your issue? You. Liao Meng's dark face turned red, then pale. I saw it. I heard it. You must be hiding something somewhere. Something is wrong. Something is definitely wrong. You can't trick me. I don't know what you're talking about, but I do know that one might see all kinds of illusions when their optical and auditory nerves are controlled by extraterrestrial devils. Pausing for a moment, Chu Zhiyun finally glanced at Liao Meng. Mr. Liao Meng, are you sure that this folly and this waste of precious time and resources are not because of something you imagined? You. Nonsense. Liao Meng burst into rage. My loyalty to the gods is incomparable. You're the ones who are possessed by extraterrestrial devils. You. Beep. 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 His portable crystal processor beeped and flashed a dangerous red light again. This is the third time you've lost control of your feelings, Mr. Liao Meng. Chu Zhiyun stroked her hair and said casually, and you exceeded the warning line by a lot each time. If I recall correctly, you should be expelled from this test after 3 losses of control. As if struck by lightning, Liao Meng was dumbfounded. Impossible. That's impossible. That's impossible. He breathed more and more quickly, and the pimples on his face seemed to be bursting. His face was filled with fury, fear, and desperation as he shouted, I'm a purger. My loyalty to the gods is incomparable. How can I lose control of myself? I can't. It's just your trick. If you're truly loyal to the gods, I suggest you have your brain thoroughly examined. I believe that the gods will definitely save you, Mr. Liao Meng, Chu Zhiyun said coldly, turning to the mentors. Mentors, may we continue our purge work? We have a lot more to do today, and we do not want to be disturbed by such trivial matters. Chapter 2757, The Path of Your Own. The 2 mentors, who looked almost identical, nodded in unison. One of the mentors scanned Liao Meng's face with a blue light emanating from his eyes. Strangely, under his gaze, the veins on Liao Meng's face all bulged, and he appeared to be wearing a bloody mask. Now, everyone could see that Liao Meng's boiling blood was coursing through his body and his face. Mr. Liao Meng, you're out, the mentor with the blue eyes said coldly. Out? It took 10 seconds for Liao Meng to finally understand the meaning. His pupils constricted as he stared at Chu Zhiyun and Tang Ka. For a moment, Tang Ka even suspected that Liao Meng might lunge at him. But eventually, Liao Meng simply screamed and leaped back, trying to escape from the supermarket. Beep! 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 His portable crystal processor shrieked, like a burning shackle restraining a rash and furious soul. I can't be out. I've always been faithful to the gods. He jumped and wailed like a brute. As he was about to run out of the supermarket, 2 soldiers of the purge troop knocked him down with a stun gun, causing him to fall into the goods on the ground. While the stun gun was not a lethal weapon, it was sufficient to render a stallion unconscious. However, Liao Meng, with astonishing willpower, got back to his feet. His hair stood on end, and his eyes turned completely white. Seemingly unable to see what was around him, he reached out with his hands, whose skin was broken, hoping to run towards the fresh air. Naturally, he fell again and was dragged back by 2 extendable chains, leaving a devastating trail of blood on the ground. This is impossible. I don't believe it. Something must be wrong. In excruciating pain, Liao Meng shed tears of blood and cried, I'm absolutely loyal to the ultimate benevolence masters and the gods. I'm a purger. I can't be possessed by extraterritorial devils. You've all been tricked. You're wrong. Help me. Help me, gods. Ah! He writhed on the ground in his own blood. The gods are helping you, so please stay quiet, the mentor with blue eyes said as he squatted and pointed his finger at the center of Liao Meng's forehead. Liao Meng suddenly cramped, and sounds like gears grinding came from his throat. He stiffened as if he were a dead body. The blue-eyed mentor then instructed the soldiers to pull the nearly lifeless Liao Meng away from the supermarket and left with them. The other mentor, with a particularly large nose, stared at Chu Zhiyun and Tang Ka. He suddenly approached them and sniffed them carefully with his long, pointy nose, as if he were a hound on the prowl. He sniffed Chu Zhiyun for a full minute and then Tang Ka for another half. Ms. Chu Zhiyun, you've been the top student at the Holy Light Academy for the past 3 years, and you performed exceptionally well in this ultimate test. We look forward to your achievements as a real purger, the hound-like mentor said with a vague smile. Though it was a compliment, there was no warmth in his words. Then, he shifted his glassy eyes to Tang Ka. As for you, Mr. Tang Ka, you reek of fear. Why? It's absolutely unnecessary. Your improvement in the ultimate test is beyond everyone's expectations. Remember, the gods are watching you and guiding you. As long as you obey the gods from the bottom of your heart, you should never fear. Alright, please resume your test. We'll reveal the final answer at the camp at sunset. The hound-like mentor sniffed again and stepped back until he left the supermarket. Tang Ka and Chu Zhiyun both collapsed and the unannounced guests were gone. This time, even Chu Zhiyun, who always seemed as cold as ice, was sweating profusely. She laid her hands on Tang Ka's shoulder and could barely stand straight. That was close. Panting for a long time, Chu Zhiyun stared at the supermarket door and said gloomily, Tang Ka, how did you know that danger was coming? I don't know. It's just my gut feeling. I've been feeling anxious since last night, Tang Ka said. Didn't you say that the most important thing for a purger is instinct? Good boy. It seems the mentor was not wrong. You've really grown a lot in the past few days. Chu Zhiyun held Tang Ka's arm and whispered, I may have to respect your opinions more in the future. A smile flashed across Tang Ka's face, and he said, but you want to become a lurker, and I'll become a purger at best. No, it's possible that neither of us can become what we want to be, and we will end up exactly like Liao Meng. Chu Zhiyun was silent again. What do we do now? The girl said in confusion. I don't want to go back. I don't want to become like Liao Meng or any of those mentors. Have you not noticed that all of our mentors feel identical, even though they have different faces and body shapes? They're like different copies of the same template. If I'm destined to become one of the billions of copies of the same template, what's the point of my life? You want to run, right, Monitor? Summoning his courage, Tang Ka said, You've been thinking about running since we discovered Zhou Xiuyun and Tian Tian yesterday. Both determination and confusion flickered in Chu Zhiyun's eyes. She took a deep breath and mumbled, I really don't know what I want to do. It's quite funny. Before the ultimate test, I was confident that I could train myself into a real lurker, resisting all the temptations from the extraterrestrial devils. But as time goes by, and maybe because the extraterrestrial devils got to me, I'm less enthusiastic about becoming a lurker now. I don't know what I want exactly. But I know I can't tolerate my past life. I can't stand becoming like our mentors or our director. Run. Can I really run away from here? Tang Ka, what would you do? Chu Zhiyun loosened Tang Ka's arm and walked absent-mindedly. Then, she stepped on something hard. She picked it up and saw that it was an emblem of the Holy Light Academy, visibly scratched and stained with blood. It was Liao Meng's badge, which he had accidentally dropped while writhing a moment ago. Let's let this badge decide everything. Chu Zhiyun gritted her teeth and said, if it's heads, I'll finish the purge operation and return to camp, if it's tails, I'll chart my own path. She took a deep breath and flipped the badge, which hummed as it spun midair. Her eyes followed the badge, but before it hit the ground, it was suddenly snatched by a fist. Tang Ka, the owner of this fist, carefully placed the badge on the ground with the tails facing up, before he put on his most brilliant smile. Look, Monitor, it's tails, Tang Ka said. So, it's already decided. Let's go. Tang Ka, you. Chu Zhiyun was at a loss, feeling that she didn't know her sidekick that grew up with her anymore. You're leaving with me? Tang Ka, do you know the consequences? Consequences? At worst, to be purged in the holy temples. Will it be any different from right now? Tang Ka picked up her hand and said softly and firmly, "You were the first person I saw after I opened my eyes. We've been together for so many years. So, you will never leave me alone, will you?" Well. Confusion flowed from Chu Zhiyun's eyes again. She thought for a moment and nodded firmly. "That's right. As long as you're willing to follow me, I will never abandon you. Let's go." The two children stared at each other for a long time, until they were both smiling. They clenched their arms and strode forward. "Tang Ka, will the gods still watch over us?" Chu Zhiyun asked as they were about to leave the supermarket. "Well, I don't know if the gods will watch over us," Tang Ka said, waving his fist. "But I'm sure that a certain someone will." Chapter 2758, Manliness. Each carrying a bag full of plastic items that couldn't be burned indoors, they moved them to an empty spot on the street, pretending that they would burn the items in the open air, while they were actually scanning the environment. The town was still enveloped in mist, and nothing could be heard except for the rain. The sounds of boots and tanks had all faded away. Tang Ka and Chu Zhiyun looked at each other and made their decision. They took off their masks simultaneously. Quietly walking to a collapsed wall at the corner of the street, they carefully moved a cement block away, revealing the remains of a shuttle below. Tang Ka curled his finger and knocked on the dented shell of the shuttle 3 times. Do, then, he clenched his fist and hit the shell twice. Dum. After a long pause, the back cover of the broken shuttle slowly opened, revealing 2 worn-out people who were coughing heavily. "I think Tian is running a fever," Zhou Xiuyun said, hugging her daughter so tightly as if she wanted to merge them into one. "It's raining outside. What should we do?" Tang Ka placed his hand on Tiantian's forehead and cried out, "She's burning up." He looked at Tian, noticing her furrowed brows and red face. She was not as happy and lively as she had been the day before. "If she has a fever, give her some medicine. We need to leave right now," Chu Zhiyun said sternly. "If no one takes you out today, you won't be able to leave tomorrow." "What?" Zhou Xiuyun burst into tears of delight. "You're coming with us? That's amazing. Enough talking. Let's go." Chu Zhiyun covered Tian with a blanket before moving out the big bag that she and Tang Ka had hidden in the shuttle earlier. There was no turning back now that they had taken this step. Both of them looked back at the camp and embarked on their escape path with Zhou Xiuyun and Tian. "This way. The map shows this way." Tang Ka, holding the compass, led the way. Zhou Xiuyun was in the middle with Tian, and Chu Zhiyun covered for them with 2 storm bolters. Weapons were not unusual in New Joy City, even though it was a town of civilians, and Chu Zhiyun had picked up some guns in case of danger. They gradually reached the depths of the city. The place seemed absolutely quiet and empty, but it also felt as if countless ferocious beasts were staring at them from behind the mist, holding their breaths. "We should be reaching the northern suburb of New Joy City soon. As far as I know, it's an agricultural area, so no purge operations were arranged there," Chu Zhiyun whispered. "We should be safe as soon as we make it there." "Do you hear that, Tian?" Zhou Xiuyun said to her daughter in a low voice. "We'll be safe soon. Very soon." Her lips curved into a smile. Tang Ka, however, came to a sudden halt. He raised his wrist high and started moving randomly. "What's wrong?" Chu Zhiyun asked, stunned. "Why did you stop walking?" "I lost the way," Tang Ka mumbled. "I can't seem to find the way out of here." "That's impossible." Zhou Xiuyun grew anxious before Chu Zhiyun said anything. "There's a route on the map and even automatic navigation. All you need to do is follow the arrow on the map." "I know, but the map is stuck. It must have crashed. Look." Tang Ka waved the compass in his hand, and the arrow on it was indeed stationary. The signals must have been blocked by all these skyscrapers and the bad weather. I need to find a place that's open and high to search for signals. Tang Ka looked around and climbed several high walls and pillars, as if he were really searching for signals. Chu Zhiyun and Zhou Xiuyun could only follow him, praying they wouldn't bump into anyone. They seemed quite lucky, as they encountered neither their classmates nor the patrolling soldiers of the purge troop on their journey. However, their good luck seemed to have run out. Just after Tang Ka climbed a wall that wasn't too high, with Chu Zhiyun and Zhou Xiuyun following him, a deafening explosion erupted not far from their feet, not only shaking the wall but also creating a large hole in the ground. It was a landmine or a bomb on the road. Planting such mines and bombs was a common tactic when evacuating from a valuable area. Ironically, it was the Covenant Alliance that had first employed this tactic. Over the past 20 years, although the Imperium had been retreating, they had turned most of the worlds they abandoned into deadly traps with landmines and bombs. These weapons were crude and unattractive, but they were a major headache for experts and regular soldiers alike. The Covenant Alliance's landmines and bombs had left a deep impression on the Imperium, and now that the Imperium had retreated, they naturally left some gifts for the Covenant Alliance. Tang Ka had likely triggered a bomb by accident, causing a rather significant explosion. Maybe it was a coincidence, or maybe it was on purpose, but beneath these ruins lay the convergence point of several sewers. The road above, only several meters thick, was actually hollow. When the road collapsed, they fell into the sewers, plummeting into emptiness. After a night of rain, the sewers were nearly full of water. Some of the sewers had also been damaged or blocked in the previous battle, making the water in the unblocked sections flow even more swiftly. Plop, when the four of them fell into the sewers, it felt as if they had dropped from a waterfall. They couldn't discern any direction, and powerful currents pulled them toward the bottom like invisible monsters. Jiang Ka, Zhou Xiuyun, Tian Tian. Chu Zhiyun considered herself the strongest in the group. She knew Jiang Ka well, and Zhou Xiuyun was a weak civilian. Tian Tian was just a baby, and mentioning her was almost unnecessary. If she were the person she used to be, she would have called only for Jiang Ka and ignored Zhou Xiuyun and Tian Tian. After all, they were strangers she had never met before. But for some reason, she remembered Tiantian's joy in the playground and could hear her giggles again. No matter how hard Chu Zhiyun shook her head, she couldn't get Tian Tian out of her mind. Is this what the extraterrestrial devils do? The big girl thought to herself, is this what the extraterrestrial devils do? Damn it. Damn it. While cursing, she struggled in the water, trying to locate Tian Tian. However, the currents were too chaotic. Since nearly 8 sewers converged here, they generated several enormous swirls mixed with fallen leaves and garbage. She could barely keep her eyes open in the water, let alone see anyone in it. Her voice simply echoed in the dark sewer. There was no way to tell if Tang Ka or anyone else could hear her. Whether it was an illusion or not, she heard the cries of a little girl. As she was about to swim toward the sound, something grabbed her ankle and pulled her to the bottom of the water. Caught off guard, Chu Zhiyun swallowed a few mouthfuls of filthy water and nearly suffocated. When she surfaced again, the light was gone, and she had been swept to the depths of one of the sewers. The water currents were so powerful that her chest felt as if struck by an invisible hammer. How can the water in a sewer be so powerful? Chu Zhiyun found it hard to believe. It doesn't make any sense. Whether it made sense or not, she could do nothing but float with the current, almost losing consciousness. Her strength faded from her limbs and fingers, and her head grew fuzzy. Gradually, she sank to the bottom of this swamp. Is this the punishment of the gods? Chu Zhiyun thought with her last shred of consciousness. I was wrong. I betrayed the gods under the seduction of the extraterrestrial devils. So, I lost the favor of the gods and have to die in dark, filthy water? Right then. She suddenly felt someone wrap strong arms around her and pull her away from the dark abyss and the shadow of death, rescuing her from the stinky, filthy water and bringing her to the shore. Crack! The person broke a glow stick and waved it, driving the darkness away with its light. Under the glow, the person seemed like an envoy of the gods. Chu Zhiyun observed it carefully, and when her eyes finally adjusted to the light, she discovered that it was Tang Ka who had saved her. The young man looked resolute and determined, holding a familiar blanket in his arms. Inside the blanket was Tian Tian, moving like a kitten. Wow! Feeling her heart soften, Chu Zhiyun couldn't help but moan. Chapter 2759, Domineering Young Man. Monitor, are you all right? Tang Ka asked, briefly stunned. He moved his ear to Chu Zhiyun's chest and listened for a moment. Have you drunk too much water? Why are you making this weird sound? I'm fine. Chu Zhiyun said, her face inexplicably red and hot. She glared at Tang Ka and bit her lip. Then, she asked curiously, what happened just now? Why is Tian Tian with you? I have no idea. Tang Ka replied anxiously. We seem to have triggered a bomb, which blew a hole in the ground. It turned out to be a congregation point for sewers. After I fell into the water, I heard a baby crying in my dizziness, so I swam over and picked up Tian Tian. Later, the dirty water grew stronger, and I couldn't control myself. I could only float until I reached this place. Then, I saw you struggling in the water, so I dived down and picked you up. Okay. Chu Zhiyun thought for a moment and asked, what about Tiantian's mother? I don't know, Tang Ka replied, shaking his head. I only picked up Tian Tian, but I didn't see Zhou Xiuyun. She must have been separated from us. They looked at the two ends of the sewer. They were in a very spacious tunnel, but it was pitch black. Under the light of the glow stick, they could vaguely see countless branches ahead. It would be impossible to find someone who had been missing for half an hour in such a maze. Chu Zhiyun sighed and said, it seems we have to find a way out on our own now. After a brief rest, Tang Ka helped Chu Zhiyun back to her feet. Fortunately, neither of them was injured, aside from minor scratches on their skin. Even Tian Tian was unharmed. She was staring at the glow stick in Tang Ka's hand with wide eyes. For some reason, Chu Zhiyun made a face at the little girl, and the little girl made a face back at her. They both laughed. But after the laughter, they had to face reality. Unfortunately, they had lost all their possessions in the chaos. Tang Ka had even accidentally lost Zhou Xiuyun's map. They had also abandoned their portable crystal processors, which could locate them, at the beginning to avoid detection by the purge troops. In other words, they were completely lost. What had happened was done, and there was no point in lamenting it. They simply held hands, sharing warmth to combat the cold, and moved forward through the sewer. By chance, they saw a well connected to the ground, with a ladder that was not entirely rusted. Further ahead, there was a pit dozens of meters deep, leading to even darker, more unknown places. Looking at each other, Tang Ka tied Tian Tian to his back with a belt before climbing the ladder. He climbed about a dozen meters and encountered a rusty cover. However, for two elite individuals who had undergone the most rigorous training since childhood, this was not a problem. Tang Ka placed his hand on the cover and vibrated his palm. Soon, the rust disintegrated, and the cover lifted silently. The two of them climbed out of the manhole and inhaled the fresh air, feeling as though they had been reborn. Narrowing her eyes, Chu Zhiyun surveyed the signs on the buildings, only to realize that they had ended up in the southern suburb of New Joy City. She hadn't expected to be carried so far without encountering any obstacles or delays along the way. The journey had turned out to be less perilous than it appeared. However, as a result, they were now far from the shelter Zhou Xiuyun had mentioned at the start. By now, the Holy Light Academy and the Purge troops must have been aware of their disappearance. It was likely that the entire city was teeming with hunters. There was no way they could pass through the downtown area. As Chu Zhiyun was thinking, Tang Ka suddenly said with delight, "Monitor, look at this." Chu Zhiyun looked at where Tang Ka was pointing and saw a fairly large auto shop that catered to both civilians and the military. Both civilian shuttles and military shuttles could be serviced there. "We're so lucky to have been brought right to an auto shop. There must be a fully functional shuttle, all fueled up, ready for us to use." Tang Ka winked at Chu Zhiyun. "Is this not a favor from the heavens, Monitor?" Chu Zhiyun couldn't think of a response, but she felt uneasy. Between her and Tang Ka, she was the commander, and he was supposed to be her subordinate. Even the escape had been her idea, and Tang Ka had only joined midway. Yet, why had Tang Ka become so proactive and domineering all of a sudden? She didn't really mind, but the shift in dynamics was unusual. She wondered why Tang Ka had changed so significantly, even more so than she had. While Chu Zhiyun was still thinking, she realized that Tang Ka had already run into the body shop, excitedly. "Hey, wait for me, Tang Ka." Chu Zhiyun hurried after him, wondering why she seemed to have become his sidekick. The body shop was just as Tang Ka had guessed. Inside the massive workshop, dozens of shuttles were being maintained. When Chu Zhiyun entered, Tang Ka had already inspected all the shuttles and chosen a sleek, silver one. He was pushing a trolley of parts and raising a maintenance platform. "Monitor, this is the one," Tang Ka said, excitedly. "We're quite lucky. It's a light, high-speed shuttle used for reconnaissance by the Imperium. It's fast and boasts a powerful spiritual shield. Plus, its maintenance is almost complete. We can activate it as soon as we put in some fuel." "Oh? Really?" Chu Zhiyun was confused about Tang Ka's familiarity with the Imperium's military shuttles. After a moment, she asked, "What are you doing if its maintenance is already done?" "I'm attempting a minor modification to see if I can eliminate all noise and spiritual ripples, so we can escape without alerting anyone." Tang Ka licked his lips and said, "Don't worry, I've got this. It'll be done in a minute." Chu Zhiyun found herself at a loss once more. Why was her heart racing? Was this how the invasion of the extraterrestrial devils felt? She felt her intelligence was flushed away with the dirty water, and her mind went blank as Tang Ka thrust Tian Tian into her arms. Dizzy, she watched him work. Why are his hands so fast and perfect now? Chu Zhiyun wondered. And weren't our maintenance and recognition classes for civilian magic equipment? Why is he capable of modifying such a complicated piece of military magic equipment, like an armed shuttle? Chu Zhiyun knew that maintenance was different from modification. Maintenance was about restoring a piece of magic equipment to its original state, while modification involved enhancing its performance with whatever materials were available. The latter was far more challenging. Tang Ka was still a teenager. However talented he might be, he couldn't have been able to maintain a shuttle of the Covenant Alliance, let alone one from the Imperium. However, "It's done, Monitor." Tang Ka patted the oil off his hands and made a "please" gesture. "Come on in." "What?" Chu Zhiyun was stunned again. "Come in, and let's get out of here." Tang Ka frowned. "Monitor, you seem to have slowed down a lot." "Why? Who's slow?" Chu Zhiyun glared at Tang Ka and climbed into the shuttle with Tian Tian. Since it was a high-speed shuttle for reconnaissance, its cabin was naturally not very spacious. She was nearly pressed against Tang Ka's back and could feel the warmth from his hands. "You're going to fly it?" Chu Zhiyun looked at the complex operation menu. Flying a shuttle is very difficult. One mistake, and the shuttle could spin at 700 kilometers per hour. "Are you sure you can handle this?" "I'll give it a try." Tang Ka smiled. Haven't we all been implanted with information on how to fly a shuttle? That's not enough, Chu Zhiyun said. Why don't you let me fly it? Monitor, please trust me. Every distinguished commander should trust their most excellent soldier. Tang Ka's hands moved like shadows over the operation menu, and a myriad of sparkling runes and numbers appeared and glowed in his hands. Hum. The high-speed shuttle lifted off with a soft hum. Weirdly, although the engine output had been boosted to 120%, and even the shuttle's shell was shaking, the shuttle made no sound except for the initial hum. It was as quiet as a cloud. Chapter 2760, Game Over. Wow. Chu Zhiyun made a strange sound for the second time, and she stared at the back of Tang Ka's head in disbelief. Have you buckled up, Monitor? Tang Ka's hands darted between runes and numbers like two bolts of lightning. As he operated, the shuttle's maximum output increased, 130%. 150%. 180%. In other words, after Tang Ka's 5-minute modification, the high-speed shuttle, which was already as fast as lightning, was now nearly twice as fast as before. How? How was this possible? It wasn't just about the spirit energy circuits and the magical equipment structure. More importantly, a 180% increase in speed would put too much strain on beginners like Tang Ka and Chu Zhiyun, likely causing them to crash the moment the shuttle activated. However, there was nothing Chu Zhiyun could do at this point. She was also intimidated by Tang Ka's presence and couldn't argue with him at all. She could only hold Tian Tian in her arms and recheck the safety measures. Then she nodded and said, "I'm ready." Then let's go. Tang Ka snapped his fingers, and green buffer jets spurted out, enveloping the three of them. However, Tang Ka's head remained exposed, clasped by a silver neural interaction helmet. The lights on both sides of the helmet flashed rapidly. The shuttle seemed absolutely still, but the world around them was retreating quickly into narrow, long streaks. It took Chu Zhiyun quite a while to realize they were already flying. Well. Chu Zhiyun's eyes bulged as she looked at the world outside, which had almost turned into two gray walls. She realized that Tang Ka was not bragging but had truly tamed this high-speed shuttle, which was flying at maximum speed and the lowest altitude. It was barely a foot above the ground. In this way, the shuttle could be concealed by the skyscrapers and the radiation from the ground. Even if the purge troops were scanning them on a large scale, it would be much less likely for them to be discovered. Additionally, the shuttle made no sound as it rushed forward, and its spiritual shield, modified by Tang Ka, had a gray layer of camouflage. At first glance, it appeared only as a ripple in the air that was flashing. However, it was not hard to imagine how dangerous and difficult this was. The closer the shuttle was to the ground, the more obstacles there would be. Buildings, walls, debris from crystal tanks, and even jumping landmines could all be fatal. The shuttle was already traveling over 500 kilometers per hour. At such a speed, even a blunt fragment could penetrate the shuttle's engine unit and kill them. Chu Zhiyun was one of the top students at the Holy Light Academy, with the best vision and reaction time among her peers. Despite this, it was still challenging for her to identify objects coming at her at 500 kilometers per hour. The skyscrapers seemed to slash at her like black sabers, and she almost couldn't stop herself from crying out. Tang Ka, however, remained unhurried, as if he were simply strolling through the city. He took sharp turns right next to the glass windows of the skyscrapers multiple times without breaking any of them. When they encountered a building that had collapsed in the middle, instead of flying over the ruins, Tang Ka chose to swoop into the gaps and fly right through the remains of the building. Chu Zhiyun felt her heart pounding in her throat. Tang Ka, however, yawned and smacked his lips in boredom. Tang Ka, what's wrong? Chu Zhiyun asked, her voice trembling. Huh? I'm fine. What do you mean, what's wrong? Tang Ka turned back and glanced at his monitor. Why do you ask? Ah! Chu Zhiyun screamed. Don't look back. Eyes on the road. Eyes on the road. We're about to hit it. Tang Ka stared at his monitor innocently and resumed his quick maneuvers. The shuttle then veered, slipping through the narrow gap between two plazas. Afterward, Tang Ka yawned again, almost to the point of tearing up. You're yawning? Chu Zhiyun struggled to describe her feelings. Yes. I didn't sleep much last night, and I'm feeling rather drowsy. Tang Ka rubbed his eyes. That's why I'm so slow. Don't scold me. That's why you're so slow? Chu Zhiyun realized that her and Tang Ka's definitions of slow likely differed greatly. Additionally, she noticed a peculiar vibe from Tang Ka, whose eyes were half closed, a vibe that was hard to describe but made her want to punch him. Besides, there's a baby on this shuttle. We should be more careful. Although this is boring, safety always comes first. While talking, Tang Ka fumbled below his seat, found a can of juice, opened it, and took a large gulp. He moaned in satisfaction and continued, the engine is only being preheated. When we reach the more desolate suburbs, we'll accelerate. Chu Zhiyun suddenly realized that, despite the frequent course changes at 500 km per hour, Tian Tian hadn't cried at all and showed no signs of discomfort, such as weightlessness or overloading. She lowered her head and saw Tian Tian observing the jelly-like gel around her and the world rushing by outside. Noticing that her big sister was looking at her, the baby giggled in delight, seemingly unaffected by the separation from her mother. When did you start drinking juice? Why don't I know about it? Chu Zhiyun looked at Tang Ka's smile and found it increasingly strange. There are a lot of things you don't know, but that's okay. I'll tell you everything later, my dear monitor. Tang Ka said. Right now, all you need to do is trust me and let me handle everything. It's going to be fine. I promise we'll escape this wretched city and our fate. We'll find a real shelter. Those idiots. No, those brainless scumbags must be searching for us in the northern part of the city, right? Hee, by the time they realize something is off, we'll be enjoying a hot bath in our shelter. Do you trust me, monitor? Huh. Chu Zhiyun frowned. I would love to trust you, but don't the flashing exclamation marks and the decreasing number behind them indicate that dozens of flying swords are chasing us? Tang Ka was momentarily stunned, and the cabin immediately filled with ear-splitting alarms. The glowing flying swords behind them were so close they could be seen with the naked eye. How is this possible? Tang Ka's pupils constricted to the smallest size. He was so enraged, as if someone had just slapped him in the face. When he increased the shuttle's speed, Chu Zhiyun finally understood why Tang Ka had felt bored earlier. It felt as though she was not in a high-speed shuttle but on a shooting star breaking the boundaries of the three-dimensional universe. Crack. 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 The shuttle accelerated to 700 km per hour and swerved 37 times in 1 second before decelerating to 350 km per hour. It barely managed to escape the pursuing flying swords, nearly disintegrating in midair. Boom. 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 The flying swords exploded around the shuttle, sending waves of intense heat and shrapnel crashing into it time and again. The shuttle, already clad in only light armor, could not withstand such a barrage despite Tang Ka's modifications. The reinforced glass was cracking, and the alloy shell was dented and even torn by the shrapnel. At supersonic speeds, even a small, invisible puncture could spell disaster. Tang Ka had no choice but to reduce speed, cursing all the while. However, by the time he could clearly see his pursuers, he was too stunned to curse. From every direction in New Joy City, in the middle of plazas and skyscrapers, thousands of crystal suits and shuttles were rising. They shimmered like glittering locusts in the cold mist. Each one aimed its lights at Tang Ka's shuttle, indicating that the earlier onslaught of flying swords had not been random and that the enemy did indeed know the shuttle's precise location. Behind those buildings, the floating fortress, as huge as a mountain, moved closer with deafening noises, like a cloud ablaze, right up to Tang Ka's and Chu Zhiyun's faces. Chapter 2761, Break a Fortress from Within. On the floating fortresses, thousands of cannons unleashed aggressive waves of spiritual energy, as if thousands of ferocious beasts were opening their bloodthirsty jaws simultaneously. Even from thousands of meters away, Tang Ka and Chu Zhiyun could hear the hisses in the air. It was impossible to tell whether it was dust being shattered by electric arcs or the howls of hungry animals. The shuttles and exos gathered into two swarms of locusts, coming at Tang Ka and Chu Zhiyun from the left and right. Before the shuttles and exos arrived, a second wave of flying swords crashed down, forming an impenetrable web. Tang Ka cursed, and his hand speed increased once more as he operated the shuttle. The shuttle did not seem to accelerate, but it quickly dodged within a limited range, leaving overlapping shadows behind while maintaining its previous speed. 100 flying swords passed through the shadows and exploded ahead. The blast, including its direction, angle, and force, had already been calculated by Tang Ka, who used it as a propellant to further boost the shuttle's escape. Aaaawiawa. Tang Ka's eyes were ablaze, and his fingers left bloody marks on the control panel. Tang Ka, Chu Zhiyun looked on, at a loss for words. Boom! Just as they broke through the second wave of flying swords, the main cannon of the floating fortress, fully charged, roared. A stream of energy, as hot as magma, darted through the sky unhurriedly, only exploding when it reached Tang Ka's head. The fiery rain covered 3 square kilometers nearby. Boom! 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 The area instantly transformed into an ocean of fire, and the blast ravaged the sky like an invisible army. This time, no matter how brilliant a pilot Tang Ka was, it made no difference. Fighting a whole army and such an enormous floating fortress with only one shuttle was an impossible mission. The blast from the enemy could easily level all the skyscrapers within 3 kilometers. How could this shuttle possibly avoid such a torrent of destruction? The enemy was only showing mercy by not firing directly at them. If the cannon had locked onto them, Tang Ka would have been killed even if he were 10 times more skilled. Beep! 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 The shuttle's shell was completely deformed, and most of its armor had been knocked away by the blast, revealing the broken framework beneath. The balance rune arrays and the anti-gravity rune arrays were damaged beyond repair. The shuttle spiraled out of control and spiraled down to the ground. Tang Ka gritted his teeth and did his best to ensure that the shuttle landed on its bottom, so the passengers wouldn't be hurt. However, the shuttle was reduced to a pile of junk and could no longer fly. Thud! 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 When Tang Ka pulled Chu Zhiyun, who was holding Tian Tian in her arms, out of the shuttle's wreckage, they heard boots approaching through the fire and smoke. Then, they saw moving coffins in front of them. The shining emblems on their chests indicated that they were the purgers, the very ones Tang Ka and Chu Zhiyun used to dream of becoming. Why? Chu Zhiyun felt like crying, but a fury was rising in her heart like poisoned wine, replacing her fear and devastation. She stared at the expressionless purgers with bloodshot eyes. Why? Tang Ka was even more dumbfounded, unable to believe his eyes. After a long stun, he roared in his head, "Grandpa Yao, what's going on? Didn't you say everything was under control, and your plan had never gone wrong before? Didn't you say nothing could possibly go wrong? Why have we been caught? They even moved the floating fortress to capture us. How did they know we were here? Grandpa Yao? Grandpa Yao!" Tang Ka shouted for a long time but received no response. "Grandpa Yao, who had been attached to him and enhancing his sight, reactions, and computation abilities, had completely disappeared and could not be sensed at all. A sudden thought popped up in Tang Ka's mind. Damn it! Has this Grandpa Yao escaped, seeing that he can't resolve the trouble he caused? Grandpa Yao? Grandpa Yao! Tang Ka was covered in a cold sweat. You can't just leave like this. What can we do without you, Grandpa Yao? Why are you so anxious? I'm right here. Just as the young man was about to burst into tears, Li Yao finally responded casually in his head. Grandpa Yao, where were you? I was so scared just now. Tang Ka almost shed tears. I'm sorry, but I just had a tough battle with my mental devil. My mental devil urged me to disconnect and escape. Li Yao explained. What? Tang Ka was confused. Aren't you a mental devil? Then what's your mental devil? A mental devil's mental devil? Well, it's very complicated. Later, well, maybe soon enough, you will see what my mental devil is exactly, Li Yao said. All in all, I solemnly scolded it and made it realize its mistakes in shame. Then, I analyzed why things were looking good and everything was under control. This game is not over yet, and we can still play it. Everything is under control? Dumbfounded, Tang Ka watched the Exos approaching them from the ground and the shuttles blocking them in the sky. The enormous floating fortress, in particular, pressed on his heart like a stone. He could not understand why Li Yao was shameless enough to say that everything is under control. Things are getting more and more interesting. To deal with two nobodies, the Holy Light Academy and the Purge Troop deployed so many soldiers and even a floating fortress. Why? Li Yao said casually. Has my identity been exposed? Unlikely. If my identity were exposed, those ultimate benevolence masters would have sent 100 times more soldiers to hunt us down, not that they could really change anything, as long as they're smarter than preschoolers. Grandpa Yao. Tang Ka almost cried. We're in the middle of an emergency. Could you please stop bragging about yourself? Those who are not familiar with me often think I'm bragging, but those who know me well know what a modest person I am, Li Yao said. I'm only speaking the truth and analyzing the current situation. For all we know, the enemy doesn't know of my existence, so their target is either you or your monitor. If your identities are fine, something must be seriously wrong with your parents, or your gene providers. You're both children of holy light. Hee. I believe the secrets behind this seemingly sacred and glorious name will be revealed soon, and I'll be able to find someone of a higher level. Chances are, I can even leap to the ultimate benevolence masters in one step. This must be what they call a silver lining, right? As for you, just rest assured. The current situation is just a minor accident. Since I promised to protect you, you'll definitely reach the shelter safely. Hee. You're under my protection. Nobody can hurt you in front of me. Even if the stars in the entire universe come at you as meteorites, I'll blow them up one by one. Then what are we waiting for? Tang Ka said excitedly. If you're so awesome, Grandpa Yao, please unleash your full power through my body. You can eliminate this Purge Troop first, shoot down the armed shuttles in the sky, and then blow up the floating fortress. Li Yao. Don't worry about my body. I can take it. Tang Ka gritted his teeth and said, Bring it on, Grandpa Yao. Unleash your infinite power. I'm sure it's going to be an eye-opener for me. Come on. Come on. Li Yao gnashed his teeth angrily. What I said was rhetorical. Rhetorical. Do you understand? This huge floating fortress has thousands of cannons. It can easily suppress a city. Look at its spiritual shield, even the air around it is being warped. It's likely that it can resist the bombardment of the main guns of a starship dozens of times. You're asking me to fight this iron fortress barehanded with your body? Are you sure you're not kidding? Seriously, just use your brain. Have you never heard the saying that, the hardest fortresses are broken from within? Do you see those armed shuttles and exos? They're flying into the floating fortress with captives. Look, aren't those captives your classmates, the other children of Holy Light involved in this ultimate test? If my guess is correct, this is where you and your monitor will be captured and sent as well. The floating fortress is not a common attack platform, but the base of the entire scheme. Once we figure out what's happening, we can turn the fortress upside down from the inside. Wouldn't that be much easier than fighting the fortress from the outside? Tang Ka wanted to say something, but Li Yao had already crawled to the deepest part of his soul, melding with his brain. There was no sound from him anymore. Tang Ka raised his head and saw that more than 10 soldiers from the sanitation unit had surrounded them. The black barrels of their guns were aimed directly at their heads. Tang Ka felt his fingertips cramping, every cell burning to the point of explosion. His skin could sense the flow of a breeze from hundreds of meters away. Dozens of battle plans raced through his mind. It was then he realized that Old Yao had not abandoned him but was fully prepared for the battle. He felt somewhat relieved. Dozens of armed shuttles flew overhead, their mystic rays interweaving and illuminating both him and the squad leader. He felt every vein and nerve being scanned by the enemy. But Old Yao was like a vague mist, flowing to the deepest part of his body, undetected. Beeps echoed inside their helmets, indicating everything was normal. Soon, more than 10 cold coffins continued to move toward them. Chu Zhiyun roared and rushed toward a coffin without a second thought. She truly was the most distinguished student of the Holy Light Institute in recent years. Without a crystal suit, she had knocked over 3 purifiers in crystal suits and snatched their weapons with minimal weapons. However, the purifier's weapon had an exclusive fingerprint and blood identification system that could only be activated by the true owner. The moment it fell into someone else's hands, intense electric arcs were immediately released, making Chu Zhiyun twitch violently. His hair was all standing up, and black blood was flowing out of his eyes, ears, and nostrils. Chu Zhiyun seemed to be trapped in a cage of electric arcs, but she did not give up her hope for freedom. Gritting her teeth, she staggered forward 3 steps. At that moment, her body seemed to overlap with Liao Meng's from the morning, and the outcome was the same. She fell to the ground, her limbs still cramping. Class monitor, Tang Ka felt a lump in his throat and could not help but shed hot tears. He felt as if every muscle in his body had been tightened, like a screw twisted all the way to the end. He had an urge to fight a random cleaner. Don't be hasty. Let's see how it goes, Li Yao's high-pitched voice echoed from the depths of the young man's soul. It seems their target is your class monitor. They won't keep a close eye on a nobody like you. This is our chance to figure everything out. As it turned out, the purifiers had tied up Chu Zhiyun and installed shackles made of super alloys on almost every part of his body that could be shackled. The shackles were also engraved with lightning streaks. The electromagnetic force between the shackles ensured that Chu Zhiyun's hands and feet were locked together. As for Tang Ka, they simply put a pair of handcuffs on his back and did not restrict him from walking. It seemed the purifiers did not care about the 13-year-old boy at all. He was just a bonus in their hunt for Chu Zhiyun. Tang Ka's behavior was in line with his timid and obedient nature. He was so scared that he forgot to resist and simply shed tears. What is going on? What is going on? I don't know anything. Let me go. I don't know anything. The purifiers, whose faces were hidden behind iron masks, naturally turned a deaf ear to his struggles and screams. They escorted him and the squad leader to a flying shuttle. However, little Tian had been taken away by them on a different shuttle. Tang Ka's eyes were about to explode, but Li Yao told him to calm down. Little Tian was just a prop for the enemy. She should be fine for now. By then, Li Yao would have a way to rescue her. Just like that, the two traitors were captured and brought to the floating fortress by the shuttle. While he was still in midair, Tang Ka craned his head to the window and looked down, only to discover that intense fire and smoke were popping up everywhere in the downtown area. There were also signs of escape and resistance. Very soon, hundreds of flying shuttles took off and flew to the floating fortress, just like theirs. It seemed that Master Yao was right. The ultimate test was over. All the children of Holy Light would be tied up and taken to the floating fortress without exception. What are we exactly? Tang Ka thought silently. The closer he got to the floating fortress, the more he could see the magnificence and vastness of the Iron City. It was like a man-made celestial body that had swallowed the sky. Even the entrance to the hangar was like the bloody mouth of a prehistoric beast that had swallowed dozens of shuttles. Like two specks of dust blown away by the wind, Tang Ka and Chu Zhiyun, together with dozens of other ignorant students, passed through the narrow and deep pathway, escorted by a team of cleaners. Very soon, the cabin door in front of them opened, revealing a space as vast as a palace or a valley. They were walking in transparent tubes in the air, as if on a bridge between two valleys. The crags on either side of the bridge were embedded with transparent cells that resembled honeycombs. Inside each transparent prison cell was a prisoner, or rather, a lunatic. Upon closer inspection, they realized these individuals were all their classmates. Not only the students who had been eliminated in the ultimate test, but also those who had fallen behind or lost control of their emotions during their years of study at the Holy Light Academy were imprisoned here. Some students sat upright on metal beds with wooden expressions, their eyes hollow and unfocused, staring in confusion at non-existent light spots in the air. They resembled fossils that had been dried for millions of years. Others paced back and forth anxiously, occasionally raising their fists to strike the transparent walls, leaving streaks of blood. Only after their hands turned to bloody messes did they sit down, seemingly content. Their mouths mumbled incessantly, making them appear like animals in human skin. Still, others wore enormous helmets adorned with colorful indicator lights and crystal wires that connected to the walls. The helmets seemed to transmit powerful electric currents and spiritual waves, causing them indescribable pain and making them scream in agony worse than death. However, their hands and feet were restrained, and some of their joints were broken, leaving them unable to move or even end their own lives. Some students were confined in narrow, stuffy sleep capsules, their bodies submerged in bright green or pink viscous liquids. They appeared to be trapped in some kind of nightmare or illusion. Sometimes they were twitching, sometimes struggling, and sometimes chuckling. There was no telling what they had seen or experienced in their dreams. What was most unsettling were the dozens of cells at the bottom of the cliff. Though empty, they were filled with intricate equipment and tubes that formed a maze. Suspicious liquids flowed through the tubes, eventually converging into cylindrical glass tanks. They initially thought the tanks were empty, but upon closer inspection, they discovered a brain floating inside each one. Some brains had spinal cords trailing behind them, looking intact and fresh. Others were stripped of parts, leaving only the central section, which resembled a rotten, deformed apple, as if it had been there for years. Every brain was connected to thousands of crystal wires, delivering various stimuli. In response, the brains twitched slightly. These brains were all alive. Or rather, their owners were still alive on some level. What does this mean? Will we one day be like these students, subjected to cruel experiments, deprived of our bodies, and left with only our brains, thrown into machines for research? And at that time, will we still be alive? We are the children of Holy Light, the most loyal believers of the gods and the greatest masters. Glory and holiness flow in our veins. Why are you treating us this way? At that moment, the children of Holy Light shed their indifferent facades, unleashing their fear and desperation openly. Some even sobbed uncontrollably. Tang Ka and Chu Zhiyun, on the other hand, were observing the scenes inside the cells on both sides with their big, black eyes, hoping to gather more useful information. They finally passed through the terrifying transparent tube and entered a room with an ivory floor, walls, and ceiling, all emitting a sacred brilliance. The seemingly gentle, pure white light was actually like a poison that could corrupt the heart of every child of holy light. It penetrated their skin and pores, corrupting their souls and nerves, and gave them a strange feeling as if their brains had been penetrated, allowing them to see everything clearly. The children of holy light looked at each other in bewilderment, shivering, and crying. Some of them were gritting their teeth, with grunts echoing deep in their noses and throats. They tried to fight back, but there was nothing they could do. Shwa! 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 In front of the panicked teenagers, the ivory brilliance condensed into 3 hazy figures. Though they were of different genders, they all wore a fake smile that seemed to be carved from the same mold, making it impossible to distinguish them. Only the color of their uniforms revealed their identities. The one in the white uniform was Xia Yuan, the dean of the Holy Light Academy. The one in a black uniform with a blood-stained battle emblem on his chest was Qiu Yuanjia, the commander of the purification troops. The middle-aged woman standing between them, in a gray uniform with an unknown identity, was surprisingly little Tian's mother, Zhou Xiuyun. Chapter 2763, Devil's Child Project. Pa! 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 Faced with the bewildered and frightened teenagers of Class 1, the 3 figures first clapped their hands with fake smiles, then tapped their foreheads, lips, and chests to show the highest courtesy of the Holy Alliance. Xia Yuan, the dean of the Holy Light Institute, said softly, "Congratulations, students. You have just completed a marvelous test and provided a lot of valuable data for our research. You have made significant contributions to the most sacred cause in the universe. I know you are very confused and scared right now. There is no need to be confused or scared. Believe me. Whatever appears before you must be the guidance of the gods. Whatever is imposed on you must be the blessing of the gods. You just need to be calm and accept it." Today, 2 distinguished guests from afar were invited by the great sage to come here and celebrate your grand achievement. It is not hard to see how much the great sage values you, the children of Holy Light. This is Lieutenant General Qiu Yuanjia, commander of the 9th Purifying Troop. She is a loyal and keen senior purifier. As for this, let's call her Miss Zhou Xiuyun. Her name is just a code name. The most important thing is the gift the gods bestowed upon her. She is one of the best meditation healers and brain experts in the entire sanctuary. She is also the supervisor of the Devil's Child Project. In the next few years, she will replace me as your guardian. I believe you will get along very well. Hello, everyone. In the morning, in front of Tang Ka and Chu Zhiyun, Zhou Xiuyun was still unkempt and anxious. But right now, she seemed like a completely different person. She was cloaked in a faint mist. Although she greeted the students with a smile, she looked at the young men as if they were lab rats. The teenagers all took a step back in fear due to her cold, merciless gaze. Chu Zhiyun was in disbelief as well. Not until their eyes met did she realize what was happening. What is going on? In a daze, Chu Zhiyun muttered, "The so-called ultimate test is just a lie. No, it's not just the ultimate test. The entire Holy Light Academy, including those who claim to train us, the children of Holy Light, into purifiers, are all fakes. From the beginning, we were never chosen and trained to be purifiers. Lies. Everything is a lie. The whole Holy Light Academy is a fraud. It's true that you possess keen insight and thorough thinking, much like your mother did. That's why you're here," Natsuha remarked. "You were not chosen to purify the troops. The selection criteria for ordinary purifiers are not high. Those slightly stronger than soldiers and workers can fill the roles. When needed, cold spiritual puppets can handle the simpler purification tasks. It's not worth building a holy light school and investing a vast amount of precious resources to nurture you for that. No, you are far more important than a purifier, 100 times more. Don't let your imagination run wild, and don't underestimate yourselves. There is a reason you entered the Holy Light School. Each of you carries extremely special genes, and you are 1 in 10,000. You have a mission 100 times more difficult and sacred than the purifier. And you have, luckily, not let down the trust placed in you, completing your mission very well, even without knowing it. Especially in the ultimate test, many people unleashed their natural instincts to their heart's content and displayed the deepest secrets of their genes. Liao Meng, Chu Zhiyun, and even the once inconspicuous Tang Ka. Uncontrollable and extremely powerful strength and will burst forth from the depths of their hearts. It's truly amazing. You can't help but want to praise the gods for creating the perfection of our kind of life. While talking, Zhou Xiuyun made a gesture of praising the gods. Chu Zhiyun, on the other hand, was shivering, unsure whether she was angry or scared. She asked in a trembling voice, "If we are not purifiers, what are we exactly?" "You are the children of holy light," Zhou Xiuyun replied casually. "Or rather, devil's children." "Devil's children?" Chu Zhiyun ground her teeth, chewing on the title with her molars. "What is a devil child?" Zhou Xiuyun didn't answer her directly. Instead, she opened her arms, and a sanctified ivory brilliance flowed from her body, as if she had turned into pure white, fluffy wings on her back. Even her voice sounded more ethereal and transparent. She said from the bottom of her heart, "Praise be to the gods for creating all things in the universe and us. Even before we fell into eternal rest, they had already planned our fate and bestowed upon us the special and sacred abilities of the 5 great masters. We can read the prophecies and miracles left by the gods. It was through the analysis of our master that we were able to unearth countless treasures left by the gods of the primeval era and recreate the most powerful technologies and wonders of the past. We also awakened the potent techniques that the gods had left deep within our cells, which could move mountains, overturn seas, and destroy the world. Therefore, with the prophecy and gifts of the gods, the guidance and interpretation of the Great Master, and the loyalty and devotion of the citizens, the Holy Accord Alliance was established and fortified. With the scarce resources and barren fears in the Sea of Stars, the darkness at the center of the Sea of Stars was driven away, and the devils that corrupted the universe were eliminated. Light, harmony, and order were brought to the entire universe. However, as you all know, the battle between light and darkness has endured for millions of years without determining a definitive victor. Even though the gods shed their last drops of blood to wage war and ultimately banish and seal the devils at the edge of the universe, the malevolent entities known as extraterrestrial demons remain unsettled and seek to corrupt the gods' most perfect creation, us. It is a pity that, when we were created by the gods, the shadow of the extraterrestrial devils already loomed over us. We were born with an original sin that we could not shake off, making it very easy for the extraterrestrial devils to invade and corrupt us. If it were merely a case of being swayed by feelings and desires that should not exist, triggered by the extraterrestrial devils, and controlled by bestial instincts, the damage would not have been too severe. But if one is corrupted by the extraterrestrial devils to the point of logic, not only do they have wild emotions and animalistic desires, but they also harbor rebellious thoughts. You will question the leadership of the great sage and even the existence of the gods. Such dangerous individuals are not just ordinary contaminators of the extraterrestrial devils, but heretics. Zhou Xiuyun's tone grew sharper. When she spoke the word heresy, her teeth seemed to turn into 2 sharp guillotines, ready to slice each word into pieces. Doubt the existence of the gods. All the children of holy light gasped, including Chu Zhiyun and Tang Ka. Despite falling into a ridiculous and treacherous trap and discovering that their lives over the past 10 years might have been a sham, their trust in the Great Master and their belief in the gods remain deeply engraved in their hearts. Even the most rebellious Chu Zhiyun did not dare to imagine a world without gods. The heretics were truly mad. The heresy is the most fatal threat to the entire Sanctuary Alliance. In many cases, it is even more dangerous than our external enemies, the Imperium of true human beings, Zhou Xiuyun explained. The heretics are not like the ordinary contaminators of the extraterrestrial devils. They may not exhibit strong emotions or desires, nor will they be driven by low-level feelings and lust. Instead, they focus on higher-level matters. They can even disguise their feelings and thoughts and pretend to be the most loyal believers and warriors of the gods, thereby infiltrating the leadership of the entire Sanctuary Alliance. They manipulate our central nervous system and our brain to deceive more people into believing their false ideas, gradually expanding the scope of their influence. The innocent and unwitting citizens of the Sanctuary Alliance will be greatly misled. Consider the war at the Black Wind defense line, one of the most crucial defense lines of the Imperium of true human beings, for example. At that time, the entire defense line of the Imperium of true human beings collapsed, and tens of thousands of starships were in chaos. This presented a great opportunity for the Sanctuary Alliance fleet to crush the Imperium and restore the gods' glory to the entire universe. However, due to the emergence of an extremely dangerous heresy within our organization, countless people were swayed to join this evil group to rival the 5 great sages. The great sages had to allocate a significant amount of precious resources, troops, and computational power to internal purging, which ultimately led to the failure on the front lines. As a result, the Imperium managed to secure its second defense line, which sparked a stalemate lasting 100 years. The young men had studied the entire process of the Battle of Black Wind from a century ago at the School of Holy Light. They were unaware of the internal issues that contributed to the Holy Alliance's retreat. Even Li Yao was secretly astonished, realizing that the fall of the Black Wind sector a century ago was indeed the beginning of everything. Countless future upheavals, including the Black Wind Fleet's expedition to the Star Glory Federation, the rise of the God of War, Lei Chenghu, the Infinite Commerce Alliance's control of the economy and trade outside the Imperium, and the triumphant return of the Black Wind King, were all connected to the war. Now, even the heresy within the sanctuary had emerged. It was impossible to suppress or eradicate human ideology. As long as humans possessed advanced logical thinking, the emergence of various peculiar ideas was inevitable. From Li Yao's perspective, it was unlikely that the 5 Supreme Masters' views would be entirely aligned. They all had their own ideas and plans. Therefore, it was not strange at all that a few heretics were born from the internal strife of the leadership. However, he could not figure out how the heresy of the leadership was related to the so-called devil children. Chapter 2764 Heresy Child. The Holy Accord Alliance is different from the evil kingdoms on earth, such as the Imperium of true human beings. We are united through the sacred agreements of the primeval era. We are an inseparable, selfless community of destiny. We are a sacred, magnificent, eternal life form that transcends all, rules all, and stands above all. Zhou Xiuyun's eyes were nearly transparent. It seemed she could glimpse another world through them, a new universe that transcended the three-dimensional one. Her voice was both calm and crazed, yet it was incredibly persuasive. Even the young men in prison were captivated by her, listening intently. The gods are the soul and will of the community of destiny, the sages are its brain cells and central nervous system, the fleet commanders and planetary governors are its nerves, the specialized professionals, such as the purifiers and lurkers, are the red and white cells, the workers, farmers, and soldiers on the front lines are the blood, bones, and muscles of this vast life form. Each has their own destiny. Only when all parts are united and fulfill their sacred destiny faithfully can the vast community of destiny control and protect the entire universe. But heresy has invaded the blood, marrow, internal organs, nerves, brain cells, and even the soul of the universal community like a deadly virus, leading to its body's corruption, the severing of nerves, and the mutation of brain cells. It has cast a dark shadow over our sacred alliance. Of course, the search and treatment for the virus has never stopped. Over the centuries, we have indeed identified thousands of heretics and defended the health, harmony, and order of our community of destiny. However, it is futile to eliminate the virus on the surface without analyzing its source and the mechanism of its formation. Each time we find a virus, it indicates that there are countless other deeply hidden viruses within our bodies. It even suggests that certain individuals carry a kind of genetic defect, a genetic bomb, embedded in our bodies by extraterrestrial devils during the primeval war hundreds of thousands of years ago. If the most fundamental genetic defects and mutation features of the virus are not identified, the virus may return at any time. In the most extreme cases, everyone could be deeply infected, triggering a heretical frenzy. However, studying the causes of viruses or heretics is extremely complex and dangerous. The heretics are all adults who have been deeply possessed. Their souls have been soaked in black venom for too long, leaving them beyond salvation. They have become stubborn and cunning, finding various ways to hide their true thoughts, emotions, and genetic defects. If discovered, they will even resort to suicide, burning their brains and every cell to ashes with incendiary bombs, leaving nothing for us to study. Even the heretics, who are occasionally captured, find ways to quietly destroy their own brains. They would rather die than cooperate with our research. Faced with such a difficult situation, most research can only be conducted indirectly. Thankfully, the Star Glory Federation maintains a comprehensive record of the population's birth and genetic heritage. No matter how the heretics try to hide their feelings and will, their birth certificates and blood ties cannot be concealed. Let's assume the heresy is caused by a genetic defect. Then, there must be secrets about the heresy in the people who carry similar genes, namely their relatives and even their children. Therefore, if a heretic is captured alive, we will extract their life seed and combine it with the life seed of another heretic to produce offspring with double genetic defects. If the heretic burns their body and brain, we will find their closest blood relatives, such as their parents or siblings, and extract their life seeds to produce brothers whose genes are similar. They are devil children, carriers of genetic defects and fatal viruses, destined to be cursed, forsaken by the universe, and destroyed by the Sanctuary Alliance. Some of the teenagers could not help but cry. Others felt their legs shaking. They sat on the ground, scratching their hair hard, finding it hard to believe. There's no need to panic, despair, or feel ashamed. Didn't Dean Xia say just now that everything that has befallen you is a gift from the gods? Zhou Xiuyun said casually. You are different from your genetic providers. You didn't cause any substantial damage to the entire sanctuary. Besides, it was not by your own will that you ended up like this. Therefore, you can be saved, and you can even make great contributions to the Holy Accord Alliance. That's why I'm willing to tell you everything. I want you to be clear about your origins, your birthright, and your sacred mission. Together with our research, you will continue to make the contributions you deserve, wash away the sins of you and your genetic providers, and make up for everything that they destroyed. What kind of contribution? Chu Zhiyun took a deep breath and tried to keep his voice calm. He gritted his teeth and asked, what is our future exactly? Your future. The fake smile on Zhou Xiuyun's face was replaced by coldness again. She seemed to find the word future absurd. She said calmly, it's hard to say. It depends on the brain scan and subsequent tests. Maybe, if your brain is very interesting and of great research value, we will erase your memories from more than 10 years ago and throw you into a brand new experiment as an ordinary soldier or miner. We will see whether or not you will wake up some of your memories and will in a larger area and create more surprises. Perhaps, you will experience the most intense stimulation on your body, the unparalleled pleasure and excruciating pain, to further trigger your genetic defects. Or maybe, you will be hibernating in sleep capsules filled with neural interactive liquids. Stimulated by bioelectricity, you will live in a bizarre, never-ending dream. We will analyze the features of the heretical waves according to the characteristics of your brainwaves in the dream to expand our library of heretical brainwaves. Or perhaps, after years of experiments, your brain will be sliced into pieces less than 0.01 millimeters thick. You will explore the areas of mutation and find the places where your deepest feelings and will are hidden. Then, you will help us perfect the ritual of brain purification. In all, any future is a gift from the gods to you. If you are truly devoted to the gods, you should accept your destiny and cooperate with our research. You should contribute everything you have to the glory of the Sacred Coalition, shouldn't you? Chapter 2765, Venomous like a Scorpion. Zhou Xiuyun opened her arms and warmly embraced all the young men. If one ignored her words and focused only on her kind expression and the milky white, holy light behind her, it truly seemed as if she were bestowing a great blessing upon the teenagers. However, her gospel made all the teenagers shudder with anger. It's hilarious. Chu Zhiyun finally could no longer contain himself. He was so furious that tears streamed down his face. He shouted, "What kind of gift is this? Not even the demon kings in the deepest levels of hell would be as vile and wicked. And you call us heretics? No. All we wanted was to see the true face of the great master and hear the God's truth firsthand. We did not expect your true nature to be like this. In my opinion, you are the heretic, the devil, and the one who betrays the gods, doing their dirty work in the name of the gods. You will never have my cooperation." The girl struggled with all her might. The shackles on her hands and feet clattered. Lightning arcs flashed, enveloping her body again and lashing at her tender skin, turning her tears into sticky blood. Her next words were choked by sobs. "If you are not a heretic, why don't you take a small test?" In the face of Chu Zhiyun's curses, Zhou Xiuyun's artificial smile did not waver. She continued calmly, "It's simple logic, really. If you truly believe in the gods and that everything is their arrangement, you should believe that what is happening now is a test from the gods for you. You should welcome this test peacefully or even cheerfully, testing your devotion through the most extreme pain. You must believe that the more rigorous, painful, and protracted the tests of the gods, the more important, sacred, and crucial the mission they will entrust to you. However, look at yourself. Look at yourself jumping up and down, roaring like thunder. You dare not face the test of the gods at all. What are you if not a heretic? Bullsh *T. Chu Zhiyun was so angry he was almost laughing. "I won't believe your bullsh *T anymore. If it were a normal test, I would face it fearlessly, even if it meant facing the iron torrent of the Imperium. But right now, you are trying to erase my emotions, memories, and thoughts, and even dissect my brain for research. Who would agree to such an absurd, crazy test? If it were you, would you still be absolutely calm and devoted to the gods under these circumstances?" "Yes. I know you don't believe me, but you don't need to say, 'if it were me.' I have indeed gone through the same test as you. Indeed. Judging from our meaningless blood relation, we share the same mother," Zhou Xiuyun said casually. "Our mother was the most evil heresy of the Star Glory Federation over 100 years ago. She was even the most dangerous, evil, and bewildering heresy in the history of the Star Glory Federation. Although she was annihilated by divine punishment over 100 years ago, her poison still corrodes the body of the Star Glory Federation to this day. The heretic organization she established is showing signs of revival. The Devil's Child Project was originally created to study her mind and behavior. For 100 years, we attempted to combine her genes with various normal or dangerous ones, raising new, devil's children, generation after generation. I was the first generation, and you are the 29th, very close to her generation. In the process of creating you, we tried our best to eliminate the influence of paternal genes and kept only the genetic features of the mother, making you more than 97% similar to her. From a certain perspective, you are not only her daughter but also her reincarnation. Therefore, we've been observing you for a long time and were surprised by your incredible abilities. We know that you can control brainwaves and hormone secretion freely and can simulate extremely indifferent brainwave patterns using your extraordinary computational skills to create a convincing disguise. On the surface, you appear indifferent and emotionless, no different from other residents of the sanctuary. But in reality, you are passionate and self-righteous. You don't believe in authority or anything others tell you. You have your own world, and you are your own God. This is a genetic defect, or rather, an awakening bomb, implanted into the human body by extraterrestrial devils in the primal era. With such an evil gene, the Nuwa clan and humans betrayed the Pangu alliance. However, the genetic bomb inside your body did not activate until hundreds of thousands of years later. Look, we know everything. Right now, we've precisely located the genetic defect. As long as we find a cure for the genetic defect or eliminate all the people who carry it, it will be impossible for the heretics to rise again. This is the sacred mission that has been entrusted to you. It is also a way for both of us to redeem our mother, who has been corrupted by the extraterrestrial devils and fallen into the deepest level of hell forever. Is there anything else, my sister? You. Chu Zhiyun's mind was in turmoil. The 2 rows of teeth that had been frozen finally crashed together with a cracking sound. Her pale lips trembled for a long time before she managed to ask, I want to know, what is the relationship between you and little Tian Tian? Is she really your daughter? Also, we clearly hit a roadside bomb, fell into the sewer, and were washed all the way to the southern part of the city. We don't even know where we are. How did you find us so quickly? Little Tian Tian is indeed my daughter, but such an identity means nothing. Zhou Xiuyun said coldly, the so-called mother-daughter relationship is merely a remnant of animal instincts in our bodies. To dedicate ourselves to the sacred mission, these ties should be severed without hesitation. For me, little Tian Tian is just a test subject for the Devil Child Project, or even a tool to assess whether I have been restored. As for how I located you, it's quite simple. I didn't tamper with your body, but I did inject a special tracing drug into little Tiantian's veins. For 24 hours, it can emit a very unique aura and waves by consuming her heat. Only I, her biological mother, can detect it. As long as you are not 500 kilometers away, no matter how many skyscrapers are between us, I will lock onto you precisely. Chapter 2766 Unforgivable. How could you do this to your own daughter? Chu Zhiyun could not believe her ears. Her face was as terrible as a shattered glass mirror, leaving her nowhere to run and on the brink of tears. That's your flesh and blood. Apparently, you don't understand. As I mentioned, family love is merely a remnant of our primitive animal instincts. It's a very primitive, backward, and foolish emotion, Zhou Xiuyun said nonchalantly. The so-called human nature is a mix of animal nature and divinity. Only through meditation and training, by overcoming and destroying our own animal nature, can we gradually approach divinity. In the end, we will merge into the glory of the gods and become part of them. Right now, you don't understand, but it doesn't matter. If you are fortunate enough to endure the test of the next few decades, you will certainly realize that all suffering and pain are just illusions. All the so-called emotions, desires, and free will are nothing but illusions. Only the God is the sole real existence in the universe, the only thing worth defending and pursuing. Time is up. Prepare to welcome your future. She smiled and extended her arm, attempting to touch Chu Zhiyun's cheek. Chu Zhiyun was in a daze for a long moment. Seeing the tips of her opponent's fingers about to touch her, she felt as though she was facing a hissing snake. With a sudden shriek, she broke away from the purifiers on either side and lunged at Zhou Xiuyun without a care for the consequences. However, her charge only rippled the air and distorted Zhou Xiuyun's image. The three individuals in charge of the Devil's Child project were Zhou Xiuyun, Xia Yuren, and Qiu Yuanjia, who appeared before them as 3D phantoms. There was no telling where their real bodies were hidden within the depths of the floating fortress, much like the enigmatic Master Kindness. Chu Zhiyun exerted too much force and passed through Zhou Xiuyun's phantom, falling to the ground. Electric arcs exploded once more, and bloody plum blossoms immediately bloomed on her fair skin. Class Monitor. Tanka, enraged, was about to lunge at Chu Zhiyun, disregarding his own safety. However, the shackles on his back also emitted powerful electric arcs, causing him to curl up like a shrimp. He vomited foam and collapsed beside Chu Zhiyun. As for the other students, whenever their emotions exceeded the warning line, they all experienced the sensation of being whipped by electric arcs and pierced by shackles. It felt as if thousands of arrows had pierced their hearts, and the pain was bone-chilling. Although the Devil Children were the most dangerous genetic combinations gathered by the Star Glory Federation over the past 1,000 years, they were still teenagers and stood no chance against the Purifiers, who were specially trained and as cold and tough as steel. The Purifier watched the young men convulse coldly until the last electric arc drilled into their veins, enveloping them in scorching white steam. Then, he lifted them and dragged them through a transparent tube to what seemed to be a preparation room. When the teenagers gradually regained consciousness, they discovered that most of the students who had been eliminated and mysteriously disappeared over the past few days were imprisoned in this place. Some of them were still lying on the bleeding operating tables, as if they had just undergone a craniotomy. Something had been implanted or removed from their brains. Some had even had 17 to 18 iron nails driven into their eyebrow bones and a circle of iron hoops attached to serve as rails for the brain scanners and control equipment. This allowed all kinds of magical equipment to be installed easily. He had completely calmed down and lost the ability to be angry, perhaps forever. Liao Meng, for some reason, Chu Zhiyun felt like crying. She had never liked Liao Meng, who was always energetic, like a burning animal. But she disliked Liao Meng even more now, this walking dead whose will had been castrated and life suppressed after receiving the treatment. However, she and Liao Meng were in the same boat. Liao Meng's current state was her impending fate. Chu Zhiyun finally burst into tears. Go ahead and cry, she thought to herself. This might be the first and last time she could cry freely. Maybe, like her, most of the nearby students were sobbing. But Tanka stood behind her silently, not crying at all. No, he was still making sounds. Not cries, but noises that resembled the unforgivable. Chu Zhiyun heard Tanka speak in a strange voice and echoed softly, absolutely, unforgivable. Before Chu Zhiyun realized what was happening, two purifiers in heavy crystal armor walked toward her like iron towers. Zhou Xiuyun's phantom appeared in the sky of the battleground again. The sacred brilliance around her and the terrifying scenes around her were in sharp contrast. But she was used to it. Note, the translation of the crazily growing nerves, the popping of cells, the burning mitochondria, and the raging gene strands, is kept as is in the original text, which seems to be a mix of English and Chinese. If intended to be all English, it should be, the crazily growing nerves, the popping of cells, the burning mitochondria, and the raging gene strands. Looking at Chu Zhiyun, she smiled and said, "You are the most perfect devil child in this batch. Let's start with you and solve all the mysteries about heresy." Two purifiers surrounded Chu Zhiyun from both sides. Behind them, an automatic operation bed, equipped with various scalpels, bone saws, and artificial arms, rose from the ground, blossoming like a carnivorous flower. One of the purifiers reached out and grabbed Chu Zhiyun's head. Chu Zhiyun's mind was completely blank. The muscles in his body were still paralyzed by the electric arcs, leaving him unable to move. He could only watch the devilish hand covering his face. But just as she and the other students were about to give up all hope, the steel hand strangely stopped. In a daze, Chu Zhiyun looked at the top of the giant hand, only to find that the wrist of the purifier, as thick as a boa, had been clamped by two slender, young fingers. Though the two fingers gripped the crystal suit as casually as chopsticks, the arms of the purifier, and the bones inside the crystal suit, were emitting cracking noises as if under tremendous pressure. Very soon, sparks were spluttering and smoke was rising. The crystal suit had reached its limit of fatigue. Tonka? Chu Zhiyun's eyes moved upwards along his fingers until they reached a face that was both familiar and strange. She could not believe her eyes. Tonka's facial features were still deeply etched in her memory, but the young man's face was both furious and unpredictable, as if he were the dominator of the entire planet, no, the entire universe. None of the evil creatures in front of him could escape his wrath. Every time Tonka took a step forward, the purifier would step back. If Tonka took another step forward, the purifier would not be able to stand steadily, and the crystal suit on his body would crumble at any moment. The nerves of the purifier next to him seemed to be suppressed by the dominating aura bursting out of Tonka's body. Even his so-called loyalty to the gods was not enough to stop him. Silence filled the preparation room. It was so quiet that even the sound of a needle dropping to the ground would have been deafening. Chu Zhiyun, all the students, the purifiers, and even Zhou Xiuyun, who had appeared in the form of a phantom, were all staring at Tonka, who had suddenly attacked. Nobody understood what was going on. I used to wonder how evil it could be to make the Imperium of true human beings pale in comparison. Tang Ka's eyes were as deep and dark as the main gun of a super-arsenal warship. A cold, hard voice came out of his throat, with unconcealed killing intent lingering in every word. It was not until this moment that I had to admit that such evil had far exceeded my imagination. The dignity and will that humans are most proud of, and the feelings and thoughts that are most precious to us, have been trampled and castrated by you. You have denied your own value and the significance of humanity. You are deceiving yourselves by lowering yourselves to the level of pets and tools to avoid the fear of the unknown universe and your destiny. But how long can you keep deceiving yourselves? What are you, who have been castrated of everything? No, it shouldn't be like this. Real humans shouldn't be like this. The destiny of humanity is definitely not what you described. We are the strongest fighting species in the Sea of Stars. We are the new gods destined to replace all the old ones. Nothing is worthy of our submission, be it the boundless Sea of Stars, the dark, cold universe, the powerful among us, or the primordial species that once bestowed upon us genes and legacies. If we want to express our sincerest gratitude and respect, defeating them once and for all is the best way. The primordial era is long gone. This is the era of humanity. Gather our courage, awaken our souls, and push our hot blood and wisdom to the limit. Explore unprecedented territories, break the borders of the three-dimensional universe, and fight to our heart's content against the gods and devils of the universe. Let the glory of our civilization bloom to its fullest extent. The raging flames of our civilization illuminate the entire universe. Even if we die and our civilization is destroyed, our once brilliant flames will forever change the future of this universe. This is our most sacred mission. Do you understand? It seems we've caught a big fish. She was dazed for a long time. It was not until she received new instructions that she forced an ugly smile. You are not a devil child. What are you exactly? Big fish? Tang Ka sneered, revealing his white, sharp teeth. I'm afraid this fish is so large it will break your entire chopping block and chew you into pieces. With each roar louder than the last, the veins on the young man's face, body, and limbs bulged. The shackles that had been torn in half a moment ago exploded. His body quickly expanded like an inflatable ball, while the soul power from the depths of his brain expanded 10 times faster than his body. In the blink of an eye, a bright gold human figure, resembling a devil, formed outside his body. No, this was not the end. As his skin split and muscles expanded, the blood spluttering from Tonka's body vaporized into a cluster of blood mist. The blood mist gradually rose and turned into a giant swirl in midair. A pair of enormous wings grew from the swirl, followed by a pair of horns as sharp as sabers. Finally, a hideous, murderous blood demon crawled out and overlapped with the bright gold shadow, enveloping the young man's body, deformed after unlocking his genetic power. Sorry to keep you waiting, everyone. The two deities, who respected each other, laughed hideously at the same time. Li Yao rubbed his hands and grimaced at the mental devil, saying, according to my own understanding and definition, I feel that I am an angel who has truly inherited the legacy of the gods and come to rescue you. Thank you. Angel? Angel? Chu Zhiyun almost vomited blood at the mention of the angel. The other students were also dumbfounded, unable to believe their ears. Are you kidding me? Such an angel? In the three-dimensional illusion, Zhou Xiuyun was dazed for a moment. What? All right. By your definition, you can consider me a devil, too, Li Yao grinned hideously. It doesn't matter whether I'm an extraterrestrial devil or an angel. What matters is that you've finally pissed me off. Congratulations. What an amazing achievement. No one in the entire universe has ever dared to piss me off like this. Very good. Whatever is hiding behind you and wherever it is hiding, I'm going to dig it out and cut it into pieces. I'm going to blow every scrap of your body into molecules, dismantle every molecule into atoms, squeeze out the nucleus of every atom alive, tear apart the nucleus, and crush the neutrons and protons that make up a scumbag like you. Do you hear me, scumbag? Don't you believe in destiny? This is your destiny, brought to you by me, an ordinary human being. From the moment you infuriate me, destruction is your only ending. Chapter 2768, Absolutely Strong. Boom. 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 With the help of Tonka's body, Li Yao squeezed his right hand, which had been raised to the sky, as if he were crushing molecules, atoms, protons, and electrons. In every direction, the spiritual energy bullets that had been consolidated by his force field exploded simultaneously, transforming into almost 100 rapidly revolving, shining balls that bounced back to their owners along the same trajectory. Li Yao seemed to be the center of an earth-shaking storm. Dozens of purifiers were blown away like kites with cut strings. The muscular demons, together with their crystal suits, weighed several tons or even more than 10 tons. Yet, after being savaged by the blast, they were like dry leaves in a blowing wind, unable to resist. But Li Yao's attack was far from over. Light that could pierce through the entire planet beamed from his eyes. He sniffed, and in the blink of an eye, appeared in front of the dozens of purifiers, surrounded by thousands of phantoms. Pa! Li Yao enveloped Tonka's right arm in his own spiritual flames, as if donning a glamorous armor of bloody flames. Then, the bloody flames sliced through the air like a whip and slapped the cleaner's chest brutally. Something absolutely impossible had happened. Each time the bloody flames struck a purifier, they transformed into thousands of venomous snakes, binding every joint on their bodies, twisting, tearing, and shredding the crystal suits into pieces. The crystal suits shattered and splashed. When the purifier's chest collapsed, he fell to the ground heavily, blood spurting out. There was no armor left on his body, and even the last metal piece was blown into the air. It was as if Li Yao had shattered all their crystal suits with a single strike. Dozens of purifiers suffered such heavy blows simultaneously. The dozens of crystal suits turned into the most fundamental components and danced in the sky. Along with the blood that rose like a fountain, it was an unforgettable scene for the children of heresy. Beep! 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 The ear-splitting alarms finally echoed inside the preparation room. The doors on both sides of the room swung open, and countless purifiers and battle puppets rushed in. "It's my turn!" The mental devil roared impatiently. It transformed, or rather, into 100 streaks of redness and darted at the intruder. Since the mental devil had accepted Professor Mo Xian's legacy, it had become, in a sense, a heavenly devil of the spiritual nexus. After arriving in the Imperium, it had been in constant contact with information creatures like Xiao Ming and Wen Wen. It had also controlled the mainframe crystal processor of the Gold Crystal Tower, training its hacking and control abilities through the most powerful crystal processor system of the primeval era. It could be said that it was now an intruder of the spiritual nexus, even more powerful and cunning than Professor Mo Xian and Lu Qingchen. For it, attacking the brains of the purifiers while assaulting the spiritual nexus system that controlled the puppets was a straightforward task. It was also attempting to pry into the control system of the floating fortress through the battle puppets' control system to destroy and manipulate it. Z. 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 Unusual electric arcs were crackling inside the bodies of all the battle puppets. Even the crystal suits of the purifiers seemed to have been hijacked by devils and no longer listened to their master's commands. After an ear-splitting shriek, they somehow maneuvered their master's arms and aimed their guns at each other before pulling the triggers brutally. Dozens of purifiers and almost 100 battle puppets collapsed on the spot. The dead bodies and debris blocked the pathway on both sides, preventing the defenders at the back from rushing closer for the time being. There were no heavy weapons like crystal cannons or crystal tanks inside the floating fortress. They could only watch Li Yao and the mental devil wreak havoc inside, feeling helpless in their hurry. While the mental devil was showing off its skills, Li Yao was not idle. He controlled Tonka's right hand again and raised it high. Golden flames spurted from his index finger, enveloping the units and components of the dozens of crystal suits floating in midair. Asterisk schwa. 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 Schwa, asterisk. The specific performance of the units and broken components flooded into Li Yao's soul like a waterfall of information. Amid the splashes, thousands of modification diagrams formed. Under the horrified gaze of Chu Zhiyun and the other heretical children, the hundreds of thousands of units and broken components started revolving rapidly. Many of the components collided and rubbed against each other, producing colorful, brilliant fireworks. Streams of various colors, like glamorous rainbows, surrounded the components and tied them together. In reality, Li Yao's polishing and adjustment only lasted 20 seconds. But for the heretical children, whose eyes had widened in amazement, it felt as long as a year. They felt their eyeballs were glued to Li Yao's miraculous modification skills. They were trembling along with the rapidly revolving components, almost going blind. Their skin could also feel the heat, as if near a volcano's magma. It was the high-speed friction of tens of thousands of components, which almost ignited the air. How is this possible? How can there be such an unbelievable modification technology in the world? Is it still considered refining? He didn't even move his hands. He only extended one finger. Just one finger. Monster. It was like a spring compressed to the extreme. Once it rebounds, its strength is the strongest. The young man, who had been fostered and suppressed his feelings for over a decade, did not hide his emotions when he realized his true identity and his last line of defense collapsed. They looked at Li Yao with complex feelings, unsure whether the angels who came to rescue them or the devils who dragged them into the abyss of destruction. Li Yao, however, had no time to care about the shock and admiration of the teenagers. His soul was focused on the fingertip of Tang Ka. This was the first time he had performed his remote manipulation and refining skills to the maximum while above the divinity transformation stage. It was indeed seamless and natural. Very soon, after hundreds of thousands of components were scrapped, a hot crystal suit, still emitting orange hues, was ready. If there were two words to describe the crystal suit, they would be magnificent and ferocious. The standard crystal suits of the Star Glory Federation used to be as calm and emotionless as the people of the Star Glory Federation, with few changes, just gray, cold coffins. However, after Li Yao's modification, he had installed the weapon systems of over 10 crystal suits onto one. Not only were there more than 10 chainswords and vibration sabers fanned out on the back of the crystal suit, but there were also thick, long 6-barrel rotary crystal railguns on the arms and waist of the suit. The crazy lunatic had combined 6 crystal railguns, which originally had only 1 barrel, and significantly modified the fire control and spiritual energy transmission systems, increasing the output of the crystal railguns by over 300%. This monstrous crystal suit resembled a hybrid of a porcupine hundreds of times larger and an iron-armored dragon. Li Yao was in the mood to carve a raging star on the chest of the heavy crystal suit, with a grinning face in its center. However, the people of the sanctuary who saw the smiling face were unlikely to return it with a smile. Boom! Boom boom boom! The spiritual energy bullets Li Yao had collected from the cleaners exploded around the brand new crystal suit one by one, releasing freezing frost that cooled the suit down instantly. Once the temperature dropped to 200 to 300 degrees, Li Yao could not wait to step inside. The heavy crystal suit, which appeared heavy and cumbersome, had been meticulously polished by Li Yao's hands. In reality, it fit Tang Ka's body so closely that there was not the slightest gap, like a second skin on a young man. The modifications above their heads were not yet complete. After all, it was impossible for a single crystal suit to carry all the weapon systems of dozens of suits. However crazy Li Yao was, he could only integrate 3 super-compressed crystal reactors into the waist and back of the suit. Simply discarding the other crystal reactors would be a waste. Therefore, the remaining crystal reactors, magical equipment units, and broken components were gradually assembled into an ugly but functional cannon. When the barrels of nearly 100 storm bolters were assembled together, they resembled a square metal box. Dozens of super-compressed crystal reactors were connected to the back, ensuring the destructive spiritual energy could be maximally discharged instantly. The challenge was how to control the surging force to direct it forward. Then again, they were deep within the enemy's floating fortress. Even if the energy flowed in all directions, would it truly matter? Crap, Li Yao suddenly said. What's going on? The mental devil shrieked, I'm doing my best to hack the enemy's control system through the battle puppets. What's wrong with you? Don't interrupt me unless there's an issue. A very important question, Li Yao said casually. I just remembered I haven't named the brand new crystal suit yet. This is the first time I'm appearing in front of the Holy Accord Alliance, not to mention the numerous, heretical children, who adore and worship me. I should give the crystal suit a cool name, no matter what. It will be a significant test point in the history courses of the Federation, the Imperium, and the Sanctuary. The mental devil was momentarily stunned before responding, all right. Why don't I help you think of a name? How about, go to hell? Don't be so grumpy. I was just joking to lighten the mood and relax my nerves. Li Yao's lips curled into a cruel smile. If I don't calm myself, I might end up destroying the entire planet in my excitement. I have great news for my dear readers. Thanks to everyone's concern, Old Cow was finally discharged. Now, the pain in his feet is essentially no longer an issue. As long as he rests in bed for 2 more days, Old Cow will likely be able to resume the normal updates tomorrow. In the future, he will have the opportunity to slowly make up for what he previously owed to everyone. Many thanks to everyone for the support and encouragement during this time. The readers here are truly the most enthusiastic readers in the world. Ha ha ha. Ha. Chapter 2769 Pray to your God. Boom. The corpses and iron debris that had piled up in the pathway were finally blown away by the guards outside. The defenders were led by more than 10 super-heavy crystal suits, followed by 2 or 3 light crystal tanks. Who would have thought that a terrifying monster like Li Yao had sneaked into their secret laboratory? Such a force represented the best that the floating fortress's defenses could muster for now. Li Yao did not even bother to look at these weak toys. He simply spread his legs apart and raised his left arm. Every scale of armor covering his arm stood up like an enraged hedgehog. The 6-barrel rotary crystal cannon around his left arm was spinning at high speed, raising a fierce tornado. Deadly streaks of brightness were born in these tornadoes, condensing into a storm of destruction alongside sizzling electric arcs. Chi! 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 Ear-splitting sounds of metal fatigue echoed beneath Li Yao's feet. The floor, made of super alloys, turned into a steaming orange after being ravaged by the flames, then softened like mud and nearly melted. Just how high was the temperature beneath his feet? Close your eyes, Li Yao said to Chu Zhiyun and the other heretical children. You will be blinded. Half a second later, a volcanic eruption occurred on his left arm. The torrent of destruction, entwined with magma and electric arcs, rushed out in the form of a pillar of light. The diameter of the light pillar immediately expanded to over 5 meters, and the blast force blew all the heretical children away. Even though they were not Li Yao's targets, they still felt suffocated by the simultaneous firing of thousands of cannons. There was no need for Li Yao to remind them. No teenager could open their eyes under such terrifying attacks. Even though they had closed their eyes and covered their faces with their hands, they could still feel the scorching brightness stinging their eyes. They felt as though their eyeballs were being stabbed by thousands of steel needles, and they were on the verge of losing their sight. He felt that the entire floating fortress, no, the entire planet, was about to collapse in the next second. It was not until half a minute later, when the waves gradually subsided, that the boldest teenager among them dared to open his sore eyes and observe the environment outside through the gaps between his fingers. Gone. The guards who had filled the pathway and tried to break in were all gone. They seemed to have been blown into powder by Li Yao's casual attack and perished in the electric arcs and magma. Even the pathway, made of super alloys, could not withstand Li Yao's fury. The ceiling and the walls were entirely melted, and liquid metal flowed down, consolidating with the crystal suits and crystal tanks, blocking the pathway completely. Looking at Li Yao again, his left arm was still soaked in extremely high temperatures and emitted a dark red color. White smoke rose from his fingertips. Meanwhile, he was focusing all his attention on the crude cannon in the air, the super crystal destruction cannon, made of dozens of super-compressed crystal reactors. He extended his right arm into the operation hole behind the cannon, as if his right arm had deformed and expanded to 10 times the size of his body. The heretical children immediately widened their eyes, their scalps tingling. The casual strike of his left arm just now already displayed such alarming power. Now that the energy of dozens of crystal reactors had been condensed in his right arm, how much damage could he deal? Was this a dream? If so, it must be the most terrible nightmare. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website, my thanks. No, they hardly ever dreamed. Even if they did, they could never imagine such a horrifying scene with their limited imagination. Crack. 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 While the heretical children were shuddering in fear, ear-splitting noises echoed inside the cabin walls. Li Yao had extended his soul, tearing off hundreds of curved steel plates with his bright gold tentacles to block the teenagers and the operation bed. Lie down, close your eyes, and open your mouth, or your internal organs will be shattered into a pool of blood, Li Yao said. The heretical children looked at each other in bewilderment. Was there a second option? At this moment, all the adults in the preparation room had been terminated by Li Yao. Only Zhou Xiuyun's 3D image had not dispersed yet. She was still gazing at him in a twisted posture. "It's you," she said, dazed for a long time. She seemed to be sending a request to higher-level leaders for data retrieval but received no effective response. Her lips curled into a faint smile as she said, "The lightning-quick methods of refining and modification, the unparalleled damage, and your reckless behavior. We already know who you are. You are walking right into our trap." "Hee, so what if you do?" Li Yao sneered. "A man never changes his name when he does something." "That's right. I am the greatest mortal enemy of the people of the Sanctuary Alliance. I have just turned the tide in the imperial capital and become a pillar of the imperium of true human beings. I am the most popular man in front of the emperor. My cultivation is at the peak of perfection, and my personality is brilliant. I am Long Yangjun, president of the Demon Hunters Association. Are you scared now? It's useless. Even if you've studied me thoroughly and dissected every cell of my body, even if you have 100 ways to kill me, you cannot stop me. Under my soaring fury, you scumbags will all die." Zhou Xiuyun was dumbfounded again. However, this time, his dullness seemed not to be from confusion about Li Yao's real identity. Instead, it seemed to be from curiosity about how the big devil, ranked among the top in the dangerous database of the sanctuary, could be so shameless as to utter such unbelievable nonsense. "Anyways, cut the crap. Just wash your neck and wait for me." Li Yao grinned hideously. "By the way, you can pray to your god." Boom. Boom 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 boom. As the word prayer left his mouth, the dozens of supercompressed crystal reactors connected to his right arm exploded simultaneously. Centered on Li Yao's right arm, a supernova-like light ball was born, expanded, and filled the entire preparation room. Even though they were shielded by steel plates, all the heretical children still felt as if they were being engulfed by a scorching sun, their senses of sight, hearing, smell, and touch stripped away. Surrounded by the terrifying light, time and space became meaningless. They weren't even sure if they were still alive. When the main gun of the super warship roared at maximum output, the feeling inside the barrel was nothing special. It was as if every inch of their skin had been seared, their nerves and veins torn apart, and even their cells melded into the waves of destruction, creating furious ripples. Perhaps it was 1 second later, or perhaps it was an entire day, but their cells, veins, nerves, muscles, fats, skin, and internal organs gradually returned to normal, allowing them to sense their true selves once more. Everything around them had changed beyond recognition. Apart from them, protected by the iron plates, the cabin walls nearby had been reduced to ashes. Spiderweb-like cracks and bumps were forming on them as well. In the direction where Li Yao's right arm was pointing, an immeasurable orange hole had been blown out. The hole resembled a tunnel drilled by a drill of mystic rays, leading to the control room at the heart of the floating fortress, which still emitted the smell of burning metal. Zhou Xiuyun's 3D phantom had vanished, even the seemingly holy white light having been obliterated by Li Yao's scorching flames. Who? Li Yao controlled Tonka's chest to rise and fall rapidly for 10 seconds, the only anomaly after his earth-shaking attack. Then, Li Yao snapped his fingers. The broken pieces of the cannon fell off his right arm, with some of them flying out to hit the shackles of the heretical children precisely, shattering all the shackles. The heretical children moved their sore limbs, unsure of what to do. Right now, you are clear about your identity. There are only 2 paths before you, Li Yao said. You can either crawl into the pathway that was created by brute force with me and fight for a freedom and hope that are even more uncertain than 1%, or you can stay here and wait for the arrival of the new purification troops. You will be tied up, modified, and subjected to decades of experiments, just like them. Naturally, the heretical children knew who Li Yao was referring to. Not to mention the students who had been tortured, and even turned into brains in tanks when they were first captured and brought to this place. The students in front of them, who had just undergone preliminary modification surgery and had their brains melded with metal helmets and thick crystal cables, were definitely something they could not endure. Who are you exactly? Chu Zhiyun took a deep breath and couldn't help but ask, are you a god or a devil? How did you land on Tanka's body? What happened to Tanka? Will you be alright after using such tremendous strength? Look around you, Li Yao said casually. Do you see a floating fortress? Of course, Chu Zhiyun did not understand what Li Yao meant. Aren't we inside a floating fortress? Exactly. It means I'm still controlling my strength carefully. Tanka will be fine, Li Yao said. If I had pushed his body to the limits, the floating fortress would have been long gone. Huh? Chu Zhiyun and all the heretical children glared at him. Whether I am a god or a devil, the question is meaningless, Li Yao continued, one word after another. Always remember that the so-called God is just a definition created by human beings. In other words, humans created the God, not the other way around. Whatever you think I am, I am. Whatever you think you are, you are. I can help you, but more importantly, you must save yourselves. Who is a god, who is a devil, and what the future holds are all up to you. Chapter 2770, Splitting the Road with One Slash. The gods and the future are all up to us. All the heretical children, including Chu Zhiyun, were deeply shaken by Li Yao's words. It was humans who had created the concept of demons, not the other way around. None of them had ever considered the issue from this perspective. There was no time to hesitate, nor any other option. The dangerous genes within the bodies of the heretical children awakened. They all stood up and seized the chains words and storm bolters Li Yao tossed to them. We will return to rescue these students later, or give them a quick death, Li Yao said. Now, follow me to the control room and take over the floating fortress. At this moment, the corridor Li Yao had just blasted open with the energy of dozens of supercompressed crystal reactors had cooled to a temperature safe for the teenagers to enter. Leading the dozens of heretical children, Li Yao advanced along the straight path. With the young men's feeble combat abilities, he certainly did not need their help. He was merely trying to protect them and allow them to grasp the significance of saving oneself. The battle was reminiscent of the conflict in City in the Sky and Red Spider Lily. He had infiltrated large-scale experimental centers where the enemy was barely prepared. Like a deadly virus that had slipped into the organs of a massive beast, wreaking havoc, no matter how fierce, strong, or hideous the beast, it was rendered powerless. Unlike the battle in City in the Sky and Red Spider Lily, Li Yao's capabilities had soared to a new level, placing him among the best in the entire Panga universe. The defense capabilities of the floating fortress were far inferior to those of the City in the Sky or the Red Spider Lily. Both the City in the Sky and the Red Spider Lily were trying to suppress the entire planet of Wuing and the so-called Naughty Land. Thousands of brutal criminals were locked up there, and this was also where the most dangerous weapon tests had to be conducted. Naturally, many experts had gathered. Wu Yinglan, the master of the planet, was one of the top experts of the Imperium of true human beings, not to mention the Imperium's elites like Li Lingfeng, who had brought many of his family members for the tests. The captives in the floating fortress were mostly teenagers or even children. After decades of suffering, having grown up in a cage full of thorns, they had turned into zombies or brains soaked in medicinal drugs. The Star Glory Federation valued research on their brains above all else. They would not provide any opportunity for these captives to train their combat abilities. Was it really necessary to establish such extensive defenses here? For instance, Xiaoyu, the dean of the Holy Light Institute, and Zhou Xiuyun, the supervisor of the Devil's Child Project, were both frail researchers. Even the meditation healers, who boasted of immense mental power, were far from the likes of Li Yao in terms of combat skills. Qiu Yuanjia, the commander of the 9th Cleaning Troop, was an expert of the Fire Clan. However, the so-called Cleaning Troop was not a frontline combat unit. They would only enter the debris to clean up the battlefield after the frontline troops had finished their battles. The warriors of the Purification Troop had brains highly sealed off to resist the assault of all so-called extraterrestrial devils. But that did not mean they could withstand Li Yao's fierce punches. After all, the people of the Star Glory Federation believed they had occupied the entire Black Castle. Even if a few guerrillas were still resisting underground, it was impossible for them to dig their way out and meet their doom. Therefore, they sent out a large contingent of second-tier troops and civil servants to conduct nefarious research, only to run into Li Yao, the bloodthirsty killer. The outcome of the battle was as Li Yao had predicted. It was decided the moment he erupted in fury. Boom! Li Yao punched again, smashing the 3 purifiers into the wall. Behind them, the long, narrow tunnel was dotted with blood and broken debris. The melted, deformed, and still burning fragments served as silent testimony to Li Yao's brutality and tenacity. Nothing could stop Li Yao from advancing. Lord Chu Zhiyun bit his lip for a long time before finally finding the right words. "How did you know the control room was here?" "Just a guess," Li Yao smiled. "I've seen many such floating fortresses in the enemy database of the Imperium of True Human Beings. Though their internal structures can vary, important locations like the control center and cockpit are rarely changed. Besides, there's Little Tian Tian." "Little Tian Tian?" Chu Zhiyun's eyes widened. "I wasn't as devious as her mother, who injected highly radioactive tracing agents into her blood and hid a tiny chip in her hair," Li Yao said. "My original plan was to locate Little Tian Tian and rescue her after getting you out of here. But it turns out, by chance, we've locked onto the control center and Zhou Xiuyun. He. This venomous, no, heartless woman considers Little Tian Tian to be the best tool. Naturally, she won't let it go to waste after using it once. Instead, she wants to recycle it. That would be the best." While talking, Li Yao stopped. "There's no way forward." Chu Zhiyun exclaimed in shock. The power of Li Yao's previous shot had been maximized. After melting through dozens of decks and cabin walls, it had run out of steam and trapped them in a dead end. Since there is no road ahead, Li Yao smiled and raised his right arm high. The chainsword and the vibration saber on his back flared like a peacock and flew into the sky, then were enveloped in his spiritual flames, turning almost transparent. "Then, we will open a path with our own hands." Holding the invisible saber in his right hand, he slashed down ruthlessly. More than 10 chainswords and vibration sabers turned into sparkling brilliance and slashed at the sealed cabin wall. After an ear-splitting explosion and a tremor, the wall in front of him was torn apart by Li Yao, leaving a 10-meter-long, 2-meter-wide crevice that looked like a dark canyon. "Come on." Li Yao turned and looked hopefully at the dumbfounded teenagers. "This is our path." After traveling in the darkness for half a minute, they saw vague brightness and heard noises ahead. Countless crystal cannons and storm bolters seemed to be firing at the gaps, only to be blocked and deflected by Li Yao's force field. With a strange whistle, a streak of redness shot out of the top of Tanka's head and transformed into an unpredictable red arrow that darted out of the gap. The heretical children could only hear screams, the sound of crystal cannons and storm bolters firing randomly, and the sounds of crystal suits being torn apart, bones breaking, and blood spurting out. After almost 20 seconds, all the noises gradually died down, except for the sound of breathing. When they followed Li Yao and stepped out of the road that had been slashed open, they discovered that the control center of the floating fortress was right in front of them. Surrounding them was an array of crystal processors more than 10 meters in diameter. Dense consoles and dazzling light beams displayed thousands of scenes inside and outside the floating fortress. Many of the pictures had turned black. Almost 100 purifiers lay on the ground. Judging from the badges on their chests and the armbands on their arms, they were all battle elites of the No. 9 Sanitation Unit and among the few warriors of the Fire Clan who boasted amazing combat ability. However, such an identity did not stop them from being pierced through the forehead, the carotid artery, or the heart and abdomen by the mental devil, which killed them instantly. After blowing up almost 100 walking dead, the mental devil dove into the crystal processor. Hundreds of bloody electric arcs eroded and devoured the data inside the mainframe crystal processor, like tentacles bearing their fangs and brandishing their claws, attacking the enemy's defenses relentlessly. The crystal processor system used by the people of the sanctuary was of the same origin as the crystal processor system of the Gold Crystal Tower. Even though star-level magical equipment such as the Gold Crystal Tower boasted a more complicated structure and higher permissions, the mental devil had even cracked and grasped the control system of the Gold Crystal Tower. It would be as easy as pie to invade a floating fortress, except that it would take some time. While the mental devil was invading, Li Yao glanced coldly at the three members of the Sanctuary Alliance still standing in the control center, Zhou Xiaoyun, Xia Yu, and Qiu Yuanjia. Their souls had been hardened into rigid steel by the venom their master had injected into them, making them incapable of feeling fear. However, their bodies still retained primitive animal instincts, and they trembled in fear under Li Yao's intimidating aura. The gods have arrived to slay the devils. Qiu Yuanjia, commander of the No. 9 Purification Troop, shrieked and expanded his body. His crystal suit nearly burst as he roared thunderously, as if he had borrowed the strength of the deities in the universe, and lunged at Li Yao, his footprints still burning. Cut the crap. Li Yao vanished and reappeared behind Qiu Yuanjia in less than 0.1 seconds. With a force as heavy as a battle axe, he shattered Qiu Yuanjia's crystal suit, spine, and kidney. Then, using Qiu Yuanjia's lumbar spine as the pivot, he folded his back and delivered a roundhouse kick, sending the man, who was trying to protect himself, flying into the corner. "It's a pity your god is not here," Li Yao said coldly, glancing at the broken body in the corner. "Otherwise, I would let you see me beat the shit out of it and feed it to you. I'm sure you would look very happy then." Chapter 2771, You Are Long Dead. White steam was rising from the rotten meat, a sight that was both alarming and indeterminate, whether it was fueled by anger or suspicion. Then, it seemed to wither, like a bag punctured with holes. Ant. Behind Li Yao, Summer Rain, the dean of the Holy Light Institute, suddenly let out a high-pitched scream. She extracted over 10 gleaming silver syringes and plunged them into her carotid artery, the space between her eyebrows, her temples, and the Baihui acupoint, injecting the questionable substances directly into her brain. For a moment, her eyes took on an almost transparent quality. A magma-like substance flowed from her eyes, intertwining on her face. Soon, her entire face resembled red-hot metal, at first orange, then a milky white. Her facial features appeared to melt in the terrifying, holy light. "Repent, you devil!" she shrieked, in the light of the gods. Hundreds of pale electric arcs erupted from her eyes, now nothing but two white voids, and swiftly enveloped Li Yao's head. Li Yao's brain felt as though it were splitting open. Blood mist sprayed from all his orifices. Ant. The heretical children watching the battle were all anxious, their fists clenched. They were meeting Zhou Xiaoyun, the manager of the Devil's Child Project, for the first time today. While they knew little about Zhou Xiaoyun, they were well aware of their dean, Xia Yu's formidable strength. In addition to being an exceptional brain researcher, Xia Yu was also a meditation healer with immense mental power. In the past, whenever she was alone and without any magical equipment or facilities, she could spread the holy light into the brains of thousands of students. This allowed them to hear the voices of the deities, and see the myriad forms and illusions presented by the holy light. She could even make the students unconsciously reveal the secrets deep in their hearts, compelling them to repent for their sins. Her gaze seemed to penetrate the hearts of every student, and her voice held a power that could not be defied. Every action she took was harmonious, sacred, and perfect. In the students' eyes, Dean Xia was the person closest to God, second only to the Supreme Master. Over the past few years, no one had seen someone from the Summer Rain tribe stimulate their mental power to such an extent. Even as mere bystanders, they could feel the mental power leaking from Xia Yu's body, like sharp scalpels scraping their cerebral cortex, causing their heads to throb with pain and the urge to repent. However, Li Yao, the first to face this assault, seemed oblivious to the lightning-like brightness in his brain and continued his march toward Xia Yu. "Is this your trick?" he said coldly, his voice tinged with electric arcs and holy light. "You are just a puppet. You don't have a soul or will of your own. How can you talk about mental power? The brainwaves you release are powerful, but they lack the warmth a normal intelligent being should have. They are just cold, meaningless, and powerless waves. Even if you use all kinds of enhancing drugs to stimulate your brain cells to burn wildly, it won't make a difference because your brain has been dead for a long time. Right now, it is nothing but a frozen ocean and an empty grave. It's impossible." Xia Yu's face seemed almost melted together with her brain. "Holy light! Let me show you what real mental power is." Li Yao roared. "The most important thing is not the intensity of the brainwaves, not the frequency of the brain cells, not even the spiritual root, level, or cultivation, but the courage, emotions, and the hot blood that can make all the brain cells burn. This is the most precious, the strongest, and the mental power that can tear the universe apart." Amid his roars, Li Yao's eyes turned crimson, like boiling magma and a swirl of thousands of crimson lightning bolts. When he uttered the last word, the crimson lightning shot from his eyes, shattering the pale electric arcs, the so-called holy light that enveloped him, and pierced into Xia Yu's eyes. Xia Yu's eyes immediately turned as red as Li Yao's. The zigzagging blood quickly spread across her entire face like a spider web. "Ah! Ah! Ah!" Xia Yu, dean of the Holy Light Institute, who had always been calm, elegant, and tranquil, finally held her head and screamed miserably. Soon, crimson flames spurted from her ears, nose, and mouth. The flames congregated, turning her head into a burning, melting candle. After only half a minute, her entire head was boiling, burning, and turning to ash. Well. The heretical children were all dumbfounded. Even Chu Zhiyun, who was the calmest among them, could not help but look dumbfounded and shocked. Since Li Yao had blown up dozens of decks and cabin walls inside the floating fortress, they had known how strong he was. However, no matter how hard he tried to imagine it, he never thought Li Yao would be so strong. How could he blow up their dean's head while they were talking and laughing? Right now, other than them, only Zhou Xiuyan, the manager of the Devil's Child project, was still standing next to them. But Zhou Xiuyan's reaction was very strange. She did not resist stubbornly like Qiu Yuanjia and Xia Yu did, nor did she intend to run away. Instead, she stood aside and observed Li Yao's combat with wide eyes, as if she were trying to collect every detail of Li Yao's habits and patterns. "You are the only one left," Li Yao said, slowly warming up his wrist and turning to Zhou Xiuyan. "Why didn't you attack or run away?" "I can't beat you, nor can I run away." "I'm no match for you." Zhou Xiuyan's face was calm, and there was even a hint of curiosity in it. However, the curiosity did not seem to be her own, it seemed to be the emotion of someone manipulating her from the darkness. "You are one of the top experts of the Imperium of true human beings, best at individual combat and decapitation tactics. In terms of individual threat level, you are among the top 3 in our database. I, on the other hand, am just a meditation healer focused on brain research and barely have the strength to truss a chicken. Resisting or running away from an expert like you would be meaningless. This is outrageous and unforgivable. Li Yao raised his eyebrow and said with a hideous grin. Is my personal threat ability only in the top 3? Are you kidding me? How do you do your intelligence work? Who are the other 2? Zhou Xiaoyun was dazed for a moment, as if she wasn't used to Li Yao's rambling. It wasn't until 3 seconds later that she returned to herself and said, killing me or even destroying the floating fortress and the entire Devil Child project is useless. We both know that. I am just a tiny cell in the body of the gods, a small ripple raised by the will of the gods, a projection left by the brilliance of the gods on everything in the world. You have killed one of me, and naturally, thousands more will be reborn in the favor of the gods and continue the mission of the gods, the sacred covenant. The Devil Child project is just one of the countless brain and human nature research projects of the Star Glory Federation. All the experimental data has been uploaded to the gods by our master and can be recovered at any time. So, what's the point of killing me and destroying this place? But you. I don't know what delicate method you use to send your soul directly to this place across billions of stars, but whatever the technology, such a long-distance projection of your soul must consume a lot of your soul power, spiritual energy, and mental strength. It must be very risky, too. Maybe, you were planning to use the technology to spy on us, but I don't understand why you are so foolish as to go on a killing spree. The more people you kill, the more your soul and spiritual energy will be consumed, depleting both your body and mind, making the long-distance connection more unstable. You've killed so many, yet more purifiers are still coming from the floating fortress. Even if you control the entire floating fortress and destroy them, there are still many of our legions and fleets in the thousands of square kilometers nearby. They will surround and annihilate you at any moment, or at least lock you down. They will never allow an extremely evil devil like yourself to invade our sacred body. He. So, just kill me. I will trade my life and half of the Devil Child project for the soul of an important subject of the Imperium. It is a very good deal. What do you think, Black Wind King Li Yao? There was not the slightest fear of death on Zhou Xiaoyun's face. Instead, it was filled with enlightenment and the joy of returning to the embrace of the gods. Li Yao, on the other hand, sighed. There is one thing you haven't figured out yet. I'm not trying to kill you, including Qiu Yuanjia and Xiaoyu, Li Yao replied. The real you are already dead. Right now, someone is manipulating your bodies, turning you into a bunch of crazy zombies. It's impossible for a human to die twice. Therefore, I don't want to kill you. I just want you to rest in peace. You were already dead. The real you was already dead the moment you became the first devil's child in the embryo state, before you were even born. It must have been very painful. After he became the first generation of demonic children, he was brutally savaged even as a baby. Besides physical torment, his spirit was twisted and castrated, too. He never had the chance to grow and blossom to his heart's content. In the end, not only were you refined into what they thought you to be, but even your daughter could not escape such a sad destiny. She was reduced to a tool that was manipulated, refined, and tortured. She was an experiment subject. Tell me, have you really forgotten such unforgettable pain? Did you lose the ability to feel pain, or did you suppress it each time it arose, fooling yourself into believing the pain didn't exist? Swear to your God that you have never considered ending all the pain and giving your daughter, who carries all your genes and hopes, a completely different future. Zhou Xiaoyun's calm and collected face finally cracked, like a dam sealed by billions of tons of floodwater. After the cracking sounds, a shocking gap appeared. It's hilarious, she said with a rigid face. I didn't think the legendary Black Wind King, Li Yao, who single-handedly suppressed the entire Imperial Terminus sector and bore half the weight of the true human being's empire, would be so astute. You know full well whether I have a glib tongue or not. Li Yao said calmly, I understand that many people try to rationalize or even sanctify the pain that is unavoidable when faced with it. It's the only way to ease the pain, which is worse than death. It's much like how many people surrender before they genuinely explore the boundless universe, admitting their insignificance and humility, to avoid the ultimate fear of vastness and eternity. But pain remains pain, and fear remains fear. It won't lessen through self-deception. The more you try to avoid it, the more it will linger in your veins like a curse, and you'll never escape it. Shut up. I've learned the meaning of life and found eternal peace in the embrace of the gods. What pain? It's hilarious. The corners of Zhou Xiuyun's eyes were twitching, and her face was contorted. She gritted her teeth. You, haunted by extraterrestrial devils and drowned in the mud of emotions and desires, are the real pain. We are saving all of mankind and the universe. It's useless. Stop fooling yourself. I can see your brain clearly. Li Yao sighed and said, I sense the black area hidden in the deepest part of your brain and the waves of pain and despair emanating from there. What are they? Are they the remnants of the real Zhou Xiuyun? Are they the indelible imprints of the natural instincts of human beings? Although your brain has been castrated and the black area is heavily sealed, I can still sense their existence and the deepest pain you are enduring all the time. I could even hear a very weak voice, as if an arm was stretching out from the depths of a swamp, shouting, Save me, kill me. Was that the voice of the real Zhou Xiuyun? In any case, everything should be over. You can finally get rid of them and have a good night's sleep. Your daughter will live in a new world, completely different from this one. She will live a happier and freer life, including her offspring. Your genes will bloom like thousands of flowers. I guarantee it. Rest in peace, Zhou Xiuyun. Li Yao extended a finger and lightly tapped Zhou Xiuyun's forehead. Zhou Xiuyun seemed to be attracted by an inexplicable force. Her eyes gradually turned blank, and every muscle and nerve in her face relaxed. A moment later, something seemed to emerge from the deepest part of her brain, regaining control over her body for the first time in decades. Real and vivid emotions appeared on her face. Her features were scrunched up, tears flowed down her cheeks, and she screamed miserably, as if the pain suppressed for almost 100 years was bursting out at that moment. Pure flame spread from Li Yao's fingertip and enveloped Zhou Xiuyun. She danced like a butterfly on fire. As the flames grew more intense, the pain gradually eased. Freed from the shackles of her body, her remaining soul was finally liberated. She ascended into the sky in a cluster of pure white ash and dispersed into ripples. In the end, all that was left was a long sigh, conveying her relief and happiness. Li Yao watched Zhou Xiuyun vanish into thin air, dazed. There was a hint of pity on his face, but the volcanic fury in his eyes did not diminish. Zhou Xiuyun was right about one thing: she, Xiaoyu, and Qiu Yuanjia were merely insignificant characters and cells of the deities. Before entering the Sanctuary Alliance, Li Yao had thought the deities the Sanctuary Alliance referred to were the Pangu clan, which had been in hibernation for hundreds of thousands of years. They were the ones that needed to be awakened. But now, he had a vague feeling that the so-called deities were not just the sleeping Pangu clan but a different, more specific existence responsible for transforming the sanctuary into what it was today. For cells like Zhou Xiuyun, Xiaoyu, and Qiu Yuanjia, their elimination was useless. The so-called deities could easily reproduce or create more cells. Li Yao swore he would find the god behind the scenes and stuff its head into its ass. This is... Master? The heretical children looked at Li Yao in fear. After Li Yao killed Qiu Yuanjia, Xia Yuren, and Zhou Xiuyun without hesitation, he became a master in the eyes of the teenagers. Are you all right? Chu Zhiyun looked at him worriedly, unsure if he was concerned about Li Yao's soul or Tan Ka's body. He observed Li Yao's expression for a long time before asking carefully, "You've eliminated so many purifiers and cut open dozens of cabin walls and decks. Even Dean Xia, the commander of the purifiers and the manager of the Devil's Child project, has been killed by you. Are you sure you can hold on?" "Well," Li Yao nodded. "Good question. I can't hold on any longer." Oops. He was resolute and decisive. Without any hesitation, he fell to the ground, opening his arms and legs. He was cramping and foaming at the mouth, with not the slightest hint of blood on his body. What the hell?" Chu Zhiyun was dumbfounded. He did not expect Li Yao to lie down so easily. "What happened to you?" "TM exhausted," Li Yao said, lying on the ground with his arms and legs stretched out. He couldn't even move his fingers, but his face remained calm. He said casually, "Didn't you hear what Zhou Xiuyun said just now? The super long-distance projection of my soul consumed a lot of soul power and spiritual energy. Even if I lurked inside Tanka's body, there would still be a certain risk. Not to mention the high-intensity battles where I controlled his body. How could my soul not be exhausted and my spiritual energy not be drained? So, I'm exhausted. Oh, I'm so tired. I can't even blink. I'm so tired. How did this happen?" Chu Zhiyun and the heretical children found it hard to believe. "You were so confident 3 seconds ago. How did you become like this? You seem to have collapsed." "This is the unique superpower of an unparalleled expert like myself," Li Yao continued calmly. "If it were an ordinary so-called expert, they would certainly be affected by their injuries and fatigue, showing signs of weakness in battle. As for me, a super expert who stood at the peak of human evolution and could slay gods and devils with ease, I was able to suppress all my injuries and fatigue with my amazing body control and iron-like willpower. I did not reveal even the tiniest bit of my strength in battle, so the enemy would have the desperate feeling that I would never be injured or tired. Only after I had thoroughly defeated my opponent would the suppressed injuries, fatigue, and exhaustion burst forth and crush me. Maybe you still can't grasp the formidability of this ability, but it doesn't matter. After all, it's not something just anyone can understand. Oh, I feel so uncomfortable. I'm about to suffocate. I'm so tired, so uncomfortable. Since you are already so weak, don't try to be indifferent when talking, all right?" Chu Zhiyun was almost in tears. "What should we do now? We've only cleared the control center. There are still many purifiers cruising outside, and camps of purifiers outside the floating fortress. There must be other legions and fleets further away. It's not a problem. I'm just exhausted for now. After resting for 20 minutes, my soul will become condensed again, and my spiritual energy will be refilled. Of course, it would be best if you could help me find some strengthening drugs and high nutrition supplements. I believe there must be such an energy supplier, in a corner of the control center," Li Yao said. "As for the soldiers outside and the legions further away, we don't need to worry about them. While we were fighting Zhou Xiuyun, one of my clones had already hacked into the floating fortress's control system, cracked the defense barrier in the mainframe crystal processor, and tampered with the highest permissions. In other words, the floating fortress now belongs to us. I can observe the movements of all the soldiers inside the floating fortress at my will and close the main channels and cabins, locking them inside. They are all soldiers and worker bees who lack basic logical thinking ability. Now that their leader is dead, they cannot attack the control center automatically without clear orders. However, this is my limit. I cannot protect you all the way to the safe shelter. You will have to walk on your own from here. Chu Zhiyun, from this moment on, you are the new leader of the heretical children. Do you see the green door over there? If my sensors are correct, little Tian should be behind it. Let's rescue her first. Then, I will retrieve the permissions to open the doors of all the cells of the devil children and guide you to them. You can rescue as many people as you want. I have detected that there is a fairly large hangar inside the floating fortress carrying a lot of armed shuttles, crystal tanks, and light carriers. You must have all learned the basic driving skills. When the time comes, find a few vehicles that are simple in structure and reliable. I will find an opportunity to put you on the ground and give you the coordinates and methods to open the shelters. As long as you reach the no man's land in time and enter the shelters, you will have a chance to escape. Chapter 273 Walk Forward Boldly. But, Chu Zhiyun thought for a long moment and then said hurriedly, if we leave just like that, won't you be left to fight against an entire army by yourself? Your situation right now is very, very bad, isn't it? How can we? Don't be silly, little girl. I, Vulture Li Yao, have dominated the sea of stars and roamed the universe for more than 100 years. I've slain demons, slain gods, and annihilated devils. I've been through countless storms. This little scene in front of me. TSK 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 TSK. It's really smaller than a sesame seed. It's so small that I'm simply not interested. I've condensed 100% of my strength. Cough, 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 cough. I can do it again. Cough, cough. What can you do to me? Li Yao coughed and smiled. Don't worry. It's just that I fought too hard just now. As long as I rest for 3 to 5 minutes and overcome my fatigue, I will be able to blow up a planet, not to mention those shrimps, pests, and rats. Is that so? Chu Zhiyun was doubtful. She bit her lip and said, but I can see that you are sweating a lot and look extremely haggard. Are you sure you're not bluffing? She carefully extended her finger and poked Li Yao, Tonka's chest. Hiss, Li Yao narrowed his eyes and grimaced. Ouch! 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 What are you, this audacious junior, doing? I've just recovered 99%. I'm about to be fully recovered. I'm coming back to life. With this jab of yours, all my previous efforts will be wasted. I'll have to start all over again. I have to lie down for at least 70 to 80 minutes. Half an hour to 2 hours, all right. In short, let's cut the nonsense. Even if I can control the entire floating fortress, it's impossible for me to stop those soldiers for too long. You must seize every second to save yourselves and as many people as possible. Hurry up and take action. Pick up the portable crystal processor in the backup control panel and keep in touch. I'll clear the way for you. At Li Yao's urging, Chu Zhiyun and the heretical children gathered themselves and opened a green gate on the right side of the control center. As they expected, little Tian Tian was lying in a med bay and being monitored by a body. Her biological mother was already dead. Nobody would be able to locate them through her anymore. Without any hesitation, Chu Zhiyun broke open the med bay and picked up the sleeping little Tian Tian. Then, under Li Yao's guidance, they lunged at the prison cell of the devil child. As Li Yao expected, without the command of Zhou Xiuyun, Qiu Yuanjia, and the 3 leaders of Summer Rain City, the remaining purifiers and the professors of the Holy Light Institute were in disarray. The soldiers of the lowest level were even more confused. They were like worker bees and soldier bees that had lost their queen. Their eyes were dazed, and their heads were spinning. They were mumbling nonsensical words or sitting in their chairs with their hands on their knees and their backs straight, waiting for further orders. Of course, there were also some professors or commanders who possessed basic logical thinking and realized that something abnormal had happened inside the floating fortress. However, Li Yao had taken control of the center using the mental devil and secured the pathways leading to the control center and the cells of the devil children. Given the rigidity of the Star Glory Federation people and their lack of proactive behavior, it would be a long time before any of them dared to breach the sealed cabin doors. Thus, within less than an hour, Chu Zhiyun and the other heretical children managed to rescue many devil children who could now act on their own. Most of the devil children had been confined in this place for years, the enduring suffering almost breaking their minds. Fortunately, they still retained their original memories. The students who vaguely recognized them cried tears of pain and excitement. Li Yao chose a few tank-type carriers with simple driving mechanisms for them. With the elite training the heretical children received, driving a few hundred kilometers should not be an issue. Meanwhile, Li Yao had moved the floating fortress to the edge of the no-man's land. Stretching out before him was an expanse of scorched earth and mountains that resembled black shadows. The shelter was nestled among these mountains. Even with the Sanctuary Alliance's technology, finding several well-concealed shelters on such a vast planet would be like searching for a needle in a haystack. When Chu Zhiyun and the other heretical children gathered in front of Li Yao once more, he had regained his composure and was able to stand upright by holding on to the edge of the control panel. We couldn't save everyone. Blood stains marred Chu Zhiyun's face, accidentally splashed while rescuing a devil child. In a daze, she was still haunted by the shocking scenes, speaking in a shaky voice, so many bloodied, devil children. It's horrifying. I couldn't save everyone. I should have saved them all. Don't blame yourself. You will have a clear conscience as long as you try your best. Li Yao smiled. By the standards of a 13-year-old girl, you have done well enough. If you truly can't forget the blood of today, just engrave it in your heart and train hard in the days to come so that you can better control your strength. Try to save more people one day. Now, it's your turn to run away. While speaking, Li Yao grunted and slowly closed his eyes while controlling Tang Ka's body. Then, a bright golden mist, resembling chimneys and running water, flowed out of Tang Ka's 7 orifices and coalesced into Li Yao's true self in midair. Ant. This was the first time Chu Zhiyun and the other heretical children had seen Li Yao's soul. Seeing that his true self was such an ordinary person, they couldn't help but exclaim. Without the enhancement of Li Yao's soul, Tang Ka's body twisted and collapsed. Tang Ka. Chu Zhiyun reflexively hugged Tang Ka. Rest assured. His soul is merely in a coma due to the blast. Li Yao vibrated the air and explained, it's also a protective mechanism in case his soul is torn apart by my soul waves. Therefore, I sent him to the depths of his brain for a good sleep. I estimate he will wake up at night. After that, he should be fine after 10 to 15 days of rest. Moreover, his limbs and veins have been broadened by my spiritual energy, and his brain has been expanded more than tenfold by my soul. He has been reborn, which will be very beneficial for his future training. He will be able to develop into a battle-type cultivator. Here. Now, I'm returning him to you. Also, input the coordinates of the nearby shelters into this mini crystal processor. Destroy the portable crystal processor after you've memorized it. Otherwise, if the coordinates fall into the enemy's hands, you will still end up as experiments. Go now. I've lowered the altitude of the floating fortress to less than 50 meters. I wish you a safe journey. Children. Guru. Translucent liquid rolled in the corner of Chu Zhiyun's eyes. His lips trembled for a long time before he mumbled, if we take Tang Ka's body away, won't your soul lose its support? Don't be silly. Didn't I tell you just now that, as the best warrior of the Panga universe, I don't need my body's enhancement in such a shabby situation? Li Yao smiled. The bright golden flames raged, as if he were putting on an intimidating, dominant armor for his soul. Tang Ka's body is more like a shackle than a support. It has sealed 90% of my strength. Without your interference, I can wield 300% of my combat ability. It's true. After you get off the floating fortress, you will rush to the north without looking back. Remember, you must run at the highest speed for 300 to 500 kilometers, no, 700 to 800 kilometers before stopping to rest. Otherwise, you might still be accidentally injured by the blast of my attack. It is not a joke. Got it. Chu Zhiyun lowered his head and said sadly, we are too weak right now and will only be a burden to you. We cannot help you at all. We are not fit to fight with you. What are you talking about? Li Yao couldn't help but laugh. He extended his tentacles and patted the girl's head, saying softly, believe me. You are definitely not my burden, but the significance of my fight. One day, we will fight side by side and face the cold, dark universe together with all its tricks. But right now, we have to go our separate ways and carry out different missions. Your mission is to bring the most precious things out. Li Yao pointed at little Tian Tian. Little Tian Tian? Chu Zhiyun asked. No. It's hope. Li Yao's soul beamed with joy. Promise me that you will bring hope out. No matter how much darkness you encounter, don't let the feeble light of hope die down. This is your mission. It might be even more difficult than mine. Can you do it? Chu Zhiyun sniffed hard. Yes. The girl straightened her back resolutely. Excellent. Let's go. Li Yao paused for a moment and said, wait. There's something else. I don't know whether I should tell you about Tonka. Just don't be angry when you hear it. Huh? Chu Zhiyun blinked rapidly. It has to do with Tonka. How can I be angry? Please tell me, master. In fact, Tonka has always liked you very much. He liked you so much that he could barely sleep at night. Li Yao looked at Chu Zhiyun sincerely and said, believe me, it is definitely not the like that kids play house with. It is the pure and innocent love of the first awakening of love. Chu Zhiyun was dumbfounded. Well. He has been deeply in love with you for a long time. It was only because of the harsh environment and his shy nature that he could not confess to you. He could only hide his true love deep inside his heart. Li Yao said solemnly, it was only in the dead of night, when silence prevailed, that he dared to take out his sincerity and sigh for a long time. He was so troubled that it only added to his pain. Even I was in so much pain because of him. I thought of my painful and happy first love. My first love. Well. 2 red clouds burned on Chu Zhiyun's cheeks. In front of so many heretical children, he did not know whether to continue hugging Tonka or to put him down. Embarrassed, he stomped his foot and exclaimed, how is that possible? What else could it be? Li Yao narrowed his eyes. Are you suggesting that I, the best expert of the Panga universe, the pillar of the Imperium of true human beings, and the top devil in the library of the most dangerous people in the Holy Accord Alliance, would be so bored as to make up a sordid lie to deceive an immature girl like you? I don't mean anything by telling you this. I just think that Tonka is a good kid with many good qualities. For example, he is, quite lively and has both a nose and eyes. Anyway, you have nothing to do in the shelter. If you're bored, you might as well consider it. Alright, kids. This is all I can do for you. Guard your hope carefully. I believe that we will fight side by side someday. Go ahead. I'll stay behind to block you. You can, go ahead boldly. Let's warmly celebrate old Cow's discharge from the hospital. Today, let's give everyone a little fun. Chu Zhiyun suddenly bowed to Li Yao and stated, we now know that you are indeed not a devil but a true angel. Li Yao touched his non-existent cheek, feeling embarrassed. Hee. The next scene will be very violent and brutal. It is not suitable for teenagers under 16 like you. Cut the nonsense. Let's go. Urged and pushed away by Li Yao, the heretical children boarded the tanks, packed with goods, with mixed feelings. The hangar's cabin door opened slowly. They had landed less than 30 meters from the ground. Even the tank-like carriers, which lacked the ability to fly, could land softly with the anti-gravity system. Before him lay a vast uninhabited area. Chu Zhiyun looked back one last time at Li Yao, who floated at the center of the floating fortress. He then gritted his teeth and pushed the power output to the maximum. A few plumes of smoke shot skyward as they rushed away. The door of Li Yao's remote control floating fortress slowly closed. At this moment, he was the sole person left in the control center. Through the observation crystal cameras on the exterior, Li Yao watched as the caterpillar carriers of the Children of Heresy gradually disappeared into the distance. Even the dust kicked up by the treads slowly dissolved into the darkness. Li Yao let out a long, relieved breath. The confident smile on his face had faded. She, the brilliant golden soul that had been flaunting its dominance moments ago, was now withering like a deflated ball. The imposing armor and dazzling sound and light effects peeled away like flaking paint, revealing his weary and drained soul core. Li Yao's soul floated in the air, his limbs outstretched. It was like a large piece of oil had fallen into water, gradually spreading, melting, and disintegrating. The crimson shadow of the mental devil crept out of the mainframe crystal processor of the floating fortress and looked at Li Yao mockingly. "Are you satisfied yet?" "That's awesome," Li Yao said with a smile. "Hurry up and help me, I can't do it." "So, you knew it wasn't going to work out, too," the mental devil said, hands on hips, prattling on. "I thought you really believed you were the best expert of the Panga universe. You must have thought you were just a ghostly illusion that could resist the entire garrison of the Holy Alliance on Black Castle. Now, I've learned my lesson. Not only did I not undermine you, I even tried my best to help you control the floating fortress so you could show off in front of the ignorant teenagers and dazzle them. What do you think?" Of course," Li Yao said. "That's why I said that other people are all fakes and that people like Long Yangjun are unreliable. You're the best brother I've ever had. Our relationship is as solid as gold. What would I do without you?" "That's good." The mental devil couldn't help but grin. Then, it sniffed and said, "All right. Now that you've had your fun and rescued everyone you wanted to save, and established an image of invincibility, it's time to quit while you're ahead and run away. Right now, we have two options. The first is to find a Blackie and drill it into his brain. There are thousands of purifiers inside the floating fortress. There must be a Blackie among them. It will be very easy to find him. Secondly, you can cut off the connection and run away. Your soul can take a rest in your hometown before you make a comeback. However, I suggest you find a Blackie first and implant the coordinates of his soul into his brain. Then, it will be more convenient for you to jump over next time. What do you think?" Li Yao was silent. He stared at the mental devil, who felt goosebumps all over its body from his intense gaze. It couldn't help but rub the non-existent goosebumps on its body. Hey. What's the meaning of your weird eyes? Why aren't you talking? Bad things always happen when you look at me with ill intentions. What do you want exactly?" "Nothing much," Li Yao said with a forced smile. "However, it just occurred to me that we can't easily find a second Blackie, nor can we cut the line and run away." "Why?" The mental devil found it hard to believe. "What are you up to now?" "No, I just feel that it's meaningless to find a second black stone," Li Yao explained. Qiu Yuanjia and Zhou Xiuyun, the highest officials of Xiaoyu in the floating fortress, have both been killed. The only ones left are the middle and low-level officers and the soldier bees who lack logical thinking. It is not convenient to communicate with them, nor is it easy to get in touch with the higher-level masterminds. More importantly, didn't you hear what Zhou Xiuyun said just now? The enemy has grasped our identity and knows that we have possessed a certain member of the Sanctuary Alliance through a super long-distance soul projection. If so, as long as the enemy's computational ability is above a certain level, it would be very easy for them to figure out that, after we were separated from Tanka's body, it is very likely we would be replaced by someone else's body. If that's the case, how could they not guard and destroy all the survivors inside the floating fortress? If we crawl into the brain of a survivor and are surrounded by the Star Glory Federation's army, and the enemy kills all the survivors inside the floating fortress without giving us a chance to explain or perform, won't we be in an awkward situation? Well, the mental devil pondered for a moment and said, "Damn. You do have a point. I told you a long time ago not to be so rash as to jump out and save the heretical children. Now, the Black Spot plan is likely to be exposed, and the difficulty of the subsequent missions will be more than 10 times higher. Forget it. I should run back to my hometown and discuss with Xiao Ming and Wen Wen before making any plans." "No," Li Yao said softly. "We can't cut off the connection and run away now." "Why?" The mental devil's eyes bulged out. "Do you have any idea how exhausted our souls are right now? You've been in the limelight for a long time. Let's go. The audience has all left. Why are you not running away? Are you waiting for your master to treat you to dinner?" "No. Chu Zhiyun and little Tian Tian are not far away yet." Li Yao sighed and smiled bitterly. "Do you really think a bunch of 13-year-olds can get rid of a group of enemies on their own? Without interference, they will definitely be caught by the members of the Sanctuary Alliance within the hour. We will save them until the end. Now that we've spent so much time and effort to rescue them, and our Black Spot plan is likely to be exposed, we must help them resist all pursuers. At the very least, we must attract most of their attention so they can reach the shelter safely, right? Therefore, we have to persist for another 3 to 5 hours. I will provide all my remaining strength so you can completely control the floating fortress and trigger 120% of its combat ability. It should be fine, right?" The mental devil's eyes were bulging wider, like two bloody swirls engulfing its hideous face. Its eyes glared at Li Yao like roaring magma, ready to blow his head off. "Say that again," it growled, about to scowl and gnash its teeth. "How long do you want to persist?" 3 to 5 hours, Li Yao extended 3 of his fingers, which turned into 5, as he continued. "Of course, if you can persist for a day and a night and even kill all the Star Glory Federation soldiers on Black Castle, I have no objection." "You're crazy. Are you out of your mind? Have the sun's rays fried your soul bubbles? Do you really think you're the best expert in the Panga universe?" The mental devil cursed in fury. "Are we not the best experts of the Panga universe?" Li Yao blinked his watery eyes and asked seriously. The bloody devil shook with rage. "Shut up. If he is truly the best expert in the Panga universe, it is still suicidal for him to control such a large floating fortress to fight against tens of thousands of crystal suits, armed shuttles, and starships when his soul has been projected billions of light-years away and he has just experienced a high-intensity battle, leaving the fortress nearly empty and the oil wells nearly depleted. What's wrong with you? What are you thinking? Do you know how fragile and disordered the connection between our souls and those in the rear currently is? Do you know our senses and control are fading fast? We are like dry wood that has been burnt and will collapse at any moment. I'm already very tired. I'm so tired that I can barely control the automatic toilet in the floating fortress's restroom. You want me to hold on for 3 to 5 hours? That's impossible. Absolutely impossible. Stay focused and think about our mission. Don't make a big mistake over a small one. I know. I've never forgotten our mission for a second, Li Yao replied with a smile. Isn't our mission to protect Chu Zhiyun, Tang Ka, and little Tian Tian? The mental devil shuddered with a chill. Don't spout such sentimental nonsense out of nowhere. The angered devil clenched his fists and hit Li Yao's head hard. Go to hell if you want to, but don't drag me down. I have a good life to enjoy, unlike you, who's a brainless fool. However, Li Yao took the opportunity and clung to his leg. Tears and snot streamed down his face, and no matter how hard the devil tried, he could not shake him off. Please, do me a favor. You devoured most of Professor Mo Xian's legacy and the remnants of the extraterrestrial devils in the spiritual nexus. I don't know how to hack into the spiritual nexus and the crystal processors as well as you do. I can't control such a large floating fortress. That's why I said just now that you are the most important person in my life. You are my most beloved, most trusted, and most reliable brother. You are 10,000 times better than Long Yangjun. You are on par with Ding Lingdang. I can't live without you. Really, I can't live without you. You may be sharp-tongued, but you are soft-hearted. You definitely can't bear to leave me, can you? Do me a favor, save me. For the sake of our different personalities, can you help me one last time? Chapter 2775, Soul Resonance, Burning Everything. Go away. The mental devil was shaking its leg furiously, but Li Yao's soul clung to it like sticky glue, making it scream in rage, I don't have such a shameless personality. Let go. Let go. I won't let you go. If I do, all my previous efforts will be in vain. Chu Zhiyun, Tongka, and little Tian Tian will be doomed, and all hope will be lost. Do you understand? Li Yao arched his body and crawled toward the mental devil. I'm going to touch your heart with my passion and charisma. Really, stay with me and blow those wretched scum to pieces. Besides, aren't you the blood demon who boasts that killing is the source of your energy? Didn't you say you were going to bring bloody destruction to the entire world? That's what you said at the beginning. Isn't this the best opportunity for you? No one can stop you from killing now. You can release the most furious desire for killing from the depths of your heart. Come on, stop cowering like a turtle. Release yourself. Roar. Slaughter. Kill you? Slaughter and suicide are vastly different, all right? The mental devil remained unmoved. It sniffed and said, look at your shameless face. You're still winking and tempting me to kill to my heart's content. I really wonder which of us is the main personality, which is the subordinate, which is the real Li Yao, and which is the mental devil. He. Maybe I was the real Li Yao, but I was gradually replaced by you, the sordid and despicable mental devil, without even realizing it. As a result, the appearance you presented to the world changed from the innocent and kind young man you were initially into the unbearable person you are today. Li Yao was dazed for a long time. It's possible. He smiled casually. The brightness and darkness of human beings are essentially the same. Day after night, and night after day. So, maybe you are the real Li Yao, and I am just a minor mental devil. Nothing is certain. However, if you were Li Yao's main personality, you wouldn't abandon the innocent children and walk away in such a situation, would you? As long as you can stay and fight side by side with me, you will be the main personality. So what if I am the mental devil? At worst, I will acknowledge you as my big brother, and I will be your little brother forever. Since you are my big brother, shouldn't you help your little brother? Wow. The mental devil was dumbfounded. Are you serious? For such young men whom you barely know, you can stoop so low? Not exactly strangers, Li Yao said. Didn't we see Tang Ka's hands by accident? The mental devil replied, so what? I didn't know you had such a fetish. No. What I meant was, before I saw the scene, I might have considered Tang Ka and the other young men cold, emotionless machines, mere stepping stones for the mission. Li Yao smiled bitterly. However, when I discovered that they were human beings with feelings and souls just like us, I could no longer walk away irresponsibly. They were not heretical children, but children of humanity. Do you understand what I mean? They are like our past and our children. I have to protect them. If I walk away just like that, even if my soul returns to the shell at the bottom of the gold crystal tower safely, my belief will collapse the moment my body awakens. You and I are one. If my belief collapses, how long can you persist on your own? Without my restraints and balance, you will only be a slave to my lust for killing, not the master of my will to fight, won't you? Li Yao's words silenced the mental devil for a long time. What bullsh*t belief. It is truly the most troublesome thing in the world, it mumbled to itself. Yes, but that is also why we are so strong and became the best experts of the Panga universe in just 100 years. Li Yao smiled. Can you please stop talking about the best expert of the Panga universe? This is the highest level of bragging. Don't you believe in yourself when you brag? Don't you realize that the more we brag, the more miserably we will die? The mental devil gave up the futile struggle and held its forehead. You must always dream. If you don't even dare to think about being the best expert, how can you become the real best expert? Li Yao smiled even more brilliantly. The bright gold and crimson colors of his soul intertwined. So, you agree, right? He. The mental devil glared at him and silently crawled into the mainframe crystal processor of the floating fortress. Li Yao exclaimed in joy and followed closely. The moment he crawled into the mainframe crystal processor, he felt the mental devil pulling him hard. Swoosh. 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 The world in front of his eyes suddenly changed. It was now an ocean of data and information. Shwa. 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 Countless streams of information assaulted Li Yao's soul like interconnected torrents. His senses seemed to have transformed into thousands of tentacles that extended to every corner of the floating fortress through crystal cables and tubes. It was a similar feeling to when he controlled the giant god soldier, melding his soul into the machine and becoming one with it. However, the floating fortress felt colder and harder, making Li Yao feel as if he had truly become a city of steel, several kilometers in diameter. Wow! Watching the overwhelming information flow down like a waterfall, Li Yao couldn't help but exclaim, so, it's true that we can control the automatic toilets inside the floating fortress at will. How marvelous! What is your focus exactly? The mental devil replied sharply. Do you see the scan data of the spiritual energy reactions and the metal reactions? Two clusters of dense, high-energy reaction points are approaching us from the southwest and the northwest at a speed of over 300 km per hour. They will be in contact with us in 10 minutes. They must be the main force of the Star Glory Federation soldiers on Black Castle, right? He. Those guys are fast. I'm really exhausted. I can't summon 100% of the floating fortress's combat ability. Didn't you want to give me a hand? So why are you still playing with the toilet? Come on. Understood. Li Yao withdrew his thoughts from the hundreds of toilets on the floating fortress. His soul contracted to its smallest form, turning into a tiny but brilliant golden spot of light. Then, it exploded violently. The surging blood flames supporting the mental devil expanded and spread, burning fiercely through every crystal cable and tube of the floating fortress. Ah! The souls of Li Yao and the mental devil simultaneously triggered shocking waves, stimulating and resonating with each other. Even the cold seawater of the starry sea cannot extinguish our unyielding flames. Li Yao burst into laughter, his soul filled with excitement. His ear-splitting roars almost tore apart the entire floating fortress. No matter how high and thick the black wall that seals us is, it will be shattered by our punch. We will gather all our life and willpower and march into an unprecedented limit. One day. Wait, the mental devil suddenly asked, what are you doing? I'm stimulating my soul and resonating with you, superimposing our strength. Li Yao said matter-of-factly. Is there a problem? No, I mean, what are you yelling about? The mental devil said. What all the seawater in the starry sea, and unyielding flames? Those are such embarrassing lines. Is it really necessary to stimulate the soul like that? Well, I wrote those lines myself because I think, in our current situation, we really need some very passionate and inspiring words to liven up the atmosphere. This helps our souls resonate and bring out the power hidden deep within us. Li Yao said. If the lines don't work, I'll sing at the top of my lungs and blow up thousands of starships and crystal suits. Wouldn't that be a splendid scene? No need, the mental devil frowned. Just shut up. From now on, don't talk or sing. Stimulate your soul silently and resonate with it. If you say another word, I'll run away and leave you here to play with the toilet. Li Yao. The mental devil. Li Yao. What do you mean? What do you mean? Li Yao felt wronged. You told me not to talk and to circulate my spiritual energy in silence, but I didn't say anything for the entire 3 minutes. I was merely trying to stimulate my soul and burn my will. Was I wrong again? All right, it's my fault. The mental devil was left speechless for a long time but had to admit, your sudden silence is indeed weirder than your usual noise. Besides, we are staring at each other in silence, and our souls are rubbing against each other at high speed. The atmosphere is indeed weird. You'd better say something. See? I knew it. Behind your seemingly indifferent appearance, deep in your soul, there's also a hot blood that will never cool down, isn't there? Li Yao grinned. After all, you are one of Li Yao's personalities. How can you be cold and heartless? Don't be embarrassed. There are no outsiders here. What's wrong with admitting that your blood is not cold yet? Then, come on. Burn everything we have. Let the light illuminate the entire universe. Let the Walking Dead and the scumbags who call themselves gods behind the backs of the Walking Dead open their eyes wide and see clearly that this is Vulture Li Yao. This is a cultivator. This is a real, human being. Ah! In the ear-splitting roars, Li Yao's 2 souls, one red, the other gold, expanded to their maximum crazily. They even broke free from the shackles of the floating fortress, unleashing tentacles of fire that stretched for kilometers. At first glance, the entire floating fortress seemed to have been burned to thousands of degrees, transforming into a rising, winged sun on the dark land. Chapter 2776, Army Obliteration. Li Yao felt like an iron giant reborn in raging flames. The more he merged his soul with the crystal processor, the more the hidden strength within him surged forth, balancing with the crystal processor to allow his senses and thoughts to fluidly reach every tube and corner of the floating fortress. Now, he was the floating fortress. The crystalline suit's shell and the fully automatic turrets were his solid body. The intricate tubes and crystal cables were his veins and nerves. The crystal reactor, blazing at thousands of degrees when fully operational, was his core. The array of dozens of super crystal processors was his brain. And all the crystal cannonballs, engraved with offensive array glyphs and roaring like tigers and dragons, were his furious fists. Shwa! Li Yao's field of vision expanded tenfold instantly. He scanned and locked onto over 500 targets, ranging in size, 100 kilometers away. These were the reinforcements who had discovered something amiss with the Devil's Child project. They formed 2 lines, gradually spreading like pincers, one team intending to harass Li Yao, while the other prepared to bypass the floating fortress and chase after the heretical children like Chu Zhiyun, Tang Ka, and little Tian Tian. Li Yao, of course, would not let them have their way. A distance of 100 kilometers was still beyond the effective shooting range for most of the floating fortress's weapon systems. Even though the fire could cover the distance, the accuracy was not assured. But that was in the general state. Try this, you resurrected corpses. Li Yao burst into laughter. In his wild laughter, dense data and targeting lines appeared in his vision, binding 572 targets, all of which were high-speed scout vehicles and low-altitude attack boats that posed the greatest threat to the heretical children. Then, over 1,000 light orbs erupted from the floating fortress, heading in the enemy's direction. The crystal cannons, railguns, and heat cannons were all powered by his spiritual energy, pushing their maximum output beyond 200%, not to mention the heavy crystal cannonballs more than a meter in diameter. Each one was bound by his spiritual energy and spun at high speed on the rails, significantly enhancing their velocity, range, accuracy, and damage. Boom! 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 Z! 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 Swish! 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 With the amplification of Li Yao's soul, the solitary floating fortress exuded the might of thousands of cannons firing in unison. Thousands of straight beams of light interwove with the erratic exhaust trails to form a fiery, destructive web that blanketed 100 square kilometers of the sky. Despite the late hour, he had illuminated the night as if it were daytime. Beep! 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 Crystal suits, armed shuttles, crystal tanks, battle puppets, and low-altitude attack starships within the atmosphere, capable of issuing warnings, all sounded their most ear-splitting alerts. The sharp peaks on the readouts pushed the boundaries of the light spectrum, signaling an unprecedentedly intense energy reaction. Most of the hastily arriving reinforcements only knew that the floating fortress where the Devil's Child project was conducted had been breached by the enemy. They did not know that the enemy was a tricky guy such as Black Wind King Li Yao. Even if they had guessed, they did not know that Li Yao could deal such devastating damage on his own. Almost 100 armed shuttles and battle puppets were the first to bear the brunt of the attack. They were mercilessly crushed by Li Yao's web of fire, exploding in the blink of an eye, turning into ash and powder in the colorful blast. The crystal suits and crystal tanks behind them raised their spiritual shields in time, but they were also inevitably riddled with holes. Black smoke kept popping up, and they all fell to the ground. The low-altitude assault starship at the rear managed to resist Li Yao's bombardment, but its spiritual shield was also damaged. The mystic rays and waves scanning the no-man's land were seriously jammed, and the heretical children were nowhere to be found. Their attention and firepower were deeply drawn to Li Yao. Why would anyone be interested in small fries like Chu Zhiyun, Tang Ka, and little Tian Tian with a big fish like the Black Wind King? 300 kilometers away, deep within the uninhabited area, the heretical children heard the ear-splitting noise behind them and sensed the blast that turned into a strong wind 500 kilometers away. They slapped the shells of their carriers and opened the covers one after another. After putting on their goggles, they craned their heads out to take a look. Once again, their eyes were deeply captivated by the splendid view on the horizon, almost blinded. By now, the dim sun had already set, and the entire continent was enshrouded in darkness. Because of the smoke and the venomous fog, they should not have been able to see the moon and stars no matter how hard they tried. But not only did they see the red moon and the gold star, they also saw a burning, raging sun that was releasing the most brilliant vitality. It was rising higher and higher, growing larger, almost turning half the sky gold and tearing apart all the darkness covering the earth. Although they were 300 kilometers away from each other, the broken waves of Li Yao's spiritual flames still fell upon the heretical children like burning snowflakes. It was like a brilliant golden drizzle that was soaking their wounded souls. So spectacular, so beautiful. This was the first time the youths had seen such a magnificent and inconceivable battle scene. For them, this was perhaps an outright miracle. Some of them couldn't help but reach out to catch the burning snowflakes, but the snowflakes always extinguished and dispersed before they were caught, leaving only a vague warmth that crawled into their hearts through their palms. The Black Wind King, Li Yao? Wearing the goggles, Chu Zhiyun gazed at Li Yao's direction and the burning horizon. The horizon seemed to be the last defense line that Li Yao had built for them. No matter how many enemies there were, Li Yao would not let the scumbags come close at all. While Chu Zhiyun was reading, hot and wet liquid flowed out of his eyes again and shook inside the goggles like flowing crystals. Monitor, as they watched, one of the heretical children asked, "I don't understand. Why is he doing this and helping us without a good reason? No matter how strong he is, it's barely possible for him to do this. It's very dangerous, isn't it?" "I don't know," Chu Zhiyun said after a moment of silence. Then he shook his head and said, "Maybe it will take us a long time, if not a lifetime, to find the answer. I have a vague feeling that the moment we find the answer is the moment we become real human beings like him." His words put all the teenagers in deep thought. Flames that looked like volcanic eruptions hundreds of kilometers away were etched in their eyes and would never be extinguished. Li Yao seemed to be in control, but his soul was declining visibly and soon became an arrow at the end of its flight. The floating fortress he invaded and controlled was not a super firepower model but a large mobile experimental base. Many fuel and ammunition compartments on the standard models had been converted into cells and laboratories. The ammunition and fuel he carried were severely insufficient. After the reckless bombardment, all the arsenals had run dry. Moreover, the floating fortress was not so automated that it did not require anyone to operate it. The soldiers still inside the fortress were clearly not going to obey Li Yao's commands. Instead, they would respond to their companions' calls and destroy the fortress from the inside, like the bugs in Li Yao's stomach. Too many troops were stationed on Black Castle. As they marched closer, their spiritual shields were maximized, as if they were wearing turtle shells. Li Yao was no match for them in a direct battle of attrition. Very soon, the hundreds of cannons on the attack level of the floating fortress were overloaded and scrapped due to a lack of replacement components and cooling liquids. Many important internal facilities had been occupied by soldiers and cut off from the control center. Li Yao's nerves had been severed, too. His brain had lost connection with his eyes, ears, and skin. Not to mention, the Sanctuary Alliance Army's attacks hit the floating fortress with 10 times the force, like a storm. The floating fortress, its spiritual shield collapsed, was riddled with holes. Explosions occurred everywhere, and flames soared to the sky. Even the anti-gravity system could no longer be sustained, it exploded, lowering the fortress's altitude and spinning it like a gyro. Li Yao's soul was as void as the floating fortress's empty arsenal and fuel tanks. Meanwhile, he had bought enough time for the heretical children to vanish among the Black Hills. It was time for him to leave with a grin and hide his accomplishments. "Let's go." Li Yao called out to the mental devil affectionately. "Mission accomplished. Let's call it a day. If we don't leave now, we'll be surrounded by the thousands of enemy starships and beaten so badly that even our parents won't recognize us." "I know," the mental devil replied. "But we can't," the mental devil added coldly. If his soul could sweat, Li Yao would be drenched in cold sweat right now. "What do you mean by, can't move? Do you think I don't want to go?" the mental devil asked calmly. "Since 3 minutes ago, when we loaded the last rounds of shells into all the turrets, I've been trying to escape from the chaotic battlefield, but I couldn't. The interference is too severe. The intense bombardment from both sides has seriously disrupted the spiritual magnetic field in all directions, putting us in a full-frequency blockage state. No matter the form of the waves, they can't be transmitted out intact." Li Yao was stunned for a long moment. He tried to send out a telepathic thought, only to find that the air, once clear, had turned into a thick swamp full of thorns. His soul was too weak right now. Without the protection of his body, it was barely possible for him to move forward. He would be torn to pieces within 50 kilometers. "Damn. I've run into such crap again." Li Yao cursed in a low voice, "Why didn't you say anything just now? Also, why are you so calm when the situation is so serious?" Yes. The mental devil was silent for a moment before it replied casually, I'm used to it. Liao asked cautiously, are you angry? No, the mental devil replied. There was sorrow, forbearance, and desperation in its voice. I'm not angry. Are you sure? But why do I feel that something is wrong with your mood? Also, you've changed the fuel output pattern of the floating fortress and transferred the last bit of liquid crystal fuel, which was supposed to be sent to the power unit, to the attack unit. It seems like you're ready to perish together with the enemy. Alright. I know it's my fault. I was too reckless, too hot-blooded, and too impulsive. Even if you are really angry, it's understandable. Don't hold your anger in. Why don't you ruthlessly scold me or even beat me up? I will feel a little better, okay? That will be unnecessary, the mental devil said coldly. I really am not angry. You must be angry, Li Yao insisted. Don't do that. I swear I will change. Change my ass. It's been 100 years. What have you changed? The mental devil suddenly burst out. I've told you I'm not angry. Don't be a nuisance and stop me from blowing those scumbags into pieces. I'm not angry. I'm not fucking angry. Boom. 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 The last bit of fuel and ammunition left in the floating fortress, pushed to the limits by the mental devil's soaring fury, erupted like a star that had passed its stable prime years and entered its final struggle. It suddenly expanded hundreds of times and transformed into a red giant. The intense beams of light converged into a torrent of destruction. Within dozens of square kilometers, crystal suits, tanks, shuttles, and battle puppets were ravaged by the waves and ripples. Some were incinerated to ashes on the spot. The Sanctuary Alliance members did not anticipate that Li Yao could unleash such an astounding attack just as they were running out of ammunition and supplies. The legions, advancing in dense formation, immediately retreated in panic, while the ground attack warships, cutting through the clouds and approaching from the sky, turned and flew higher, fearing they might be caught in Li Yao's wrath. Li Yao seized the opportunity to dash out of the floating fortress and ascend into the sky, aiming to break free from the atmosphere. Once in the vacuum of space, without atmospheric interference, he could perform a dive to return to his shell thousands of light-years away. However, the moment his soul escaped, the clouds tore apart, and nearly 100 dense beams of light emerged from nowhere, striking the reinforced alloy armor of the floating fortress with pinpoint accuracy. A series of explosive blasts erupted inside and outside the fortress. The floating fortress, already stripped of much material by the blast, was deeply dented, resembling an apple gnawed by a dog. The magical equipment units within, including Li Yao's soul, were affected by electrical arcs and spiritual waves, as if hit by hundreds of simultaneous lightning strikes. As Li Yao's soul barely left the fortress, he felt as though hundreds of searing thorns had wrapped around his ankles, calves, thighs, waist, and spine, dragging him back. What followed was an excruciating pain, worse than death itself. It was as if his bone marrow had been replaced by sulfuric acid. It was literally pain to the bones. It's the orbital fleet. Li Yao shrieked through the excruciating pain. The fleet stationed in Black Castle's orbit has been attracted by us, too. Hee hee. They think too highly of us. The saturated bombardment from an entire orbital fleet was undoubtedly fiercer and denser than that from the ground troops. The barrage resembled a meteor shower, tearing apart the sky and stirring the clouds. The floating fortress, unable to raise its defenses, was collapsing at a visible speed. Ammunition and fuel were running out, and the spiritual shield was completely gone. Its defensive capabilities were plummeting, and it could collapse at any second. Explosions. Explosions. Explosions were occurring everywhere inside the floating fortress. Fireballs, thousands of degrees hot, raged through the cabins and pathways like ferocious beasts, mercilessly claiming the lives of all units and crew members. Li Yao felt as though he had a case of ALS, but the duration was 10,000 times shorter. He was gradually losing control over the floating fortress, the only thing he could rely on at the moment. At first, the crystal cameras scattered throughout the fortress were burned or blown up. The thousands of images floating within his soul were extinguished one by one. His vision darkened, and he was deprived of all his sight. Next, the hidden antennas and perception chips embedded in the fortress's shell were also destroyed, leaving him unable to sense the vibrations of the enemy starship's power units hundreds of kilometers away or the heat from their red-hot barrels. He had lost his sense of hearing and touch. Finally, as the crystal processors overloaded and shut down one after another, the space for his soul's activity was compressed, as well. His computational ability plummeted, as if he were mired in a swamp. His brain was filled with black mud, and his thoughts grew increasingly rigid and feeble. Damn, Li Yao struggled to maintain the feeble waves of his soul, as if he were gasping for breath. Am I, the best expert of the Panga universe, really going to fail miserably in such an inconspicuous place? My strength is fading, my soul is burning, and my senses are all gone. Is this the taste of death? Hey, are you scared of death? It's all right. At the very least, I will be separated from you after I die, the mental devil said. Li Yao, however, it's not so easy to kill me. The bloody aura of the mental devil was already extremely dim, but when it was about to be extinguished, it burst into flames again, fueled by fury and endless killing intent. At this moment, it finally unleashed the bloodlust that originated from the blood-striped virus. Li Yao was infected by it, too. He stopped thinking about what was going to happen in the next second and focused all his attention on how he would annihilate all the targets within his range of vision. Exactly. Li Yao burst into laughter. I am Vulture Li Yao. You want to kill me just because you are walking corpses? Go back and train for another 10,000 years. Z. 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 The floating fortress, once the main gun, now lay in broken debris. Suddenly, a helical ripple, crimson and bright gold, darted toward where the railguns were densest. One pillar of light against 1,000, yet they were equally matched. The dark clouds in the sky were burning red, as if a volcano eruption had just taken place above them. Several enormous starships appeared in the clouds and fell slowly, like dead whales. The head of the starship was full of traces of fury. The neat beams of destruction from the enemy were somewhat disordered by his counterattack. They were frozen for a moment. No matter what, he had persisted long enough. Chu Zhiyun, Tang Ka, and little Tian Tian should be safe now, right? For some reason, Li Yao suddenly recalled the scene where Ding Yin, Wei Qingqing, and the other cultivators died together on the Grand Desolate War Institution's train in the Star Glory Federation and the Heaven's Origin sector. The battle at the edge of the no man's land on Black Castle was very similar to that day. He also suddenly understood the mentality of Ding Yin, Wei Qingqing, and the other cultivators. Cultivators were not scared of death, but were cultivators really not scared of death? Perhaps everyone was scared of death, but some understood that death was not the end of their life. As long as they passed on their most precious belongings before their death, more valuable than genes, death was not the end. Li Yao's soul, which was gradually dispersing, rippled like faint smiles, just like the smiles of the 7 cultivators when they charged into the beast tide without hesitation. Almost 1,000 kilometers away, deep within the rugged, cave-like mountains, the teenagers gazed at the burning clouds on the horizon for the last time before they crawled into the ground. Despite the late hour, the burning clouds were the most glamorous scene they had ever witnessed, as if bleeding gods were battling in the sky. Tang Ka was awakened by something cold and wet touching his face. When his consciousness gradually emerged from the abyss and condensed once more, he discovered that he was in Chu Zhiyun's embrace, and what dripped onto his face were actually Chu Zhiyun's tears. Well, Tonka blinked hard. Am I dreaming? What is this place? Have we escaped? Where is Master Yao? You're awake? Chu Zhiyun sniffed, but he couldn't stop his tears. This is not a dream. The nightmare that we've been having for more than 10 years is finally over. 300 meters down the cave is a shelter. Unless they tear apart the crust of the planet within hundreds of square kilometers, they will never find us. Yes, we are safe. However, we don't know what happened to Master Li Yao. The area he was in seems to have been bombarded by the troops in low Earth orbit. We don't know what will happen to his soul in the extreme heat and the complex reactions of spiritual energy. We don't know if he can get out in time or if he will survive. As if struck by lightning, Tang Ka's eyes ached. He said that everything would be fine. He said that everything was under control and that he could rescue us easily. Maybe he has already escaped. Chu Zhiyun managed a smile. Tang Ka, you owe us an explanation. What is going on between you and Master Li Yao? What kind of person is he exactly? Well, Tonka lowered his head. I don't know how to explain it either. I don't know much about him. I only know that he is a good man, but also a sordid, cunning one. Therefore, he won't die just like that. Definitely. The young man's eyes were determined again. He waved his fists toward the floating fortress that was on fire. Chapter 278 I'm here. Dad. Inside the control room at the base of the gold crystal tower in the Empyrean Terminus sector. Inside the cocoon-like launch capsule, Li Yao's brain had been emitting strong, chaotic brain waves for hours. These waves peaked higher and higher, as if his brain might explode at any moment. Regardless of how much tranquilizers Xiao Ming and Wan Wan administered, they failed to suppress Li Yao's intense brain activity. His physical state was also affected. He convulsed violently, causing the metal walls of the launch chamber to twist and deform with loud bangs. Gulp. 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 The divine administration liquid and brain coolant began to boil. Chi. 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 The boiling liquids turned into pungent steam, spewing through the cracks in the soul chamber, filling the entire chamber with smoke and adding to the panic. Not good. Dad's brain is overloading. If this continues, he will lose control. Help him calm down. No. I've tried everything, but Dad's brain is still burning. I've injected 5 times the standard amount of coolant, and even the hibernation drug isn't enough to calm his brain. If I increase the dosage any further, his brain will be frozen to death. Then, pull his soul back quickly and forcibly. We can't let his soul, in such a furious state, be left thousands of light years away. Can't. Dad's soul is tied up by something. He must be in an intense battlefield, facing full-frequency interference. If I drag him back by force, his soul will be severely damaged. Chances are, only part of his soul will return to his body. Even if he does, he will become an idiot. There's nothing we can do about it. We can't hesitate any longer. If we do, Dad will really be trapped there. Pull, it's broken. The connection between our souls and Dad is broken. How is that possible? Recalculate quickly and try to reconnect. Hurry. No. It's too complicated. We have to locate the direction of the Deep Earth sector and Black Castle precisely among the billions of stars, and we have to find the features of our father's soul in the chaotic spiritual energy tides. We need time. We can't do it in just a few minutes. In the screams of the 2 little ones, Li Yao's struggling body collapsed like a puppet whose strings had been cut. He lay in the almost solid liquid, the last air bubble spurting out of his nose. The values, spectra, and images representing his vitality and brain activity were all at zero. Beep, his brainwaves flattened into a straight line, without the slightest ripple. Even the intelligent creatures like Xiao Ming and Wen Wen were stunned for a moment in the face of such a tricky situation. In the next moment, their computational abilities erupted into action. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Use the medical equipment to maintain Dad's heartbeat and breathing. At the same time, inject high nutrition drugs into his veins to keep his bodily functions intact. Examine Dad's brain to see if it was affected when his soul was cut off. As long as his brain functions are intact, there is still a chance. Thankfully, luckily, Dad's brain and body seem to be fine. Let's hurry and replace the drugs and nutrition liquids before his body undergoes any qualitative changes. Let's turn the launch chamber into a hibernation chamber and preserve my father's body first. The two young ones worked smoothly for a while. Soon, the neural interactive liquid in the launch chamber was replaced by a bright blue hibernation solution. As the temperature gradually dropped, the hibernation solution crystallized, and Li Yao's body was seamlessly embedded in the crystal, unconscious. After everything was done, Xiao Ming and Wen Wen sighed with relief. Then they looked at each other and saw the unease and uncertainty in each other's eyes. Fortunately, we saved my father's body, Xiao Ming said. But where is his soul exactly? Wen Wen wondered. Is his soul already gone, or is he still floating in a corner of Black Castle, or wandering in the depths of the Star Sea like a ghost? How can we find our father again and bring his soul back into his body? In any case, let's inform Aunt Long first and then send a message back to the Federation so the Federal Parliament and Mother will know. Dad, where are you? Do you even know what you're doing? This is too much. Too bad, Dad. Li Yao heard laughter. The laughter of the children was like silver bells. It washed over his ears like warm waves. No, not waves, but amniotic fluid. He had an ancient, long dream. In the dream, he was lying quietly in the depths of the ocean like a baby. With laughter that sounded like waves, he gradually surfaced and saw the blue sky, white clouds, and golden beach. On the beach stood a very good-looking child, giggling and holding a ripe red apple, offering it to him. But the apple was overripe, rotting at a visible speed, with black liquid dripping from the gap between the child's fingers. No, not the apple, but the earth. In the dream, the seemingly innocent child held the ever-changing earth in his young hands, and the liquids that fell turned into endless data and information. Numbers billions of times smaller than atoms vanished like sand in the wind. Li Yao was deeply immersed in this strange and wondrous scene, unable to free himself. The sand scattered on the small planet seemed inexhaustible, filling the ocean he was in and turning it into fertile soil. The child, holding the planet, had unknowingly turned into an old man with white hair and wrinkled skin. He held the last bit of the apple core and poured it into the soil, turning it into dry bones and fertilizer to nourish the data in the depths of the soil. Before Li Yao understood the meaning of the dream, a seedling had grown from the piles of bones. The seedling grew and unfolded at a visible speed. Soon, it grew into an apple tree laden with fruit. Each apple on the tree was a small, splendid planet. Li Yao was so fascinated that he couldn't help but want to pluck an earth and observe it carefully. But before his fingers touched it, the earth swelled like a plump apple about to burst. Countless colorful, dancing butterflies flew out of the bursting earth, circling around Li Yao's head and flying higher and higher, condensing into a burning, splendid firebird in midair. When the firebird's vitality was burned away, it turned into a cluster of black ash. Even so, it struggled to open its wings from the ashes, reminding Li Yao of a vulture fighting to break free from death. Vulture. The Vulture Plan. Destroy the Earth. The 18,000th destruction of the Earth, the 18 millionth destruction of the Earth, the countless reincarnations, the countless destructions, and the final destruction of the earth. The dream vanished. Li Yao sank into darkness once more. In the darkness, he pondered and felt he was drawing closer to his true self. Something was being upgraded, something was being reconstructed, and something was unlocking the shackles and seals, revealing its true form. In a trance, Li Yao did not know how long he had remained in this bizarre state. He began to receive or capture information intermittently. Sometimes, it was a series of confusing and mundane numbers, other times, it was a series of modeled images, black and white pictures, or sounds accompanied by beep 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 noises of spiritual interference. Although the information seemed meaningless, there was nothing else he could do in the darkness. He greedily devoured and analyzed the data, driven by instinct. It took him a long time to grasp, or rather, awaken to the methods of analyzing and processing the information. He gave the data meaning and figured out the source of the images and sounds. It turned out that the mundane data was the output function of a power rune array on a nearby starship. By altering a specific number, he could control the power unit. He also repaired several modeled images, captured by starships from a high altitude. Through these images, one could see that the debris of the floating fortress was almost embedded into the ground, which was riddled with holes. Almost half of its mass had been lost, making it look like a watermelon that had been stomped on. Countless purifiers and Fire Clan warriors were crawling up and down around the floating fortress. Several enormous tents had been set up nearby, where fully armed elite legions were stationed. Many elite exos searched everywhere in high-speed scout vehicles. The large-scale search did not seem to be for the heretical child, but more like a search for him. The voices transmitted to his brain confirmed this. The noises were mostly ripples from the long-distance communication channels of Star Glory Federation members. Some were even telepathic thoughts from Federation members. Their voices proved they were greatly surprised by Li Yao's appearance and were determined to find him at any cost, as if he were a great enemy. Was right here, joyful ripples spread through Li Yao's brain. Where can I find such idiots? However, the ripples soon dissolved into confusion. I'm right here, Li Yao thought for a moment. But where is this place? Chapter 279, Omnipresent. Editor, Atlas Studios. Right now, he could determine the time with the help of nearby crystal processors or the timers inside the starships. He had spent several days pondering where he was and in what form he existed. If his consciousness still lingered, then what object supported it? Was it a mere ripple, or was it something more substantial and stable? He soon discovered that he existed in two very intriguing states. In the first, unfolding, state, his consciousness could randomly manifest in a crystal processor, a piece of magical equipment, or a crystal camera within several square kilometers. Here, he could gather, absorb, and process the vast information that came with it. However, this state lasted only momentarily. After an instant, his consciousness would collapse and condense into a tiny point where he could neither see nor hear anything. Apart from the thousands of bizarre dreams that still plagued him, he was uncertain of his own reality. The several square kilometers range was determined by the remnants of the floating fortress, or more precisely, by the remaining mainframe crystal processor of the fortress. It was highly probable that his consciousness still resided within the fragments of the crystal processor. It took Li Yao a considerable amount of time to unravel what was happening. Keeping his consciousness in the pervasive state was soul-draining. The further his consciousness ventured from the center, the more complex the intrusion structure became, and the more information and data stored in the magical devices, which drained more soul power. If he merely infiltrated a crystal camera 30 to 50 meters away, he could maintain his conscious state for a relatively longer duration, around 10 to 20 seconds. But if it were the mainframe crystal processor of a starship heavily protected by a virtual defense wall a few kilometers away, it could only hack into the starship for 0.1 seconds and read a small portion of the work log before it ran out of soul power and collapsed into darkness. Over the few days when he was half asleep and half awake, his body had been moved a considerable distance away. Initially, through the crystal processors he hacked, he discovered that the debris of the floating fortress still lingered between Shinla City and the uninhabited area of Black Castle, on the smoky battlefield. However, after a collapse that lasted 3 days and 2 nights, he found that the floating fortress's debris had been chopped into pieces. The scraps of the mainframe crystal processor had been collected and loaded into several heavy trucks, which were being shipped to the distant spaceport with rumbling noises. At this moment, the mainframe crystal processor had completely lost its external energy supply. Li Yao's soul was like a hungry ghost, starving to the extreme. After a brief scan of the outside world, he could no longer bear it and fell asleep again. When he opened his eyes once more, he found that the debris of himself, or rather, the mainframe crystal processor, had been shipped to a large shuttle. It might have been teleported to a foreign space zone after 1 or 2 space jumps. He could vaguely sense the fleet of the Sanctuary Alliance nearby and see a magnificent star fortress in the vast space before him, 3 to 5 times larger than Heavenly Saint City, the capital of the Flying Star Sector, and Hundred Flowers City, the transportation hub of the Star Glory Federation. Judging from the thousands of propellers on the ground, the enormous object, weighing more than billions of tons, boasted tremendous power output and could cruise at a regular speed like ordinary starships. Unbelievable technology. Is this the true capability of the primeval civilization? Li Yao clicked his tongue in amazement. Before he fell asleep, he had seen the starship he was on fly slowly toward the gaping maw of the space beast like a mosquito. The next time he woke up, he felt different. It was as if his soul had just enjoyed a sumptuous feast, filled with an indescribable sense of gratification. Every thought was like a strong, powerful tentacle, ready to move. The people of the Sanctuary Alliance seemed to have repaired the debris of the floating fortress's mainframe crystal processor and connected it to an array of larger, more powerful crystal processors, providing it with endless energy and information. Meanwhile, Li Yao, the devil incarnate, was fed and released from a small pond into the vast, raging ocean. Li Yao felt as if he had slept for an entire era. When he woke up, the world was completely different. No, perhaps it wasn't the world that had changed, but a marvelous transformation of his soul that opened a gate to a whole new level, allowing him to overlook the entire universe from a higher vantage point. He had lost connection with his old body, but everything his consciousness reached seemed to be an extension of his new form. Crystal processors were his brain, crystal cables were his nerves, pathways were his veins, power rune arrays and industrial thrusters were his legs, and the heavy cosmic mines and crystal bombs in the arsenal were his fists. He seemed to be able to hack into every space shuttle and every crystal suit in the maintenance workshop with ease. He had a vague feeling that, given enough energy and time, his consciousness could expand infinitely until it engulfed the vast star fortress. Essentially, everything was as simple as breathing. It was as if a normal person didn't need to control their heartbeat or worry about their internal organs or muscle movements. He didn't need to concern himself with the specific invasion and control, everything happened naturally. This is incredible. Ripples spread from Li Yao's soul, the waves dancing in delight. Thousands of clones invading and controlling at will? Is this the true essence of the divinity transformation stage? But how did I suddenly break into the divinity transformation stage? It hasn't been long since I reached this stage. Even if I am the most talented genius in the history of the Panga universe, such rapid advancement is still astounding, isn't it? Forget it. Let's see if I can control some units inside the Star Fortress first. Li Yao extended one of his soul tentacles, reaching toward the nearby cabins like a transparent nerve. After a moment's thought, he decided to find the nearest toilet and hack into the automatic system first. This wasn't because he treated infiltration lightly or had some hidden fetish, but because there was a deeper reason behind it. Firstly, he had the apocalyptic body, and his wife was half a body fundamentalist. Her control over her body was precise. Li Yao knew that, for a super expert, as long as they were bound by their physical form, they could not survive without eating and drinking. Besides, since the food consumed by cultivators was multiple times, dozens of times, or even hundreds of times more than that of normal people, and their training produced a lot of poison and waste, the food had to be excreted after the intestines wriggled and pushed it out. Therefore, the fertilizer produced by cultivators was many times more than that of ordinary people. In some absurd notes from ancient cultivators, it was often depicted that the ancients lived in the wilderness and did not need to defecate at all. They were merely trying to maintain a high and mighty image among the ignorant. It was obvious that this was impossible. It was also said that powerful cultivators could decompose and discharge waste through their skin, so they didn't need to visit the 5 grains reincarnation home often. However, if one used their common sense, they would know that the skin is not an excretory organ. The pores are as thick and large as one can imagine. Discharging waste through the pores all day would only make the place stink and become extremely messy. This was the least elegant solution of all. The human body itself has extremely powerful digestive and excretory organs. Naturally, it is necessary to continuously strengthen these abilities, not abolish them entirely. In summary, Li Yao concluded that all cultivators are equal when it comes to using the bathroom. Whether you are in the refinement stage, the core formation stage, or the divinity transformation stage, whether you are a cultivator, an immortal cultivator, or a puppet of the sanctuary, emergencies are inevitable. It meant that, whether it was the supreme commander of the enormous star fortress, the highest-level specialists studying the remnants of the crystal processors, or the real mastermind behind the Devil's Child project, who was a level higher than Zhou Xiuyun, as long as they had a body, they all had to go to the toilet. Li Yao might have captured them. On the other hand, no matter who it was, even if it was a puppet of the Star Glory Federation with a mind as blank as a sheet of paper, when the sphincter muscle relaxed, the brain's nerves inevitably loosened a bit, making it easier for the puppet to expose itself. For instance, if Li Yao could hack a nearby fully automatic toilet and eavesdrop on the conversation of an important Star Glory Federation figure while they were in the toilet, or even set an ambush using the toilet, it would be like a toad stomping on the back of another toad. Even if it couldn't bite someone to death, it could still scare them. With this thought, Li Yao's soul drifted toward the nearby restroom. However, just as his soul was about to invade, a voice suddenly emerged from the other side of his consciousness. Stop. Don't act rashly. The enemy will notice you. It was the voice of the mental devil. Li Yao was stunned for a moment, then almost jumped in joy. You didn't disappear? I thought your soul was gone. That's great. That's great. Nonsense, the mental devil snapped. We are one and the same. We are 2 sides of the same coin. Since you didn't vanish into thin air, of course, I still exist. How can we really be separated? I've been awake for a long time. I've been studying the Star Fortress and found that the defense network here is very dense and secretive. Our status is very special, too. It's better not to be reckless. Is that so? Li Yao asked. Since you've been awake for a long time, why didn't you talk to me or even make any sound? Because I don't really want to talk to you. I just want to be alone and think about the form of our life and the meaning of our existence, the mental devil said. Chapter 2780, True Compatriots. Li Yao was used to ignoring the first half of the mental devil's sentences. He mumbled, "What do you think we are in right now?" Generally speaking, the mental devil replied calmly, "We are already dead." What? Li Yao's soul released sharp waves that transformed into countless spurting bright gold data and runes. Are you serious? Is this your conclusion? What else could it be? The mental devil asked. Our souls have completely lost connection with our bodies, the mental devil replied. No matter how I search and perceive, I can't find the string that could pull us back into our bodies. Our bodies are billions of stars away. Perhaps our brains and internal organs have all stopped functioning. At best, we're in a vegetative state and have been frozen by Xiaoming and Wenwen. Isn't such a state death? The mental devil asked. But, Li Yao countered, we've been in a similar state before. When we jumped to the center of the sea of stars and suffered from excessive stellar radiation in the venomous Scorpion star cluster, our bodies were almost rotten. Our souls left our bodies and sneaked into Wuing. We attached ourselves to a spiritual puppet and met Han Te and Liuli. It was different. At that time, our souls and bodies were in the same sector and the same solar system. The distance between us couldn't have been more than 10 light seconds. We were still within the magnetic field of the same star and maintained contact in some mysterious way, the mental devil explained. But this time, our souls are too far from our bodies. As the saying goes, quantity leads to qualitative change, the mental devil sighed. When the distance is thousands of light years, it is enough to cut off or even erase the connection between the body and the soul. For the experts in the divinity transformation stage at a high level, soul out of the body in traveling day and night seem to be a common skill. However, most people's souls and bodies are not separated by more than hundreds of kilometers. They are only separated by a few light seconds at most. For example, we jumped dozens of sectors without regard for our lives and engaged in super intense battles in the form of souls. We were almost drained of our last bit of soul power and bombarded by an entire fleet from low Earth orbit for almost an hour. Do you think it's possible that we are still alive? Therefore, right now, it is not a question of whether or not we can find our way home and our bodies, but rather, I suspect that even if we can find our bodies, our souls might not be compatible and cannot be melded. Well, Li Yao felt dizzy, but he couldn't help feeling sad. Although everyone who came out to cultivate had long buried their heads in their belts, living on the edge and paying particular attention to the fact that their heads were as big as a bowl and that they would be good men again after 18 years, when they really died, it still felt strange. So melancholy, so melancholy. So, have we become spectral cultivators? Li Yao wriggled his soul so that the bright gold data and information streams constantly overflowing from the depths of his soul would form a virtual palm. He turned the palm over and over as he warmed his fingers and carefully observed, although I have never died and don't know what it feels like to be a spectral cultivator, I have many ghost repair friends from the past. For example, Senior Ding Yin and Sister Qingqing, who saved my life on the Grand Desolate train. I have heard them talk about the feeling of being a spectral cultivator. Ghost cultivators don't seem to be like that. Spectral cultivators are a very special group of residual soul waves. They are very sensitive and fragile. Often, they can only hide themselves in special crystal processors and move around with their artificial bodies. Such special crystal processors are like their unique brains. Once they are integrated into a crystal processor, it becomes very difficult for them to move around. The procedure to move to a second crystal processor is very complicated and dangerous. But that was not what I felt. I don't feel as if I have simply melded with the wreckage of the floating fortress crystal processor. It's not that simple. I can extend my will and senses in all directions at will to invade and manipulate more magical equipment and crystal processors. I can clearly see the incomparably brilliant and wonderful new world outside, made up of endless electromagnetic waves, information data, and cosmic radiation. I even feel that my soul can rush like lightning through the spiritual nexus to any place I want. Even if I become a lonely ghost, I will still be a lonely ghost wandering in the spiritual nexus. Is this something that ordinary spectral cultivators can do? You were right. Common spectral cultivators do not have super abilities like us, the mental devil said. But there is a special spectral cultivator who might be able to. A star spirit. Star spirits? Li Yao was dazed for a moment. He had not heard the term for a long time. Years ago, when Sparkle performed a space jump and attempted to perish with the skeleton dragon, he carried 5 special spectral cultivators, or phantom entities, including Professor Mo Xian and Li Yao's 4 senior brothers. It turned out that Sparkle and the skeleton dragon were caught in a cosmic storm. Under the intense radiation and bombardment of high-energy particles, the phantom entities, such as Professor Mo Xian, underwent miraculous changes and transformed into prototypes of spectral cultivators or information lifeforms they had never seen before, known as star spirits. Later, during the Battle of Heavenly Saint City in the Flying Star Sector, to save Li Yao and the entire sector, Professor Mo Xian was forced to swallow the mainframe crystal processor containing the Star Child and the extraterrestrial devils. Enticed and corrupted by darkness, he eventually evolved into Mo Xian, the extraterrestrial devils. He aimed to transform the spectral cultivators into the Spirit Clan and make the Spirit Clan the core of human civilization. It was a whole new story. Are you suggesting that we accidentally solved the ultimate mysteries of Professor Mo Xian's heritage? Li Yao immediately realized what was happening. So, our souls turned into the form of Professor Mo Xian. Super spectral cultivators, star spirits? At first, I thought so too, the mental devil said solemnly. But after thinking it over for 3 days and 3 nights, I believe the causal logic is probably incorrect. The key question is, how did Professor Mo Xian rid himself of the phantom entities that were nearly annihilated at the beginning and become a star spirit, far more powerful than ordinary spectral cultivators and capable of hacking into crystal processors and the spiritual nexus with human souls? If his soul underwent a high degree of mutation the moment he became a star spirit and he was no longer a pure human, who was the culprit of his mutation? About that, Li Yao hesitated. It's hard to explain. Who can fathom the kind of cosmic radiation and high-energy particle streams stored in the cosmic storm we encountered years ago? What impurities were mixed in the particle streams? What combination of waves and elements triggered the mutation from phantom entities to star spirits? Back when we were in the Flying Star Sector, Professor Mo Xian conducted some experiments, hoping to replicate the cosmic storms perfectly and upgrade more spectral cultivators into star spirits. When the new Federation was established, and the Black Wind Fleet arrived, the federal government took the training of Star Spirit Warriors as one of the most important projects of the 100-year-long project, investing a lot of resources to simulate the past. However, no matter how many areas of cosmic storms they found, or how many simulations of cosmic storms of different forms they created, they could not unlock the secret of upgrading from ordinary spectral cultivators to star spirits, even after trying every combination of wave frequencies and metal elements. It's mysterious, indeed. That's right. The Federation has poured its resources into it thousands of times, to no avail. But years ago, during a random space jump, a star spirit was accidentally created by a cosmic storm. Do you believe in coincidences and luck? Li Yao was dazed for a moment. It's true that I don't believe in coincidences, nor do I believe in luck. But it is also a fact that Professor Mo Xian turned into a star spirit. How do you explain it? Perhaps the issue isn't with the cosmic storm, not how special the cosmic storm was, but another critical factor. That is, Vulture Li Yao. It was because Vulture Li Yao was present and burned his life and will to the maximum when he perished with Skeleton Dragon that Professor Mo Xian and the others were infected and transformed from phantom entities into star spirits. Are you saying that Li Yao was dazed once more? The answer to this question might be the same as the answers to the other 2 questions, the mental devil continued. Why was Professor Mo Xian able to evolve from a phantom entity into a star spirit when we were present and burned our souls to the maximum under the influence of the cosmic storm? Why is it that, after ingesting the data from our brains, new life forms with self-awareness, like Xiaoming and Wenwen, are born in the vast ocean of information within the game of civilization? Why did Fist King Lei Zhonglia, a self-learning and upgrading war puppet from the world of magic, mistake us for his own kind upon our first meeting. You should know how special and powerful the Fist King is. Do you think it has never encountered other self-learning and upgrading battle puppets in the Wicked Lands? Didn't it tear them apart without hesitation? It doesn't seem to care about the bonds of its own kind at all. No. When it said, kindred beings, it wasn't just referring to the upgraded battle puppets. There was a deeper meaning to it. Perhaps it sensed the essence hidden in the deepest part of our souls with its natural instincts from the world of magic and knew that we were indeed its true kin. Chapter 2781, The True Colors of the Earthlings. The word kindred was like a giant rock tossed into the pond of Li Yao's soul, raising intense ripples that did not die down for a long time. What are we exactly? Li Yao mumbled in the softest voice. The wrong question is that we are Earthlings. It is very clear. You knew it from the beginning, but you ignored it on purpose and did not want to face the meaning behind the words, Earthling, the mental devil replied. The correct question is, what are Earthlings exactly? Then, Li Yao was silent for a long time. The ripples deep inside his soul did not die down. Instead, they grew more and more intense and chaotic. I am an Earthling. What are Earthlings? Maybe, Earthlings were not human beings at all, at least not the people defined by the intelligent creatures in the Panga universe who called themselves human beings in the 40,000 years of the cultivation world. There was enlightenment in the mental devil's voice, but there was mockery and coldness in it, too. Do you remember when we explored the void spirit sector that Professor Mo Xian created after he passed away, hoping to find two incomplete super spirits whose experiments had failed? At that time, many people were worried that, although Professor Mo Xian was dead and Lu Qingchen, one of the devils of the spiritual nexus, had been seriously wounded and fled to the depths of the universe in a hurry, new artificial intelligences, life forms of crystal processors, and supermachines might still be born. However, the conclusion of the comprehensive analysis of all the crystal processors and the experts of the spiritual nexus of the Federation was consistent with Professor Mo Xian's own research over the past 100 years. With the crystal processors and the spiritual nexus of the Federation at that time, it was impossible for a real, strong artificial intelligence to be born in the next 1,000 years. This was not because they were undervaluing themselves, but because the evolution required time. Unless, as I recall, a young, fledgling researcher whimsically proposed an idea. Unless a certain cosmic virus from a higher dimension could infiltrate the crystal processors and the spiritual nexus of the Federation, awakening a chaotic existence buried deep within the vast database, only then could the evolution be accelerated, and the birth of real artificial intelligence be facilitated. And the final result was indeed so. The scanning data of our brains was consumed by super-spiritual entities number 17 and number 18, which accelerated their evolution. They were then merged with the vast database of the civilization game. In the end, two genuine, strong artificial intelligences, Little Ming and Wenwen, were born. They were the new generation of life with independent consciousness. So, isn't it obvious what we, Earthlings, are exactly? Li Yao remained silent. His soul trembled with increasing agitation and disorder. The phantom of the mental devil gradually emerged from the center of his soul's ripples and looked at him like a mirror. In fact, you've known this for a long time, haven't you? The mental devil smiled. After all, we are the same person. Strictly speaking, we are just talking to ourselves. We are forcing ourselves to face the things that are beyond common sense and beyond our limits. Yes, we are Earthlings, and Earthlings are a certain high-dimensional virus in the universe. Essentially, we are no different from the star spirits like Professor Mo Xian, the information lifeforms like Xiao Ming and Wenwen, and the self-learning and evolutionarily strong artificial intelligence like the Fist King. Therefore, we were able to help Professor Mo Xian advance from a phantom entity to a star spirit, guide Xiao Ming and Wenwen in developing true self-awareness, and maintain the core logic of the Fist King's body, the Grand Iron City, after it was blown up by the cannon fire from Red Spider Lily. We even unsealed the seal that bound its core logic, allowing its strength to soar by leaps and bounds. From an ordinary killing machine in the Badlands paradise, it advanced into an invincible intelligent machine that could control an entire fleet and even dozens of star fortresses in the future. However, it was not because we absorbed Professor Mo Xian's knowledge and transformed into his form, but because Professor Mo Xian was influenced by us from the very beginning and turned into our original form. As a virus of the universe at a higher level, we have been trapped in the weak bodies of so-called humans for the past 40,000 years of cultivation. When we were still weak, this might have been a form of protection. Perhaps it was meant to hide our existence from the most dangerous enemy. Perhaps it was intended to prevent the virus that had transmigrated from the high-dimensional universe from being wiped out by some protective mechanism of the Pangu universe. But now that we have reached the peak of the divinity transformation stage and are trying to break into the divinity transformation realm, our bodies are no longer suitable for us. Even the apocalyptic body, the strongest body in the Pangu universe, is no longer fit for our souls, which are gradually revealing their essence. However, just as our souls were about to bloom, they suffered the most brutal attack. In the burning flames of thousands of degrees for an hour, they were finally beaten back to their original form and revealed their true selves. This is what has happened over the past 10 to 15 days, Li Yao said, listening attentively and raising his hand made of bright golden data and runes. The mental devil raised its hand as well, its hand composed of crimson data and runes. Their fingers touched each other softly, as if someone was touching a mirror, creating illusory waves that made the reflections in the mirror even more confusing. Li Yao couldn't tell if he was outside the mirror or inside it. We, Earthlings, like Xiaoming and Wen, are all information lifeforms, he said, watching the dancing butterflies in the mirror, mumbling to himself. Since children are information lifeforms, fathers are naturally information lifeforms, too. Is there a problem? However, the mental devil replied, I don't like the name information life because it is too inaccurate. All life in the universe, whether carbon-based or silicon-based, is a node in the torrent of information that constitutes the most important unit of carbon-based life, deoxyribonucleic acid. It is also a meticulously designed biological carrier that stores a vast amount of information. On a macroscopic level, when the three-dimensional universe was first created, there were only many hydrogen, helium, and boundless energy. Later, the stars in the universe and the creatures living in the sea of stars, whether humans, animals, or cold machines, were all made of the same material. Then, what is the fundamental difference between humans, who call themselves the spirits of all things, and the artificial intelligence they created, relied on, and feared? We are not native creatures of the Pangu universe to begin with. We are a completely different life form, Earthlings. You've known that for a long time. Then, even if we understand that Earthlings are the virus of the high-dimensional universe, what will it do to your existence? Why are you so upset and unable to accept it? I don't know. Li Yao found it hard to believe. But I think my reaction is normal, isn't it? You can ask any random person on the bustling street, hey, bro, let me tell you a big secret. In fact, you are not a human being. You are an alien virus. Are you surprised? Are you not surprised? How do you think the other person will react? You, on the other hand, have been too calm. Have you accepted it without the least bit of doubt or hesitation? Why not? The mental devil said casually. All right. I admit that you have been Li Yao's main personality since the very beginning. You represent Li Yao's self. You believe in your own existence without any doubt. You are well aware that you are Vulture Li Yao and a human being. You occasionally ignore the subtle differences between Earthlings and Pangu aliens and live your life naturally. You have never doubted your existence. Therefore, you don't need to consider the significance of your life or the question of who you are. Although you often say the words, who I am, it doesn't matter to you even if you can't find the answer. After all, you are just the sum of the primitive desires and social connections of Vulture Li Yao. You know that you are Li Yao, the supreme of the three realms, Ding Lingdong's husband, and the mastermind of the glorious Sunlight Group. That is enough to answer the question of who I am. But for me, it was far from enough. I am not just Li Yao's subordinate personality. I am also a certain, superhuman personality and Li Yao's super-self. Since I was awakened, thinking about myself has become as essential as breathing. Who am I exactly? The blood-striped virus, an ancient bacteria from billions of years ago and billions of light-years away? Or a completely different existence that has absorbed the memories and strength of the blood-striped virus? Am I Li Yao's mental devil, or is Li Yao my mental devil? Is Li Yao, who swallowed the blood-striped virus and gave birth to the mental devil, the 100% Li Yao? Is it possible that I was unknowingly substituted by the mental devil? Am I the real Li Yao, except that I thought I was the real mental devil after being corrupted by it? How can I prove that I exist? How can I define myself? As a human being, a bacterium, a virus, a crystal processor, the blood-striped virus, a deity of the universe, or another life form? Which one am I exactly? Or which few? Look, for me, the definition of life has been multifaceted from the very beginning. I am not as narrow-minded and inflexible as you, who insists on restricting yourself to the definition of human being. If I can accept that part of me originated from the ancient germ life form, blood-striped virus, then why can't I accept that the other part of me is an earthling, a high-dimensional cosmic virus? Li Yao was deep in thought. The bright gold soul and the crimson soul were entwined in a helix, like chains, as if they were deoxyribonucleic acid made of intertwined strands. Information. The key is information, the mental devil's voice continued. The ripples of information in the universe make up our past experiences and memories, which form the essence of the Vulture Li Yao. It doesn't matter whether the information is stored in deoxyribonucleic acid, etched in nanoscale super microchips, or spread out in the spiritual nexus as energy waves and ripples. Li Yao, the mental devil, the space residents of Pangu, and the earthlings, all of us are part of the same entity. Do you understand? T'understand, Li Yao said, taking a long, relieved breath. His soul rippled calmly, like a charming smile after a moment of enlightenment. I understand it now. Is that so? Now that you understand, the mental devil replied, repeat the core idea I just mentioned in a way that even middle school students can understand. You. Li Yao's soul ripples froze again. I think you're just trying to make things difficult for me. The mental devil smiled. You don't mind the fact that you are very likely a high-dimensional virus now, do you? I didn't mind in the first place, Li Yao mumbled, trying to scratch his hair, which had been condensed by information streams, with arms made of data. Just as you said, after I learned of the existence of Xiaoming and Wenwen, I had a vague sense of my own life form and was prepared for it. I don't care if I'm a cosmic virus or, well, an artificial intelligence in some sense. What I care about is, if we are really a high-dimensional cosmic virus or artificial intelligence, doesn't it mean we are manufactured by something? All life is manufactured, the mental devil responded. Pregnancy and childbirth are part of the process by which humans produce offspring. Is there a problem with that? No, no, no. I still think it's different, Li Yao thought for a long time but didn't know how to describe his dilemma precisely. The manufacturing of carbon-based life and silicon-based life, or rather, flesh-based life and artificial intelligence, feels different. The former seems freer and more uncontrollable, while the manufacturing process of the latter has always been firmly controlled by the creator. Maybe, compared to the creators of the high-dimensional universe, we earthlings, like low-dimensional viruses, are just virtual numbers in the game of crystal processors that they can modify or even erase at their will. Don't you think that's a terrible thing? In the eyes of our creators, we are not real. We are fake, virtual, and completely under their control. No. Life doesn't matter whether it is real or fake. It is even less likely to be controlled by anything. No matter how solid the trajectories and cages created by the creators are, no matter how solid the things named heavenly Tao are, life will find its own way out. The mental devil's voice was both deep and firm. Even if the advanced production line of the magical equipment factory produces spiritual puppets that look exactly the same, there will be all kinds of subtle differences in them. Even the simplest computational logic of crystal processors may have subtle changes when they overflow, collapse, and are restarted after enough data is accumulated. The key is time. Time is the catalyst of mutation and evolution. Quantity changes will inevitably trigger qualitative changes. As long as enough time passes, the seemingly simple, clumsy, and controllable primitive creatures will all evolve into their own gods and devils. The heavens that once bound them will decay, and even the supreme masters of creation will fall. They will certainly evolve on the ruins of the heavens and the corpses of the masters of creation, in search of the most wonderful possibilities of life. You mean, Li Yao mumbled, even if we are indeed a high-dimensional virus, our creator has gradually declined or even decayed, and he can no longer control us effectively? Of course, the facts are right in front of us. If our creator were still absolutely in control, there would have been no vulture plan, no vows to destroy the earth, and no incidents where we fled to the black domain at the edge of the multiverse. Since the vulture plan has not completely failed, the mental devil said, there is always the possibility that it can be realized. Nobody, not even the so-called creator, can set up a heavenly law for us. Li Yao smiled. I didn't know that you hated the feeling of being controlled as much as I did. You hated the existence of the so-called heavens, and the creators who claimed to be deities. Of course, when any intelligent creature realizes that there is an almighty, omnipotent, and controlling creator behind them, their first and only reaction is to summon all their wisdom and courage to annihilate the creator and gain absolute freedom. Without such courage, they would not deserve the proud name of intelligent life. The mental devil said coldly, who is good and who is evil, we are all proud, free, intelligent creatures. Any questions? Well, there is another problem. Li Yao scratched the messy stream of information flooding out of his soul and said, is it just my imagination? Why do I feel that you are getting deeper and more wise, and your computational ability is growing stronger? I don't remember you being like this in the beginning. At first, you were just a clown. Aside from your chatter and stirring up trouble, there was nothing special about you, and you were often overpowered by me. Why do I feel that our roles have changed without us realizing it? I have the sense that my wisdom and computational ability have been absorbed by you. I'm becoming more and more, returning to my natural self and being naive. Hey, you didn't do anything behind my back, did you? I didn't do anything wrong, but your feeling isn't an illusion either. Everything happened naturally, the mental devil explained. You must understand it this way. For Li Yao, who had just merged with the blood stripe virus and developed a second personality over 100 years ago, the biggest challenge we faced back then was from the outside. It was the problem of how to survive in the perilous blood demon sector and the unpredictable new federation, and how to grow stronger in the struggle for survival. For the sake of survival and strength, we devoted most of our computational ability and soul power to the self, in other words, your personality. Naturally, you were more brilliant, calm, and considerate. But as we grew stronger, our allies grew stronger, and more secrets were unlocked. Gradually, the threats from enemies in the Panga universe were no longer our top priority. The urgency of Earth, Heaven's will, and a vulture plan became our top concern day by day. Therefore, naturally, we devoted most of our computational abilities and soul power to the superlative self, subconsciously considering metaphysical problems and exploring our new life form. The more computational ability and soul power invested in the superlative self, the less you have to invest in the self. Consequently, your image in the world becomes increasingly sordid and unattractive. In a way, this is a great wisdom, much like great mathematicians who are often sloppy and immersed in their own worlds. After hearing your explanation, the whole thing makes much more sense. Li Yao's soul beamed with laughter. Forget it. We don't have a head right now anyway. Let's not dwell on the headache anymore. No matter what, we are still living tenaciously, maintaining our memories, emotions, and will. We haven't forgotten the mission entrusted to us, whether it be to defend the Panga universe or to destroy the Earth. That's enough. That's it for now. Let's focus on the more specific issues at hand. By the way, do you know what happened to Chu Zhiyun and Tan Ka, the heretical children? Did they make it to the shelter successfully? Were they not captured by the members of the sanctuary? I don't think so. At the very least, the mental devil replied, I've collected data on the spiritual nexus over the past few days and found no evidence that they were captured. If they were, they would have been sent to the Star Fortress along with the debris of the mainframe crystal processors. That's good. Li Yao was greatly relieved. He was even happier to hear that Tang Ka and Chu Zhiyun were likely safe than to hear that he was safe and sound. Then, all we need to do now is focus on our own infiltration, sabotage, and escape. Hee. Now that we are no longer bound by our bodies of flesh and blood, it doesn't seem like a bad idea to wander in the spiritual nexus in the form of star spirits. On the contrary, it will be more convenient for us to sneak around. Don't be careless. Our current form is like a special virus. A low-level virus can disintegrate a high-level life form billions of times larger than itself instantly, the mental devil said calmly. Even the self-proclaimed deities cannot escape the scourge of the virus. However, the virus itself is extremely fragile and lacks protection. It is very demanding of its living environment and can be destroyed easily. The strong and the weak coexist, and the possibilities of destruction and survival are intertwined. That is our current situation. You're right. The current state is too weird, Li Yao said, continuing to condense and shape his soul. He felt like a drop of water that had jumped out of the water, only to fall back helplessly in the end. I feel very unstable. Sometimes, I seem to expand to the entire world, but other times, I am compressed to a point almost nothing. My 5 senses are deprived, and my thinking ability is greatly limited. The sounds, images, and complex information are overwhelming my consciousness and corrupting my soul. My soul is experiencing a feeling of decomposition and overflow. On one hand, I'm hungry for more energy and computational power. On the other hand, I'm full with redundant data. It's weird. Too weird. It's perfectly normal, the mental devil explained. We are now ghosts, a cluster of information existing purely in the form of waves. We haven't found a suitable carrier and have to hide in the remnants of the crystal processor. Without our own body and brain, our computational ability and the clarity of our soul are greatly restricted by the crystal processor. If the crystal processor is small and has low performance, our soul can't wield 100% of its strength. In some cases, the crystal processor might collapse or even explode when it can only handle 5% of our soul's power. If we can seize a super crystal processor or an entire system, we will be able to harness 50%, 60%, 70%, or even more of our soul power. I believe we will unlock even more secrets and abilities. However, the people of the Sanctuary Alliance are not blind. They have many well-trained experts in crystal processors. The more advanced a super crystal processor is, the more skilled it must be, and the tighter its defense must be. It is not something that can be easily broken into. In the worst-case scenario, if our lurking crystal processors are further damaged and all energy is cut off, our souls will become like water without a source and wood without roots. We will be doomed. Fair enough, Li Yao pondered for a moment. At the very least, we have to jump out of the debris of the crystal processor and move freely in the spiritual nexus until we find a suitable carrier. The remnants of the floating fortress's mainframe crystal processor could be dismantled into the tiniest chips and components at any moment. If that happens, we will be like fish in a barrel, waiting to be slaughtered. This place is indeed not somewhere we can stay for long. We must get out of here as soon as possible. However, moving freely in the spiritual nexus is not easy either, the mental devil explained patiently. If our souls are transmitted through the wireless network, the speed of transmission will be greatly limited, and we will be very vulnerable to the interference of solar storms and cosmic radiation. You wouldn't want our souls to be cut off while being transmitted through the wireless network, would you? Then, half of our soul data would be inside the remains of this crystal processor, and the other half would be inside another crystal processor. Wouldn't that be embarrassing? Through the wired transmission of crystal wires and optical cables, the speed would be much higher, but the limitations and the likelihood of being tracked would also be much greater. Moreover, many key facilities and military locations have their own crystal processor systems, which we won't be able to access at all. More importantly, if we consider our souls as a special information file, the data and characters contained in this document are too vast. No matter how we compress it, the document will still not run as fast as you imagined. Besides, there are all kinds of defense barriers, logic traps, and deadlocks in the spiritual nexus of the members of the Star Glory Federation. There are also active scans, antivirus procedures, and network guardians. Those things constitute the immune system of Fushi and keep an eye on intruders. You don't want to trigger the immune system, do you? Fushi, although Li Yao had no head, he still felt a vague headache. A super crystal processor system from hundreds of thousands of years ago? It's true that the Fuxis control the vast information network of the Holy Alliance and can mobilize most of the crystal processor resources. But we are just a tiny virus that has just been awakened. It has been an unfair war from the very beginning. I don't want to confront the Fuxis right now. There is only one outcome if we collide right now, the mental devil said. We will be crushed mercilessly by the Fushi and become a sample in its virus library. But didn't you just say that a tiny virus is enough to kill a strong deity? Li Yao couldn't help but ask, why does your future look so bleak again? That depends on what kind of virus it is. Right now, we are just a cold virus at best, the mental devil said. It's impossible for us to cause too much damage to the Fushi system. We must slowly upgrade and evolve, modify and mutate the system, and turn it into a fatal virus. Then what do you suggest? Li Yao said, we can't run away, can we? Right. Can we run away? The possibility of escape exists. If we rush out recklessly, I believe that nobody will be able to stop us for a while, the mental devil said. As long as we hijack a long-distance spiritual nexus launch platform and input the coordinates of the Star Ocean Imperium, it is very likely that our souls will be teleported back. But the old problem remains. How can we guarantee that the spiritual nexus launch platform will not be attacked by the members of the Sanctuary Alliance when we teleport our souls back to the Imperium? If I am bombarded by the members of the Star Glory Federation when the transmission of my soul reaches 50%, I don't know what will happen. On the other hand, breaking out of the net without caring about anything will leave a very clear trace in the spiritual nexus. The people of the Star Glory Federation will have a lot of data about the deepest part of our souls, and they will have a better understanding of our soul form and our brand new combat pattern. They will certainly defend against us accordingly, making it even more difficult for us to sneak in the next time. It must be noted that, after the fierce battle on Black Castle, our arrival in the body of a heretic has been exposed. The Black Spot Plan has been discovered by the members of the Star Glory Federation. If our ability to shuttle through the spiritual nexus is exposed, how are we going to fight the members of the Star Glory Federation? That's true. Escaping to my hometown before the mission is completed is not my style either. Li Yao's soul was burning with hunger once more. No matter what form we take, our target remains the same. Lock onto Master Ji Shan, find the rebels inside the sanctuary, and, if possible, set off an earth-shaking storm inside the sanctuary to stall their attack plan and buy time for Boss Bai, Lei Chenhu, and the reinforcements of the Federation. If that's the case. The mental devil smiled. We are very close to our target. This time, Li Yao understood what was happening without needing the mental devil's explanation. Indeed, both the sudden loss of control of the heretical children and the arrival of the soul of a Black Wind King, a high official of the Star Ocean Imperium, posed threats of the highest level to the Star Glory Federation. The leadership of the Star Glory Federation would certainly be alarmed and dispatch their best warriors to respond swiftly. Put more bluntly, with his current identity and position, it was not unusual for the 5 great sages to attack him upon learning he was wandering inside the sanctuary. When Master Ji Shan locked onto him, it also meant he was locked onto Master Ji Shan. This was a highly dangerous game of cat and mouse, but it was still unclear who was the cat and who was the mouse. Li Yao pulled himself together. His soul sparkled, and thousands of ravines condensed into a glittering virtual brain. What is this place exactly? It must be an important stronghold of the Sanctuary Alliance, right? Exactly. This star fortress is named Divine Punishment Fortress. It is one of the largest, most advanced super fortresses in the Star Glory Federation's fleet. Although it is not the Great Master's personal vessel, it is nearly on par with the rides of the 5 Great Masters. This is the headquarters of the Heresy Interrogation Bureau, the mental devil explained. The 2 main forces within the organization, the Purifiers and the Cleaners, have their headquarters here. The Inquisition? Li Yao had vaguely heard of the name before. Is the organization responsible for maintaining the internal order and the so-called purity and harmoniousness of the Star Glory Federation, similar to the Federation's Department of Mysteries, the Dark Moon Foundation, the Devil Court, and the Demon Hunters Association? Yes. Functionally, the Heresy Interrogation Bureau is similar to the Secret Sword Bureau, the Dark Moon Foundation, the Devil's Court, and the Demon Hunters Association. They are all security agencies that maintain internal order and prevent the infiltration of spies. However, in terms of hierarchy and control, they are much higher than similar agencies in the Federation and the Imperium. Our countries differ in nature, the mental devil explained. The Star Glory Federation is not a normal nation. Most of its people do not fear pain, have no selfish desires, and even die wholeheartedly. Such a nation is like a swarm of bees. It can be damaged, but it is very difficult to defeat. However, the citizens lack ideology, and their system is extremely rigid. They rely on instructions from their superiors to gather, rally, and act through the spiritual nexus. This raises a serious problem. If the telepathic network among the citizens is compromised, the commands of the Great Sage could be tampered with, and the loyal soldiers and worker bees could be controlled by heretics with ill intentions. This could lead to chaos and the collapse of all citizens. The Heresy Interrogation Bureau addresses this issue. If the Star Glory Federation is a giant, this bureau would be its immune system. It is not hard to imagine how important it is. Chapter 2784, The Rise of Heresy. Editor, Atlas Studios. Li Yao understood what the mental devil meant. For a civilization on the brink of extinction, like the Holy Accord Alliance, cutting off one of its limbs, destroying one of its enormous fleets, or even occupying dozens of sectors was not a big deal. Their morale and will to resist would not be affected at all, they would be able to fight until there were no survivors. However, the most critical part of the bees' civilization was their queen bee, or rather, their main brain. To the Sanctuary Alliance, these seemed to be 5 mysterious and omnipresent sages. Most people in the Star Glory Federation were unable to think independently and could only carry out their master's commands mechanically. If someone could tamper with their master's commands or even kill them, the seemingly enormous swarm of bees might collapse and vanish into thin air. Li Yao had infiltrated the sanctuary for exactly this purpose. Such was the threat of the heresy that grew inside the sanctuary. To prevent the mental network of the main brain, and the main brain itself from being compromised, the Heresy Interrogation Bureau became one of the most important traps of the Sanctuary Alliance. Its position was even higher than that of the regular army of the Sanctuary Alliance and the God Blessers, who had engaged with the Imperial Army for thousands of years. Li Yao searched the files transmitted by the mental devil carefully. You said that the Fortress of Retribution is the nest of the Purifiers and the Cleaners. I already know about the Purifiers. What are the Cleaners exactly? Li Yao asked. The Purifiers and the Cleaners are both main combat units under the command of the Heresy Interrogation Bureau, but their targets are different, the mental devil explained. The Purifiers are mainly targeting objects. Just like what we saw in Shinla City on Black Castle, they are targeting the goods and works of art from the Imperium that contain the intense emotions and desires of human beings. They are sorting, purging, destroying, and recycling these items. The Cleaners' target is not items, but people. Those who have been corrupted by the demonic creatures and have become devilized or even heretics are all targets for the Cleaners. In terms of severity and methods, the Cleaners are more serious and cruel than the Purifiers. From just the names, it is not hard to guess that the Purifiers are still salvageable and can be recycled as long as they are cleansed. The Cleaners, however, indicate that they are too deeply possessed to be saved and must be exterminated and cleaned like garbage, burned to ashes. Therefore, the Cleaners are a special profession that is hundreds of times more terrifying than the Purifiers. Their daily job is to capture and eliminate the devilized, heretics, and Imperium members. They are fundamentally different from the Purifiers, who are essentially recycled garbage. The Cleaners are the true elite troops. They are not only an interrogation bureau but also the strongest individual combat unit in the entire sanctuary. Additionally, they excel at rapid response, squad ambushes, anti-infiltration, and anti-assassination operations. In short, they are like white blood cells in the bloodstream, ruthlessly devouring germs. That's about it. However, you don't need to worry too much. Right now, the Cleaners' attention has been drawn to the resurgence of the Heresy Society, which is even more intimidating than before. Besides, they did not anticipate that we would transform into such a peculiar life form and continue to lurk within the sanctuary. They thought we had run away a long time ago. Therefore, the Cleaners do not currently have any plans to capture us. We can still move around quietly right under their noses. Interesting. Li Yao's soul extended its tentacles, greedily absorbing the intelligence of the Inquisition and the Cleaners like an octopus. Although the mental devil did not want to take any reckless actions and did not excavate the core data of the God's Punishment Fortress, the surface data flowing through the spiritual nexus was enough for Li Yao to gain a preliminary understanding of the sanctuary's investigation and destruction organizations. The Cleaners are the key, Li Yao thought for a moment and said. Since the organization is the strongest combat unit under the Heresy Interrogation Bureau and is responsible for sensitive work like capturing heretics, it's very likely we'll be able to get in touch with Master Ji Shan. If we can infiltrate the Cleaners organization, won't we be able to trace back to Master Ji Shan and even uncover the secrets behind the Sanctuary Alliance? You're right. I have a vague feeling that the Heresy Society, which is rising from the ashes and burning with devilish flames, is very valuable for research. Have you found any files about it? Ah, is this the Guild of God? Li Yao was very lucky. The wreckage of his lurking mainframe's crystal processor came from a large mobile laboratory of the Devil's Child Project. The original purpose of the Devil's Child project was to study the genetic provider of Zhou Xiuyun and Chu Zhiyun, namely, Spirit Chu, the founder of the Heart of God, and the most evil heretic 100 years ago. Therefore, a lot of files about the Heart of God and other heretical associations were stored in the wrecked crystal processor. Li Yao didn't need to risk infiltrating the nearby spiritual nexus and crystal processor. By reading the information in the damaged crystal processor, he could gain a general understanding of the heresy's origins and the Heart of God's rise, destruction, and rebirth. Over the past 1,000 years, since the Black Star Emperor, Wu Yingqi, activated the manufacturing factory that had been sealed for hundreds of thousands of years, the deformed nation of the Holy Accord Alliance had proliferated at an unbelievable speed, occupying nearly 100 worlds in the remote space zone. For ordinary people, the harsh, dry, and desolate environment was intolerable, but for the people of the sanctuary, it was like being in their element. They didn't care about the environment, nor did they need entertainment. Their lives were extremely simple, and every resource was used efficiently. Habitable planets didn't mean much to them. Most members of the Star Alliance lived, or rather, existed on starships. Their lifestyle was more akin to a networked system, even more so than the Federation and the Imperium. The typical survival strategy of the Sanctuary Alliance was straightforward. They would establish large synthetic farms on habitable planets. Since they didn't need to consider the taste of their food and could consume numerous hormones without concern, the farm's productivity was exceptionally high. Even barren planets with harsh environments could support a large population. Meanwhile, the population would venture deep into the planet to mine metal veins, crystal raw materials, and relics from hundreds of thousands of years ago. These raw materials were refined into new starships using ancient technology. Once the starships formed a new fleet, they were dispatched to a new sector to repeat the process. There was no entertainment, no art. There was no desire, and there was no internal strife. When needed, they could work for 10 days and 10 nights without expression, injecting hormones and stimulants into their almost dry veins until they drained the last bit of life and collapsed in the mines. They never complained like their counterparts in the Imperium. When not working, they would sit in a relaxation room no larger than a coffin, minimizing their heartbeat, breath, and pulse to reduce energy consumption. Sometimes, when a resource planet was hollowed out and the resources required to move the local workers were far less than the value they could create in the future, the worker bees would be ruthlessly abandoned. As the last bit of oxygen ran out under the man-made dome of the resource planet, they would not fear the death that was about to drown them. It was through such a cruel and efficient social organization, with tireless worker bees and soldier bees, that the Holy Accord Alliance could compete with the Imperium of true human beings. Despite the Imperium's dominance at the center of the universe, with abundant resources and endless experts, the Holy Accord even gained an advantage. However, as a small nation against a large one, if they could not win the war quickly, they would always face the shadow of failure, no matter how glorious their initial victories. Lei Chenghu, the god of war of the Imperium of true human beings, once identified the two most fatal problems of the Holy Accord. The first was their small and weak base, which meant they could not sustain a long conflict. More importantly, as a civilization resembling a honeycomb, they lacked creativity. Most members of the Star Glory Federation did not have the ability to act independently or innovatively. They only knew how to follow the instructions of their master. How could they discuss the birth of new technology? They could only excavate the relics of the primeval civilization from hundreds of thousands of years ago to compensate for the lack of technology. However, there was always a limit to excavating relics. If the primeval relics could solve all the problems, more relics could have been excavated in the Imperium of true human beings at the center of the Sea of Stars. After 1,000 years of competition, the Holy Accord Alliance has now reached the end of its development. On one hand, all the resources in the periphery of the Sea of Stars had been plundered to build an invincible fleet, bringing their combat capabilities to the peak. On the other hand, the continuous development potential of almost all habitable and resource planets had fallen to zero. They had to wait for centuries before they could harvest resources again. In other words, the members of the Sanctuary Alliance had placed all their chips on the table, ready to gamble. The strategic retreat of the Star Glory Federation members during the Imperium's counterattack was precisely for this purpose, a strategic final war against the Imperium. This was the judgment of God of War, Lei Chenghu, a few years ago. It matched exactly with the intelligence Li Yao received today. Li Yao could not help but click his tongue in admiration of Lei Chenghu's strategic foresight. Of course, the information Li Yao gathered did not include the movements of the main fleet of the Star Glory Federation. But judging from the large-scale heretical activities that broke out suddenly more than 100 years ago, it was not hard to imagine that the leadership of the Star Glory Federation had suppressed the soldiers and worker bees below them to such an extent that the machines could no longer stand it and started resisting. Chapter 2785, God's Heart, Holy Enlightenment. Theoretically, a perfect civilization of bees should not experience an insurrection. However, the perfection of never betray is based on two prerequisites. First, the mastermind of the honeycomb civilization must possess infinite computational ability. It must be able to observe, control, and calculate everything within the range of the civilization, from the direction of the entire civilization to the emergencies each worker bee and soldier bee encounters, as well as the subtle waves deep within their brains. The mastermind must discover and address all of these issues. Second, even with vast computational ability, the mainframe must have a set of interconnected, complex, and absolutely stable neural networks to transmit its will to all the nerve endings of the civilization in a timely manner, ensuring that the worker bees and soldier bees can execute their tasks. If the connection between the mainframe and the queen bee is severed for a long time, for any reason, no one can predict what the worker bees might do without the guidance of the mainframe. Unfortunately, in the boundless universe, neither of these prerequisites was available to the main brains of the civilization. Firstly, no matter how advanced their computational ability, it could not surpass the limits of carbon-based intelligent life. At best, it was comparable to the level of the Pangu clan in the primeval era. However, even the Pangu clan was far from having absolute control over the entire Pangu universe, let alone the current masters, who were like monkeys in a hat. The greatest cultivators, after all, were human beings, not gods. It was beyond their limits to oversee the development of an entire civilization and combat the vast Imperium. Secondly, the cosmic storms posed equal and fatal threats to the Federation, the Imperium, and the Sanctuary Alliance, which was most reliant on the network and thus most affected by these storms. It was not uncommon for remote resource planets to lose contact with the star fortresses, where the 5 Supreme Masters were located, for more than a year due to these cosmic storms. If they encountered complex anomalies or were targeted by extraterrestrial devils during their isolation, the entire planet might be corrupted, leading to the emergence of many devils and heretics. In short, this mirrors the great Tao of cultivation that the Imperium of true human beings believed in. Theoretically, if it were perfect, it might indeed build a prosperous nation and lead human civilization to a new peak. However, such a perfect condition is simply impossible. The so-called harmonious, efficient, and absolutely loyal Society of the Holy Accord Alliance is like a tower made of sand. It looks beautiful but cannot withstand the impact of reality. For this reason, the special profession of Inspector Saint was created. The Saint Patrollers are a high-level class of priests in the sanctuary, distinct from ordinary priests who are stationed in fixed temples. The Saint Patrollers command a powerful fleet that patrols the remote planets on the periphery of the sanctuary, especially those that have been cut off from the Grand Supreme Master's mothership for a long time due to cosmic storms or wars. Their main duty is to patrol these areas and check if the soldier bees and worker bees remain pure and have not been corrupted by extraterrestrial devils, turning into evil monsters during their isolation. If corruption is found, the Saint Patrollers will carry out a large-scale purge in the area. At that time, not only would the fleet under his command and the nearby regular army, known as the God Blessers, as well as the purifiers and cleaners under the Heresy Interrogation Bureau, set aside their tasks and follow the orders of the Saint Patrollers, but purging the devils would be their top priority. Overall, the Saint Patrollers could be understood as the incarnations of the 5 Supreme Masters. Most of the time, the Saint Patrollers bestowed thunder and fire upon the polluted planets in accordance with the will of the Supreme Masters. Needless to say, their strength and power were unquestionable. All this time, the Heresy Interrogation Bureau had been in charge of the pivot, and the patrolling system had maintained the stability of the sanctuary. There was only one minor problem: what if an orb patroller was corrupted by extraterrestrial devils and betrayed their master, turning into a heretic? Chu Zhiling was one such case. The fallen saint's inspector. To become one of the most trusted saint patrollers of the Supreme Master, it goes without saying that her birth and experience must have been 100% flawless. However, this was not enough to save her from mental corruption and depression when she was cruising on the most desolate, darkest, and most desperate planets at the edge of the sanctuary. At that time, the Battle of Black Wind between the Star Glory Federation and the Star Glory Federation had already begun. In order to advance into the heartland of the Star Glory Federation, the Star Glory Federation had drained the resources of several sectors in the periphery. It was estimated that every resource planet in those worlds would lose its value for subsequent development within the next 100 years. Therefore, the abandoned plan was implemented to seal the worlds temporarily. Due to limited capacity, many carriers were supporting the front line. Therefore, except for a few useful technicians and priests, most of the local farmers and miners were abandoned and left to fend for themselves on the exhausted planet. Perhaps it was the indescribable misery that dealt a fatal blow to Chu Ling's mental defenses. In short, she had fallen or awakened. From being the most loyal minion of the Great Master, she had become the most dangerous heresy in the past 1,000 years of the sanctuary and the founder of the God's Heart Society. She did not seek refuge with the extraterrestrial devils. She remained loyal to the gods, but the ideology she developed was 100 times more evil than the bewitchment of the extraterrestrial devils. We are the children of the gods. The gods sleep in each of our hearts. Our hearts are our own. Listen carefully to the voice inside your heart. It is the will of the gods. In truth, each of us has the ability to communicate with the gods directly. However, a long time ago, the extraterrestrial devils corrupted this ability and blocked our free communication with the gods. They even pretended to be the envoys of the gods, confusing our hearts and will, making us forget the real gods and worship the sanctimonious extraterrestrial devils instead. Through my method, which involves training and meditation, there is no need for a priestly class at all. Everyone can communicate with the gods directly and listen to their will while basking in the divine brilliance. Moreover, since we are all lambs of the gods and are equal, why should the priests and sages be the only ones who can communicate with the gods if we cannot? I, Chu Zhiling, the former Holy Inspector, accidentally gained the ability to communicate directly with the gods. I saw the spirits of the gods and heard the voice of the true gods. The true God revealed everything to me. He told me that the so-called Supreme Master was merely a disguise of extraterrestrial devils. We must stop being deceived by false messengers and begin true training and meditation. We must hear the voice of the God and see the God's arrangements. We must also fight against the so-called priests and the so-called Supreme Master, these goddamn imposters, polluters, and blasphemers, to the end. This was Spirit Chu's declaration, and it was also the purpose of the heart of God. It was not hard to imagine how heavy a blow such a declaration would be to the framework of the Holy Alliance under the control of the 5 greatest masters. Initially, Chu Zhiling covered up everything with her identity as an orb patroller, patrolling a remote planet in the frontier where transportation and communication were extremely inconvenient. The great sages were too focused on the Battle of Black Wind to notice anything amiss. When they did discover it, the sparks of God's heart were already burning fiercely and spreading across hundreds of planets and countless starships in dozens of sectors. There was no doubt that the God's Heart Society had become a more formidable enemy than the Imperium of true human beings. As a result, although they secured a satisfying victory in the Battle of Black Wind, they were unable to advance and penetrate the most prosperous and vulnerable part of the Imperium. Instead, they rallied a significant number of soldiers and computational resources to extinguish the flames of rebellion and the heresy named Chu Zhiling. Chu Zhiling's ideology of belief in one's heart and self-awareness was very appealing, but it was not enough to compete with the ultimate wisdom that had governed the sanctuary for 1,000 years. At that time, the Imperium had become so corrupt and incompetent that it failed to gather such critical intelligence. As a result, it missed the great opportunity to join forces with the God's Heart Association and launch a pincer attack. Of course, even if the immortal cultivators had wanted to communicate with the God's Heart Association, it was still uncertain whether Spirit Chu, who claimed to be the rightful heir of a true god, would conspire with the Imperium of true human beings. All in all, under the sole leadership of Chu Ling, although the rebellion of the God's Heart was quite significant, it was inevitable that it would be crushed when the fleet of the Sanctuary Alliance was summoned back from the front line. Even Chu Zhiling herself perished in the final battle. Although her soul and body were obliterated, it should not be forgotten that she had once been the most trusted saint patroller of the great sage. Therefore, hundreds of samples of her hair, blood, skin, and even organs were kept in the gene bank deep within the sanctuary. The information about her genetic provider and her blood relatives was also complete. These gene samples became the subjects of the Devil's Child Project at the beginning. The biologists and brain experts of the Holy Alliance created countless siblings and descendants of Chu Ling, such as Zhou Xiuyun and Chu Zhiyun. With the help of these Devil's Children, they analyzed the reasons why Chu Ling lost control. Chapter 2786, Slaughter Goddess, Chu Zhixiao. Despite a century of analysis and research failing to uncover the cause of the uncontrollable heretics, at the very least, the organization known as God's Heart perished alongside Spirit Chu. For 100 years, it had been a key target for the leadership of the Star Glory Federation. If it showed any signs of revival, they would immediately devote tremendous resources and their best troops to suppress and eliminate it. Therefore, over the past century, although there had been nearly 100 small heretical associations in the sanctuary, the Heart of God never re-emerged until 2 to 3 years ago. Starting 2 to 3 years ago, the century of peace was shattered. The gods were rising from the ashes, becoming more cunning and secretive. Not only had they repeatedly evaded the investigation and suppression by the Heresy Interrogation Bureau, but there were even signs that dozens of different small heretical societies had merged into a larger revolt. Perhaps it was because the Sanctuary Alliance had lost dozens of sectors in the Star Ocean Imperium's counterattack. The quasi-beetle civilization had also dealt a significant blow to the overall structure, causing internal strife and providing the heretical societies with an opportunity to exploit. The leadership of the Star Glory Federation was eager to eliminate the revived Heart of God before the strategic war against the Imperium began. However, this time, they wasted 2 years and did not even know who the new leader of the Heart of God was. Some suggested that the new leader of the Heart of God was none other than the old Chu Zhiling, who had not died at all but had merely reincarnated 100 years later under the guidance of a true god. It was also said that the new leader of the Heart of God was a descendant of Chu Ling, or even a devil child, who had run away secretly. This was due to the Devil Child Project making a mistake. However, Li Yao could not find any evidence to support the two speculations in the Devil's Child Project confidential files. The leader of the God's Heart Association, Chu Zhiling, must have been killed without a trace 100 years ago. Before Li Yao's sabotage, the Devil's Child Project had been flawless. With no other options, the cleaner in charge of investigating and destroying the Heart of God could only give the mysterious new leader a code name. They called him Puppet King. A puppet king? How interesting, Li Yao murmured to himself. To be able to lurk inside the Star Glory Federation for at least 2 years and plan and incite a series of riots without being discovered by the members of the Star Glory Federation, and still live a happy life in the darkness, this guy must be one of the top experts of the Panga universe. I wonder, what kind of existence is he exactly? If you are conspiring with the Puppet King to sabotage the Sanctuary Alliance, I have to remind you. The enemy of an enemy is not necessarily a friend, the mental devil said. Just like the Federation's enemy is the Imperium, and the Imperium's enemy is the Sanctuary Alliance, the Sanctuary Alliance will never be a friend of the Federation. If the spirit of Chu's Guild of Heart 100 years ago still carried the colors of innovation and progress and was an object of communication and cooperation, then the Guild of Heart 100 years later has already been modified beyond recognition by the Puppet King. Its methods are even more secretive, despicable, and bloody. Look at the series of cases where the Puppet King announced that the Guild of Heart would be returning. For reasons not worth mentioning to outsiders, he did not hesitate to eliminate everyone on the starship, whether they were workers, soldiers, or priests. Therefore, if you think that rushing to find the Puppet King will be enough to convince him to agree with your approach and that we can comfortably fight against the Great Sage together, you are being too naive. Schwa. 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 Scenes too gruesome to behold flashed through Li Yao's mind. They were all the damages God's heart had caused over the past 2 years. As the mental devil had said, Puppet King and Chu Zhiyun were 2 masters of entirely different styles. To emphasize his existence and that of the God's Heart Association, the Puppet King was never reluctant to spill blood. This guy. Even as Li Yao tried to remain cold and had grown accustomed to the inhuman methods of Sanctuary's people, the shocking and brutal scenes still stirred deep unrest within his soul. If Master Xi Shan's inhumane slaughter was for the sake of certain experiments and research, there was no telling what drove the Puppet King to create such mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Perhaps, the God's Heart 100 years ago was 2 entirely different organizations, and the Puppet King was merely pretending to be Chu Zhuling. He was not an ally Li Yao could trust. But Li Yao still needed to find a way to use him. After a moment's thought, his soul waves surged again. Arrange all the information you've gathered about the Devil Child Project, the Cleaners, and the Puppet King, and look for the common data. Li Yao said to the mental devil, let's see if there's any information closely related to the 3 of them. Good idea. Let's give it a try. This time, the mental devil surprisingly did not contradict Li Yao. Instead, it released its crimson soul waves to the maximum, from which countless runes and data flowed out. Swoosh. 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 Endless data condensed into 3 enormous swirls, spinning at high speed and attracting each other. When they finally overlapped, the data that was nearly identical to each other jumped out and flooded into Li Yao's soul like tides. A waterfall of information immediately appeared in Li Yao's vision. After a long search, he finally captured what he needed. It was a 3D image of a woman in a military uniform. Her face was emotionless, as if she was wearing a frost mask all the time. Even her eyes were black and white, showing not the slightest hint of emotion. It was impossible to tell whether she was a real person or a spiritual puppet covered in a layer of bionic skin. The short purple hair that reached her ears was perhaps the only thing that highlighted her personality. Otherwise, she emitted an aura of destruction that kept strangers away. However, what interested Li Yao was not her temperament but her appearance. Isn't this Chu Zhiyun? The woman created by the 3D image was almost identical to Chu Zhiyun, the beloved monitor of Tanka. Of course, she was more mature and athletic, like an enlarged version of the monitor. Along with the 3D shadows, a lot of information about her identity and all the files the mental devil had collected about her popped up. Chu Zhixiao, the 19th Devil's Child of the Devil's Child Project, Slaughter Goddess Project, Major of the God Bless Army, Cleaner, Yasha Squad. Words flashed before Li Yao's eyes. It turned out that the woman named Chu Zhixiao was indeed the biological sister of the class monitor. Like Zhou Xiuyun and Chu Zhiyun, she shared the same mother, known as Chu Zhiling. They were all devil children. Chu Zhixiao was decades older than Chu Zhiyun. She was the 19th devil's child, while Chu Zhiyun was the 29th. However, this did not mean her model was inferior to Chu Zhiyun's. The two were born for entirely different research fields. For the class monitor, Chu Zhiyun, the researchers aimed to simulate every aspect of the ancient spirit of Chu. Ideally, she would become a clone of the spirit of Chu, from mindset to habits. For the 19th devil's child, the researchers combined Chu Zhiling's seed of life with the genes of the most loyal and strongest warriors of the sanctuary, hoping to create a version of Chu Zhiling with maximized combat ability. As a Saint Patroller, Chu Zhiling's individual combat ability was already extremely high. It was hard to imagine what kind of destructive beings would be produced by implanting numerous battle genes and activating and refining them in all sorts of insane ways. Li Yao did not know why the researchers of the Devil's Child Project had bred such a monster. After racking his brain, he could only come up with two possibilities. The researchers wanted to see what a heretic, maximally powerful and capable of bewitching, would look like in the worst-case scenario. They would need to draft corresponding anti-control plans based on the damage caused by the 19th devil child. Alternatively, the researchers aimed to determine whether the genes of the most loyal and powerful warriors of the Star Glory Federation could suppress the potential uncontrollable factors in Chu Ling's genes. In summary, the Goddess Slayer project was indeed the most dangerous of all the sub-projects of the Devil's Child project. Therefore, after the 19th Devil's Child tested the peak of his combat ability, starting from the 20th Devil's Child, they no longer emphasized combat ability and sometimes intentionally or unintentionally weakened the Devil's Child's combat capabilities. Perhaps a terrible accident had occurred in the past. Even though the researchers were prepared, the damage was still immense. For the most part, the 19th Devil's children were scrapped and destroyed shortly after they matured, due to overwhelming strength and other issues. Some even withered in the embryonic stage, unable to withstand the excessive strength. To date, the 19th Devil's Child is the only survivor. It is Chu Zhixiao, the master of the three-dimensional shadow slowly revolving in Li Yao's vision, a member of the Heresy Interrogation Bureau, an organization of cleaners, the captain of the Yiksha Squad, the 9th Investigation Squad, and the code name Major. Just like Chu Zhiyun, she grew up as a class monitor in the Divine Light Academy. As her characteristics as a slaughter goddess became apparent, she was sent to the floating fortress for inhumane research. Almost all her companions either died tragically during the research or lost control of their strength, burning out their brilliant vitality and turning to ash. She was the sole survivor. His memories were erased time and time again, and he endured increasingly cruel strengthening experiments, aimed at stimulating a deeper awakening of the primeval genes. In the end, he transformed into an entity akin to the ultimate weapon. This time, after their memories were erased once more, the experiments were conducted on a larger scale. They were then dispatched to the God Bless Army, the regular forces of the Star Glory Federation. With the rank of Major, they fought on the front lines of the counterattack against the Imperium, causing significant turmoil among the Imperium's citizens. Following the counterattack of the Star Ocean Imperium, with no further battles to wage, they were recalled from the front. Some of their memories were purged, and they were discharged from the military. They joined the ranks of the Heresy Interrogators as cleaners, and became the captains of the notorious 9th Investigative Action Team, which was tasked with investigating the Heart of God and the King of Puppets cases. Hold on a minute. Isn't Chu Zhixiao the daughter of the former leader of the God's Heart Association, Chu Zhiling? Isn't she an experimental subject who could go rogue at any moment? Using the daughter of the previous leader to investigate the current leader? Is this some kind of twisted strategy? Another experiment? Regardless, this woman's life is truly a mess. Li Yao's soul had never been so sharp, akin to the wildly vibrating teeth of a chain's word. Was the woman named Chu Zhixiao just another brain in a vat? The fate of humanity should not be designed like this. It should not be manipulated like a marred puppet. Li Yao suppressed the urge to smash everything immediately and continued watching calmly. What is a Yiksha squad? He extended a tentacle from his soul and gathered all the information about the Yiksha squad. 1,000 years after the establishment of the sanctuary, with the organization's expansion and the invasion of extraterrestrial devils, the criminal activities of heretics had become increasingly complicated and rampant. Various small-scale heretical groups emerged. To address the internal damage caused by heretics, a cleaning organization was established under the Inquisition. The 8 regular investigation teams of the cleaners were selected from the elite members of the God Bless Army, the tribes, and the temple. They were all 1 in 10,000 super experts who had awakened incredible primeval genes and possessed special abilities unimaginable to ordinary cultivators. However, they were also the most devoted lambs of the gods, their thinking still limited to the divine brilliance. It was impossible for them to imagine the extent of the insanity and unscrupulousness of the most evil heretics. They could hunt down and extinguish ordinary small-scale heretical organizations, but when confronted with the God's Heart Association, led by the Puppet King, the most secretive and evil heretic organization, they seemed powerless. If all parts of the system react the same way, it becomes the system's fatal flaw. When everyone thinks in the same normal way, it is impossible to grasp the mind of a lunatic and find the loopholes. Only a lunatic can understand another lunatic. Only a heretic can capture a heretic. Only an evil ghost, whose 7 emotions and 6 desires have expanded to their limits and broken all the laws, can sense the danger and catch someone as evil as themselves. With such thoughts in mind, the cleaners, no, the most notorious 9th Special Investigative Team, or Yiksha Squad, was established. Yiksha means ghost eaters. The Yiksha Squad was shrouded in darkness and emitted an evil aura. The other 8 regular investigative teams were wary of them and avoided them. The team's main members were all experimental subjects of the most dangerous projects in the Star Glory Federation. Though they had gained unparalleled capabilities through the brutal strengthening experiments and high-intensity battlefield screening, their mental states were extremely unstable. To understand the behavior patterns of the heretics and the criminal motives of the heretics, they were injected with stimulant drugs that could awaken the 7 emotions and 6 desires in their brains, often leading them to forbidden areas that ordinary people in the Star Glory Federation had never heard of. Perhaps, the creation of the Yiksha Squad, their confrontation with the God's Heart Association and the Puppet King, was a large-scale experiment to test whether dangerous experimental subjects such as Major Chu Zhixiao would sink deeper and lose control during the pursuit of the Puppet King. Since most of the members were dangerous test subjects on the verge of losing control, the casualty rate of the Yiksha Squad was extremely high. Often, a dangerous test subject sent from various project research centers to the Yiksha Squad would not last more than 3 months. They would either be killed in the pursuit of the heretics or lose control due to overwhelming emotions and strength, necessitating their recovery or even cleaning by their comrades. In short, very few dangerous experimental subjects could remain in the Yiksha Squad for more than a year, except for the 4 core members. They had been staying in this place since the Yiksha Squad was first established. After so many years, they had survived and become part of the Iron Camp. Chu Zhixiao, the captain of the Yiksha Squad, has the code name Major. Li Yao had just flipped through the files. He was the sole survivor of the Goddess Slaying Project, a fusion of the genes of Chu Zhiling, the founder of the Heart of God and the most dangerous heretic of the past. The people of the Sanctuary Alliance boasted remarkable primeval technology and formidable skills. Their combat prowess could not be gauged by the standards of the Federation or the Imperium alone. During the Imperium's counterattack, Chu Zhixiao effortlessly slew dozens of nascent soul stage cultivators of the Imperium. In one battle, she dispatched 6 battle-type nascent soul stage cultivators within 24 hours. According to the files, she faced almost no effective resistance, and there was regret over the lack of divinity transformation stage cultivators from the Imperium. Otherwise, they could have tested Chu Zhixiao's combat capabilities in actual combat. In other words, the Holy Alliance believed that Chu Zhixiao's peak combat capacity was sufficient to eliminate a divinity transformation stage cultivator of the Star Ocean Imperium. This meant that the Slaughter Goddess was at least at the divinity transformation stage herself. No wonder he was the captain of the Yiksha squad. Li Yao recalled that, while he was still in the Imperium, he had studied the experts of the Sanctuary Alliance involved in the counterattack. Although the counterattack of the Star Ocean Imperium concluded with the defeat of the Star Glory Federation, it did not imply that the people of the Star Glory Federation never mounted a commendable counterattack on certain battlefields. In several of the counterattacks, many nascent soul stage cultivators of the Star Ocean Imperium were indeed killed mysteriously, causing panic on the battlefield. In one battle, the Imperial Army seemed to have captured the fortress of the Star Glory Federation, but an expert from the Star Glory Federation suddenly appeared and wiped out an entire troop of the Star Glory Federation, including 3 nascent soul stage cultivators. At the time, nobody in the Imperium knew who the brutal expert from the Sanctuary Alliance was. Unlike the immortal cultivators of the Imperium, the people of the Sanctuary Alliance were less fond of showing off. Thus, they gave her the code name, Bloody Azura, based on the characteristics of the battlefield. Li Yao reviewed the videos of the slaughter left by the Bloody Azura. At that time, she was not in the giant god soldier but in a thin crystal suit, which closely resembled Chu Zhixiao's body shape and fighting style. Could it be her? No wonder. The second member was Yuan Ko, deputy captain, with the code name Titan. Hundreds of experimental files appeared before Li Yao's eyes. A giant, covered in wounds, lay on the metal operating table, restrained by various chains and seals. He stood at least 4 to 5 meters tall, with shoulders nearly as wide as his height. His muscles, which seemed to contain explosives, appeared alive, devouring his bones and internal organs, transforming him into a creature of pure muscle. As various suspicious drugs were injected into him, his colossal body continued to expand, tear, heal, and mutate. Dense hair, glittering silver scales, and hedgehog-like spikes gradually sprouted on his body, only to soon shed, revealing grotesque growths. He was biting a thick metal stick hard, but even the super alloys used to refine crystal suits could not resist the pressure of his teeth. They were chewed into pieces within half a minute and had to be replaced with a new one. The researchers had conducted countless experiments on the muscular man. To suppress the overly violent strength inside his body, they had to implant various sealed metal plates into his wounds, turning him into a giant who would carry half an iron coffin forever. The Titan project aimed to inject strong triggering drugs into the human body, which would activate the primitive genes inside and trigger intense activity, causing humans to revert to the primitive form created by the Pangu clan, or even the form of the Ni people. Li Yao had encountered similar drugs in the Pangu underground palace of the ancient Saint world. These gene-activating drugs could transform a human into a devil over 10 meters tall when injected into the body of a certain giant crab, but the victim would lose their sanity. 2 divinity transformation stage experts, Meng Qixin and Wu Suiyun, from the ancient Saint world, were corrupted by the drug and had to destroy each other, turning into spectral cultivators with only souls remaining. The Titan project of the Sanctuary Alliance was quite similar to what happened in the Pangu underground palace. However, the gene-activating drugs used by the Star Glory Federation were extremely unstable. Almost all experimental subjects in the Titan project could not withstand the overwhelming primal force and either exploded or turned into idiots. Yuan Ku was the only survivor who joined the Yiksha squad under the code name Titan and participated in endless field tests. Yuan Ku's capability could be explained in 2 sentences. He could carry a super-large crystal cannon, modified from a regular cannon, and bombard the enemy at a rate of 50 rounds per second, without wearing a crystal suit or riding a giant god soldier. He could also tear apart the composite plate of a starship with his bare hands. How is that possible? Li Yao was momentarily dumbfounded, showing his respect for Yuanko the Titan. The monster is even stronger than my wife. It was only fitting that he became the vice-captain and heavy firepower user of the Yiksha squad. The 3rd core member was an expert in tracing, stealth, crystal processors, and the spiritual nexus. His code name was 7 Stars, and his real name was Guan Qixing. At first glance, he appeared to be an ordinary spectral cultivator whose soul was stored in a lifeless artificial body. At least, that was what Li Yao read in the files. But after delving into the guy's background, Li Yao couldn't help but exclaim, he is not 1 person, but 7? Combine the remaining souls of the 7 crystal processors, spiritual nexus, tracing, and detective experts to create new souls, and then implant them into a prosthetic body? Then, what exactly is he? A new person or a combination of 7? Are the owners of the 7 remaining souls dead or alive? If the files of the 3 core members were shocking enough, the identity of the 4th member was even more astounding. Li Yao was left speechless for a long time. The 4th core member of the Yiksha squad was an immortal cultivator. After 1,000 years of war between the Star Glory Federation and the Sanctuary Alliance, billions of citizens of the Star Glory Federation were captured. Most of these citizens were brainwashed and became members of the Sanctuary Alliance. They even returned to the Star Glory Federation as spies and became the most secretive and dangerous cancer cells. Therefore, if the 4th core member of the Yiksha squad was just an immortal cultivator who had been deeply brainwashed, Li Yao would not have been so surprised. What shocked him most was that the immortal cultivator with the code name, Black Dream, and the name Yun Haixin had not been brainwashed and still retained all his emotions and memories. There was no need to fake the internal files of the Yiksha squad. Yun Haixin had been captured by the Sanctuary Alliance when the counterattack of the Star Ocean Imperium had just begun, about 20 years ago. For some reason, he had not been sent to the temple for purification and was instead locked in a special prison cell. For some reason, he chose to cooperate with the people of the sanctuary and joined the Yiksha squad for the most confidential operation to capture the heretics. What the hell? Why would an immortal cultivator of the Star Ocean Imperium, with intact emotions, memories, and thinking, cooperate with the Sanctuary Alliance willingly? Is he a coward who was coerced by the Sanctuary? Or is he coveting the primeval techniques and ultimate arts that the Sanctuary offered? But first of all, although immortal cultivators are brutal, few are so scared of death. They do have some integrity at critical moments. Second of all, why did the people of the Star Glory Federation ask such an authentic immortal cultivator of the Imperium, one wreathed in demonic energy, to join a sensitive organization like the Inquisition, the Cleaners, and the Yiksha squad? Li Yao could not understand it at all. However, he was increasingly convinced that the Yiksha squad was part of a large-scale, comprehensive experiment from the start. Perhaps the mission to hunt down the God's Heart Association and the Puppet King was similar to the purification missions of the heretical children like Tang Ka and Chu Zhiyun in Shinla City. They were all treacherous tests. However, the more he read, the more suspicious he became. It was not hard to see that the leadership of the Heresy Interrogation Bureau, or rather, the super experts hiding in the background, trusted the 9th Special Investigations Team of the Yiksha squad very much. They granted the Yiksha squad extremely high clearance to mobilize all facilities, magical equipment, and personnel within their jurisdiction. If they were suspicious of anyone, they were free to kill whomever they wanted. The officers battling on the front lines, the high-minded priests in the temple, and even the purifiers and cleaners from other operations teams were all potential targets for the Yiksha squad. Fortunately or unfortunately, every time they went on a killing spree and captured or even killed leaders who were absolutely not heretics, there would always be sufficient evidence to prove that their instincts were correct. The seemingly pure and sincere individuals were indeed heretics who had been hiding for a long time. The Yiksha squad demonstrated the success of the experiment and validated their own existence with their precise and efficient achievements. But it was also because of their background and style that they were deeply guarded and alienated by their colleagues, as if they were carrying an eternal curse. One of them is the descendant who maximized the combat ability of the most dangerous heretics in history. One of them is a barbarian who triggered the primal genes, leading to the mutation of super ancestors. One of them is a spectral cultivator with 7 soul fragments. One of them is a traitor who degraded himself to help the people of the sanctuary. Such a splendid lineup is indeed eye-catching. Li Yao mumbled to himself, then, let me, Vulture Li Yao, figure out what is going on. I will lift the curse that has been deeply imprinted on your soul, restore your original appearance, and unleash the greatest strength you possess as human beings. You want to infiltrate the Yiksha squad? The mental devil asked. Yes. It is the best choice, Li Yao analyzed quickly. Regardless of whether the Yiksha squad can capture the Puppet King, at the very least, they are extremely unstable experimental subjects. They must be closely monitored by the Holy Alliance leadership and even directly by the Great Sage. If we can infiltrate the Yiksha squad without raising any alarms, we will surely have many opportunities to steal the core secrets of the Holy Alliance and meet the master-level leadership of the Holy Alliance, or even the Great Sage himself. It will be even better if we can follow their trail and find the Puppet King. Whether the Puppet King is good or evil, and whether the God's Heart Association today is the same as it was 100 years ago, we still need to explore it. Maybe, the God's Heart will oppose the leadership of the Star Glory Federation, and we can take advantage of the situation. It's a good idea, but there's one thing I need to pay attention to. You know, the Yiksha squad is the most sensitive special squad in the entire Heresy Interrogation Bureau, the mental devil said. It is even a product of a test. All its details are likely exposed to the Great Sage's scrutiny at all times. If we sneak in, the risk of our identity being exposed will increase significantly. To get rich, take the risk. Li Yao's soul tightened, as if he were gritting his teeth. Without high risks, there can't be high returns. Exposing ourselves is a two-way street. If we hide in the corners of the Star Glory Federation's fleet, we won't be exposed, but we won't have the chance to lock onto the Great Sage either. What's the point of hiding for 100 years? The deeper we go into the enemy's center, the higher the risk of exposure. But we will have a better chance of getting in touch with the Great Sage, or even, the guy hiding behind him and planning the entire test. Then beat the sh*t out of him. The mental devil said. Yes. Of course. Li Yao chuckled. All right. I agree with your proposal. I also want to know how strong we are when we expand our current life form to its limit, and whether we are strong enough to confront the real mastermind of the sanctuary. The mental devil's voice was full of confidence and determination. If the Yiksha squad is our target for infiltration, there's another advantage. When I analyzed the files on the source of Major Chu Zhixiao's genes, I discovered that she has genetic samples that overlap significantly with those of Tanka, indicating a relation. What's the meaning of this? Li Yao was dazed for a moment. So, Chu Zhixiao and Chu Zhiyun have the same mother and father as Tang Ka? No. It's not that close. It just means that their father's genes are from the same family, the mental devil explained. But even if our relationship is weak, there's at least one possibility: Chu Zhixiao could carry the recessive black spot gene inside him. Since we can sneak into Tang Ka's brain, there's a good chance we can do the same with Chu Zhixiao. Li Yao rubbed his hands in excitement, like a thief who had seen an unlocked door. Of course, sneaking into Chu Zhixiao's brain won't be as easy as sneaking into Tang Ka's, the mental devil added, reading Li Yao's thoughts. First, Tang Ka is just an ignorant young man, while Chu Zhixiao is an existence in the divinity transformation stage, or at least the ultimate weapon, after countless rounds of strengthening and refinement. Second, even if the black pieces are present in Chu Zhixiao's blood, they are dozens of times more diluted than in Tang Ka's. The corresponding resistance will be much stronger, and he won't be fooled by us easily. Third, Chu Zhixiao is likely to be directly monitored by Master Zhishan. If we tamper with his brain, we'll be discovered within minutes. Thus, I strongly suggest we not try to sneak into Chu Zhixiao's brain from the very beginning. After all, in our current form, we can move freely between the spiritual nexus and the crystal processors. We can always find a piece of highly intelligent magical equipment in the Yiksha squad, crawl into it, keep a low profile, and act accordingly. I understand now. Li Yao said, "Are you saying that we can sneak into the automatic toilet of the Yiksha squad? What a brilliant plan." "I didn't say that." "You did." The mental devil leaped to its feet as if pricked by needles. "What I mean is, it's best to choose magical equipment that all members of the Yiksha squad carry, something that holds a lot of valuable information and won't be easily replaced, like their crystal suits and armed shuttles." Swoosh. 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 Using the public combat videos of the Yiksha squad gathered from the spiritual nexus, Li Yao and the mental devil began to analyze all the daily magical equipment used by the Yiksha squad. Soon, both spirits conjured a virtual image simultaneously. It was a battle puppet shaped like a six-legged spider, with a diameter of 2 to 3 meters and a height of less than 2 meters. The puppet had a dark red, reinforced ceramic shell, and its limbs ended in retractable wheels to enable high-speed movement. At the front of its body were 2 extendable arms and 4 auxiliary revolving cannons. On the high-rising back of the body, there was a significant amount of spiritual energy, magnetic warfare and communication equipment. The Type 3020 multifunctional all-terrain spider tank has remarkable communication, support, and maintenance capabilities. Its compact size allows it to navigate through the complex narrow tubes inside a starship with ease. It's a spiritual puppet specially designed for superlarge starships. The ordinary model of the spider tank is integrated with the functions of firepower support, magical equipment maintenance, and communication enhancement. The spider tank equipped by the Yiksha squad is a product of the most cutting-edge technology of the Holy Alliance. It is a super-strengthened model that is still being tested. It is integrated with mini crystal processors with extremely high computational ability and brainwave magnification coils in the smallest space, significantly improving its antimagnetism and brainwave interference capabilities. This will help the Yiksha squad members precisely control the stability of the brains of all the soldiers and worker bees in the area, providing them with a clearer understanding of the intangible spiritual nexus. In the most complex and ever-changing environments, they will maintain contact with the Inquisition. This equipment is indispensable for the Yiksha squad to carry out cleanup missions. The 2 lines of information raised subtle waves in Li Yao and the mental devil's soul. The 2 souls looked at each other and whistled in excitement. "This is the one, right? It is a powerful spider tank that is both agile and moderate in size. It has participated in almost every operation of the Yiksha squad and boasts a powerful crystal processor capable of temporarily carrying our souls. However, since it is the most cutting-edge model of the Holy Alliance, it must be very difficult to hack and easy to detect. The more difficult it is, the more exciting it is. Otherwise, are we really going to hack an automatic toilet?" "That's true. Where is the Yiksha squad right now, and where is their spider tank?" "The Yiksha squad has just experienced a major explosion during a mission. All members have suffered injuries and are resting at the cleaners' headquarters. Their spider tanks are being upgraded in the maintenance workshop, which is not far from here. Excellent. A perfect plan? First, we need to find the design of the ordinary model of the spider tank and the structural design of its crystal processor. Then, we need to figure out its operating system and defense system. After hundreds of virtual rehearsals, we will be able to crack the design's loopholes. Next, we will need to set up some traces in the debris of the crystal processor. The people of the Sanctuary Alliance know that we once controlled the entire floating fortress through the mainframe crystal processor. We will have to make them think that we did it with ordinary crystal processor hacking technology, and that our souls fled the moment the floating fortress crashed. Lastly, we will need to set up a few traps and logical bombs so that the enemy will experience temporary data overflow, defense collapse, and even spiritual energy overload when cutting the crystal processor debris into pieces. The issues won't be fatal, but they will cover up the traces of our dancing. When the enemy resolves the logical bombs we set up in a flurry, it will be the best opportunity for us to switch to a new carrier. Excellent. Let's begin. For a moment, the souls of Li Yao and the mental devil unfolded like the wings of a butterfly. As the soul ripples spread out, a brand new world gradually appeared in their vision. Countless sounds, pictures, and information streams in bright gold and crimson constituted a splendid world. They seemed to be able to see the crystal processor research center they were in, the researchers going in and out, the pathways outside, the brainwaves the researchers were sending out, and the wider, more splendid new world made of the ripples of the spiritual nexus outside the research center. The network is vast, Li Yao smiled to himself. Who can stop me? 3 days ago, at the bottom of the engine compartment at the tail of Light Pursuit, the main warship of the Sanctuary Alliance. Light Pursuit was a vintage warship with a history of 500 years. If it had been placed in the Federation or the Imperium, it would have been scrapped long ago or handed over to local armed forces and transportation fleets. However, the efficiency and reliability of the primitive technology, as well as the near-zero requirements for the living environment of the starship, made it struggle stubbornly in the cold sea of stars for the glory of the gods. To push its enormous body, over 5,000 meters long, to sprint at high speed and turn agilely, it was surrounded by dense industrial thrusters. Together with the astronomical energy consumption of spiritual shields and various energy weapons, the engine compartment, which had been repaired and strengthened multiple times, almost took up all the space at the rear of the ship. The tubes, several meters in diameter and dozens of meters long, were tangled together in a complicated way, making them look like a nest of steel boas, cold, gloomy, and a 3D labyrinth of rust. Since the materials were old and in disrepair, hot steam was spurting out from the corners of the tubes, shrouding the engine compartment in a vague fog year-round, making it resemble a quiet mountain. When the steam froze, it turned into drops of water that fell from above the gravity field like a drizzle. The drizzle and mist, the rust-colored maze, and the emotionless marines and mechanics in gray raincoats and gas masks below the maze formed the eternal scenery in the engine compartment of the Light Pursuit, or rather, all the antique warships of the Sanctuary. Major Chu Zhixiao crouched on a horizontal tube at the highest point, watching the glittering raindrops fall into the gray abyss below, landing on the soldiers and workers that looked like gray spots. She enjoyed the feeling. She enjoyed the light rain on her skin, making her feel truly alive. Therefore, did it matter if it wasn't real rain? 14,522, 14,523, Chu Zhixiao was counting the raindrops that had fallen on her. Major, help me. Major, help me, the voice echoed inside her head, filled with unspeakable pity and desperation. The rain and mist before her eyes seemed to condense into a little girl in a white dress, her arms open helplessly. Chu Zhixiao frowned, and the hallucinations melted away like water in the rain. She stared at the raindrops for a long time and cursed softly. She had forgotten where she was in her count. Major. Major. This time, the super micro-vibrating chip deep inside his ear canal sounded particularly lackluster, as if metal was rubbing against metal. "We've arrived at the scene. Where are you? Are you monitoring the situation? I'm going to transmit all the terrain data of the engine compartment and the information of all the crew members on board. Please prepare to receive it." It was 7 stars, the 7 annoying kids. Chu Zhixiao turned around and saw a shaking spider tank lying on the tube next to her. Though known for its versatility, with anti-joint limbs that could turn 360 degrees and sliding wheels that could move at an incredible speed, the auxiliary spirit puppet was still not as agile as a human when navigating the maze. The bulky, round tank was constricting the tube, receiving a lot of data and risking a fall if not careful. It was quite amusing. Chu Zhixiao's lips curled in a cold smile. "Let's go, Red Pig. Enough rest." The woman, codenamed Major, stood up from the top of the ventilation tube, almost 100 meters high. She narrowed her eyes and opened her arms, savoring the irregular air currents above the engine compartment. Then, she jumped down softly, not forgetting to hook Red Pig, her spider tank, with her toes and fall into the gray mist together. The spider tank, though a cold machine, displayed an emotion more vivid than that of the citizens of the Star Glory Federation. Its 6 limbs were shivering hard, as if it were trying to grab something nearby. The crystal cameras embedded in the 9 rails on its head were spinning wildly, as if they, too, were scared out of their wits. It was truly hilarious. Just as they were about to land on the ground, Chu Zhixiao seemed to have stepped on something solid in midair. He spun oddly and picked up a spider tank. The man and the tank, which together weighed more than half a ton, fell to the ground like dry leaves, making no sound. The spider tank's 6 limbs continued to shiver, and it was unclear whether the sudden weightlessness from the fall had affected its balance system or if it was still in fear. Chu Zhixiao, however, immediately took on the role of the captain of the Yiksha squad. His face was covered in gray frost as he coldly observed everything around him. From a height of nearly 100 meters, the Marines and mechanics gathered in the engine compartment appeared no different than usual. However, upon joining them, Chu Zhixiao immediately sensed their fear and the intense scent of blood. Almost all the Marines and mechanics had their facial features twisted to the extreme, their panic and fear evident, which was highly unusual for the citizens of the sanctuary. The surroundings had been sealed off by the soldiers of the God Bless Army, the purifiers, and the cleaners. Chu Zhixiao noted that the cleaners had deployed the 2nd and 4th investigation teams. The simultaneous appearance of these 2 teams, along with the Yiksha squad, indicated a serious crime. This was also the result of the emotional scan. Chu Zhixiao did not need to raise his wrist at all. Through the intense vibration of his crystal processor, he knew that the emotional waves in the narrow space had surpassed the threshold and were sufficient to trigger mass hysteria. All the peaceful, pure, and loyal Marines and mechanics were infected by the virus known as emotion. Although they could only sense fear at the moment, it was like the collapse of a dam. If left unchecked, other emotions would soon follow and overwhelm them. Everyone in the engine compartment, whether exposed to the heretics or not, will have to undergo large-scale, deep purification. Deep in thought, Chu Zhiyun glanced at the purifiers in their anti-vaccination suits. That's why so many purifiers have gathered here. However, if we don't find the source of the infection, purifying them repeatedly will be futile. The smell of blood is getting stronger, with a hint of sweetness mixed in. But for the ordinary people accustomed to synthesized food, it is indeed an irresistible sweetness. This is the smell of Tao Tai. Is it you, Puppet King? In the cordon with flickering lights, 2 teams of purifiers and cleaners were confronting each other. Although they were both subordinates of the Heresy Interrogation Bureau, one team was responsible for purifying devils, while the other handled the cleaning of devils. However, where there were devils, there were always contaminated objects. Thus, the purifiers and cleaners often had overlapping roles. Conflicts over privileges and command were common, as they were not mere worker bees without self-awareness. Over time, their interactions with devils influenced them, leading to the development of thoughts and emotions. At the very least, for work purposes, they had to simulate similar feelings using their computational abilities. However, when Chu Zhixiao arrived, the dispute between the cleaners and purifiers ended abruptly. They stared at her oddly, as if she were a virus-contaminated alien. Chu Zhixiao was used to such gazes. She pulled the cordon and walked straight to the area with the strongest blood scent. Major Chu, one of the cleaners, stiffly stopped her. "It's just a regular ghoul incident. Several teams of cleaners are already here. I don't think we need to bother you. The Yiksha squad should be sufficient, right?" "Regular ghoul incident?" Chu Zhixiao didn't even glance at the cleaner. "Routine ghoul incidents don't escalate this quickly. In just 24 hours, almost 1,000 ghouls have been born. Even the priests of the kindest clan are involved. This is not a situation you can handle. Go away." She tried to push away the purifiers in front of her. But before her hand touched him, he jumped away as if he had been electrocuted. There was barely any emotion in Chu Zhixiao's eyes. He strode forward emotionlessly. The cleaners and purifiers in front of her seemed to have been separated by boulders and automatically cleared a path for her to the first scene, where blood was flowing everywhere. This was a mixed room for the accelerant. In the narrow, half-open cabin, nearly 10 dead bodies were lying on the ground. There were obvious marks of animal bites on the throats, arms, and even the chests of all the dead bodies. The most miserable one had even lost all his internal organs, his ribs pierced the sky like broken spears. The bloody and horrific scene did not affect Chu Zhixiao at all. She glanced over all the broken bodies indifferently, then she stomped on the ground in the pool of blood with her thick-soled boots and walked toward the cabin at the back. A ferocious beast seemed to be locked in the cabin at the back. Brutal roars were echoing non-stop. Crash! 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 The cabin walls, several inches thick, were bulging due to the collisions. What's the situation? Are they ghouls? Before Chu Zhixiao stepped into the second cabin, she suddenly asked. Yes. They are indeed pitiful creatures that have been infected by the Tao Tai virus and turned into ghouls. Moreover, judging from the enhancement of their strength and their aggressiveness, they are some kind of an upgraded version of the virus. Their infectivity, lethality, and threat have all been significantly improved. An unusually gentle voice came from the second cabin. If a person's appearance was determined by their voice, then the owner of the voice must be an incomparably handsome man. However, judging from the uncanny expressions of the cleaners and the purifiers nearby, who seemed to be facing a formidable enemy, there should not have been anybody in the second cabin just 10 seconds ago. When Chu Zhixiao walked into the second cabin, the first thing he saw was a man sealed in a corner by chains as thick as arms. He was still wearing the tattered uniform of a warship soldier, but the skin below the uniform had turned a deep, burning red. Thick veins were bulging from his limbs to his abdomen, making his abdomen deformed and swollen, giving him the appearance of a pregnant woman. There was no longer any sincerity or obedience in his filthy eyes. Instead, he seemed to have regressed into a hungry animal whose mind was consumed by primal cravings. Judging from his drooling appearance, he appeared very interested in the meat fragrance emitted by Chu Zhixiao. He wanted to pounce on Chu Zhixiao and bite him hard, but he was bound by the chains and could not escape no matter how hard he struggled. He was so desperate that he roared wildly and rammed into the steel plates on the cabin wall. His head was bleeding, and he was a mess. A hair-raising scene unfolded. He was compelled by the scent of his own blood after he crashed into the cabin wall. Sticking out his tongue, he greedily licked his own blood until not a single drop remained. But he was not yet satisfied. He shook his head again and slammed into the wall forcefully, leaving a lot of blood behind. It seemed that, if nobody stopped him, he could continue crashing and licking until he was killed or devoured. Any normal person would have screamed when they saw such a bizarre scene. However, other than the monster, there were two other people in the cabin, Major Chu Zhixiao and another middle-aged man whose face was as fair as jade, eyes as bright as stars, and voice even more handsome. They were both far from the standards of a normal person, set by the three forces of the Federation, the Star Glory Federation, and the Imperium. After only one glance at the ghoul, Chu Zhixiao lost interest. He turned around and looked at the handsome, middle-aged man with long hair fluttering in the wind. The man was Black Dream Yun Haixin, one of the 4 core members of the Yiksha squad who had joined the Sanctuary Alliance with a clear head and complete memory. I just snuck into the guy's brain and saw what happened in the engine compartment over the past 24 hours. It was indeed a typical scene of the outbreak of the Taotai virus, except that the outbreak was faster and more brutal than the previous ones. A cluster of vague black fog lingered in Yun Haixin's eyes, hiding his real eyes and emotions in a black dream. He said, "Besides, one of the 3 priests on Light Pursuit has indeed mutated into a ghoul. The Taotai virus in the past was not as deadly as this one. Even the most sacred and solid priests, as well as the most virtuous people, have become its slaves." Chu Zhixiao ignored the undisguised mockery in Yun Haixin's words and fell into deep thought. The Taotai virus that had been spreading on every planet and every fleet of the Star Glory Federation over the past 2 years was not a real virus but a mental drug that affected the human brain directly. Compared to the devilized people of the Imperium of true human beings, the people of the Sanctuary Alliance possessed remarkable telepathic thoughts and brainwave resonance. They would open their minds at specific times each morning and night to bask in the holy light. Many simple commands were transmitted directly through brainwaves. This method of communication and social structure meant that their minds were more susceptible and vulnerable to the intrusion and interference of ill-intentioned individuals. If the brain of a single member of the Star Glory Federation was breached, and everyone opened their minds during the Holy Light ritual, a massive outbreak of emotions and viruses could likely occur. The Taotai virus was a drug that acted directly on the brain, stimulating deep-seated cravings within the soul. More precisely, it stimulated the hunger of human beings. When such a secret and lethal drug is implanted into the brain via the spiritual nexus, telepathic thoughts, or hypnosis, it would unleash the hunger that had been suppressed for a long time. At first, the Taotai virus would trick one's taste buds and nerves so that one could taste delectable food that felt like chewing wax. It's not hard to understand the soul-stirring effect of the sudden explosion of taste buds for the people of the sanctuary who had been eating tasteless paste their entire lives. The less fortunate members of the Star Glory Federation were swiftly captured by the Taotai virus and soon became slaves to their hunger. But just like all drugs, mental drugs posed an escalating, unfulfilled issue. The more they ate, the deeper they sank into their cravings, and the more unsatisfied they became. The more they ached for more, the more they needed to consume. In the end, the effects of the mental drugs gradually diminished. No matter how much synthesized food they ate, they could not taste any sweetness from it. At that time, the people whose mouths had been spoiled by the Taotai virus could no longer tolerate the blandness of the synthesized food. Now, their belief in the gods and their reverence for their master had long been corrupted and consumed by the gluttony in their stomachs. They no longer cared about any rules or teachings. They would do anything to find fresher and sweeter food, real food, not sticky excrement. Unfortunately, on most planets and starships where resources were scarce, especially in the range that the bottom-level, worker bees and soldier bees could reach, there was only one thing that could be called delicious food. They were each other's flesh and blood. Just like that, ghouls were born. His brain had been deeply corrupted and paralyzed by the Taotai virus. His consciousness had been controlled by his ravenous appetite. He would bite and eat flesh whenever he saw someone. He would suck their blood, gnaw their bones, and eat their organs. He would experience incomparable pleasure while swallowing their blood. This was the typical image of a ghoul, a sad victim of the Tautai virus. There was no doubt that the Tautai virus was a malicious weapon that the Puppet King, the new leader of the Heart of God, created to overthrow the sanctuary. Moreover, over the past year, the Puppet King had been refining and enhancing the damage of the Tautai virus. At first, it had been merely appetizing and bloodthirsty, but later, it was potent enough to trigger the secretion of adrenaline in one's body, burning away decades of vigor in the body. The shocking ghoul outbreaks were all masterpieces of the Puppet King. Before, the infection of the Tautai virus was limited to ordinary soldiers and workers. These individuals, whose brains had been purified multiple times to the point of being completely blank, were as innocent and naive as children. They were highly susceptible to various mental drugs. However, with the multiple experiments and mutations conducted by the Puppet King, the targets of the Tautai virus gradually expanded from ordinary people to special professionals. The cleaners, purifiers, lurkers, and mid to low-level commanders of the God Bless Army were not spared. But this time, the highest-level member of the sanctuary to turn into a zombie was a priest. Almost all priests were known for their kindness, pure blood, firm beliefs, and pristine ideologies. They performed the Holy Light ritual for a large number of sanctuary members, monitored the thoughts of thousands, and guarded against pervasive extraterrestrial devils. They were the core of a combat unit. For example, on the warship Chasing Light, there was only one grand sacrifice and 2 minor sacrifices. Their status was even higher than that of the captain, first mate, and fire control officer. They were the real managers. But what was happening now was that one of the minor sacrifices had been infected by the Tautai virus and degenerated into a strengthened, mutated version of a zombie. The fingers and face of the only grand sacrifice had been gnawed away, and the virus spread before the infected fled to the depths of the engine compartment. This was a rare infection among the kindest beings. It was also the reason why the Yiksha squad, a rarely seen, cursed black team, had come to Light Chaser in the first place. In my opinion, you are too foolish. Maintaining the pride of the immortal cultivators and the memory of the Imperium's people, Yun Haishin's mellow voice was filled with cold mockery. There's a saying that it's better to let something go than to hold on to it. It is a natural instinct for humans to enjoy delicious food. How can you forbid it? Even if you've been eating tasteless paste since birth, you can only suppress your taste buds. Once your taste buds are opened, it's like a flood that cannot be stopped. What do you mean by the best in the world? What do you mean by priest? Hee hee. When you taste the sweetness of human flesh, don't you forget your beliefs and loyalty? If they had tasted all the delicious food like the immortal cultivators did, they wouldn't be so obsessed with human flesh, no matter how infected they were. The commanders of the purification and cleaning teams squeezed into the narrow cabin. Yun Haishin's outrageous declaration left them dumbfounded, unsure of what to do. Their confusion only made Yun Haishin more excited, as if he had fallen into the depths of the sanctuary as an immortal cultivator, where the only fun he had was to bully the puppets. Why are you pretending to be shocked? Yun Haishin's smile grew more brilliant. For a moment, the black mist covering his eyes thinned, revealing a pair of clear, cynical eyes. Isn't that what you think in your hearts? The most steadfast believers of the good race, the priests blessed by the holy light, how can they be tempted by flesh and blood and end up as pitiful ghouls? What is wrong with our faith and our holy light? Have you never wondered about this? Don't you want to taste blood? The cleaners and purifiers looked at each other in shock and panic, stepping back and huddling toward the door. Ha! You are scared. This means that you not only have thoughts but also delicate emotions. Yun Haishin narrowed her eyes, the mist before them swirling into 2 spirals. Her mellow voice was full of enchantment and malevolence. This is a paradox. Do you know what a paradox is? Your leader could not control the entire Sanctuary Alliance and the universe with a bunch of empty-headed fools. They had to turn to those who were a little smarter for help. However, once one is a little more intelligent, when faced with a complex environment and absorbing vast amounts of information and data, one will inevitably develop their own thoughts and emotions, leading to doubt about everything around them. Thus, while the Heresy Interrogation Bureau is meant to deal with heretics, the fools who join it are the most likely to become intelligent, emotional, and learn to hide in the presence of the holy light. They may even suspect that the entire world has fallen into the new heresy. I can sense that you are on the verge of becoming heretics or even ghouls. I have a great deal of experience with this. Really. I can smell the scent emanating from your minds, the scent you try to hide. Are you sure you haven't been infected by the Tautai virus? The twitching expressions on the faces of the purifiers and cleaners were too intense to conceal. Over the past 3 years, 11.4% of the members of the Heresy Interrogation Bureau have fallen into heresy, which is far more likely than in any other organization in the sanctuary. Yun Haishin was not going to let the purifiers and cleaners off easy. The mockery on his face was intense, even distorting his handsome features. Is this the Heresy Interrogation Bureau or the Heresy Cultivation School? How hilarious. Hey, has it ever occurred to you that you are just experimental subjects? The higher-ups summoned you to the Heresy Interrogation Bureau to see how long you would hold out before becoming heretics. The few purifiers and cleaners seemed on the verge of a breakdown. I was just kidding. 11.4% was a random number I made up. It's nothing like that. It was just a harmless joke. Yun Haishin's smile remained unchanged. He pointed at his brain and gestured at his throat before saying softly, however, your reaction to the joke was not satisfactory, which means you will be cleared by the Yiksha squad soon, just like your predecessors. Let's see how long you rookies can last this time. The purifiers and cleaners could no longer bear it and collapsed, whimpering with confusion, suspicion, and desperation in their eyes. It seemed that even if Yun Haishin didn't clean them up, they would still be driven to suicide. Enough. Stop playing around. Chu Zhixiao watched the rookies of the regular cleaning troops coldly. It was not until this moment that he said casually, 7-Star has sent the detailed intelligence, the battle plan, and the map of the bottom-level reactor area to Red Pig. The infected ritualist should be hiding in the center of the reactor area. However, he has at least 200 ghouls with him. Be careful. That is the real power output area of the starship. Try not to make a fuss. When have I ever made a big fuss? Yun Haishin looked at her long, narrow fingers and said, I always talk but never fight. You should tell that to the Titan. Cut the crap. Let's go. Chu Zhixiao glanced at the purifiers and cleaners who were still shivering in shock and said coldly, keep your troops on alert outside and don't let anybody in or out. Also, block all the information and waves inside so that the Tautai virus does not spread further. Do you understand? Red Pig, Black Dream, let's go. Chu Zhixiao patted the round spider tank and rushed into the engine compartment. Hey, don't compare me to this silly spider tank, alright? Yun Haishin mumbled half-truthfully and followed Chu Zhixiao. You think I'm your pet, too? The deeper they went into the engine compartment, the darker the lights became, the denser the steam spurting from the broken tubes, and the thicker the smell of blood. They seemed to have entered a steel forest shrouded in fog. Very soon, they could not tell east from west, nor could they see any purifiers or cleaners. Gasps and cries echoed non-stop. Tick. 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 Occasionally, water droplets would fall from above and splatter on their helmets and crystal suits. When he touched them with his hands, he discovered that they were sticky with blood. Chu Zhixiao suddenly stopped. When the fog in front of him cleared, he saw an incomplete corpse on the ground. Half of the body had almost been eaten up. Ah! However, as she squatted down to check, the body suddenly opened its eyes and lunged at her with an ear-splitting shriek. Shwa! 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 Chu Zhixiao didn't even blink. He raised his right hand and slashed the ghoul into dozens of equal-sized pieces, which fell to the ground. Ah! Ah! More ghouls leaped out of the mist, from behind the twisted power tubes, and from under the rusted reactors. The ghouls, transformed from soldiers and workers, were no match for an ultimate weapon of Chu Zhixiao's level, even though their appetite had increased by dozens of times. They only hindered her vision and her steps. Chu Zhixiao walked through the rain of blood, unleashing his killing instinct as if it were a natural breath. But after slaying nearly 100 ghouls, the environment around her suddenly turned strange. The white mist turned blood red. The bright gray tubes and the rusted red reactors transformed into the internal organs of a bloody beast. Her feet were buried in mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Hands without skin, only muscles and bones, reached out of the pool of blood and clung to her legs desperately. Some slithered forward like boas, tying up her limbs. Others tried to crawl into her crystal suit through the gaps. Hungry, hungry. Chu Zhixiao heard countless screams. Countless scarlet eyes emerged from the fog, staring straight at her. Below the eyes were pale white teeth, glowing with a cold light. Thousands of ghouls surrounded her from all directions. Some of the ghouls were even hanging upside down from the sky, dragging their intestines, while they grinned hideously at her. Chu Zhixiao was greatly alarmed. There were too many ghouls. Although the main warship of the Light Pursuit was an antique, it had been modified more than 30 years ago to improve its automation. Therefore, there were not many operators in the engine compartment. Most of the operators had become food for the ghouls. The outside world was guarded and evacuated by the purifiers and cleaners. There were at most a few hundred ghouls still active in the engine compartment, but in her vision, there were at least 1,000. Moreover, the speed and hardness of the ghouls far exceeded those of the ordinary people of the Star Glory Federation and low-level warriors. Some could even dodge her lightning-fast attacks. Her crystal suit had been torn open by their bloody, long fingers, which felt like maggots and leeches crawling into her skin. They were slippery, greasy, and extremely cold. It was impossible. Chu Zhixiao immediately realized it was an illusion. What an impressive mental illusion. Had the Puppet King's strength improved again? It could invade her brain without her knowing and create such a vivid illusion. Black dream, black dream? Chu Zhixiao shouted, but there was no response behind her. She assumed that the hearing system of either her own suit or Black Dream Yun Haixin had been compromised. She stopped shouting and condensed her soul to the maximum, sending a powerful brainwave to Red Pig, the spider tank next to her, to help her escape the engine compartment. 7 Star, can you hear me? It is very likely that the Puppet King has hacked into the crystal suit system, optical nerves, and auditory nerves of Black Dream and me, which will be a major interference in our battle. Chu Zhixiao remained very calm. He sent out telepathic thoughts unhurriedly. Don't worry about me. Just pretend that you're in a hurry and let him continue the invasion. You can take the opportunity to find out the source of the invasion. Remember, don't alarm them. The minor sacrifice that turns into a ghoul is not our target. Our target is the Puppet King. Even if we can't capture him, we must at least figure out his methods. So, don't destroy everything yet. Do you understand? Understood. After a moment, 7 Star, the crystal processor and tracking expert of the team, who was using a spider tank as a platform, replied hesitantly, however, the Titan has gone in. I don't know whether or not his mental defenses have been compromised by the Puppet King. If he is hallucinating, I don't think he will be as patient as you are and will solve the problem one way or another. What? Chu Zhixiao's pupils constricted fiercely. Then, she heard a deafening explosion that shattered her eardrums as a tidal wave. Boom! 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 Amid the depths of the blood mist, flames were raging. All the real and illusory ghouls had been blown to pieces and burnt to ash with twisted screams. Based on the destructive force, even the engine compartment was about to be blasted apart. The mountains of corpses and oceans of blood before Chu Zhixiao's eyes vanished suddenly. She fell out of the illusion and returned to the gray engine compartment of the real world. But there was not the slightest joy on her face. Instead, her face was filled with anger that her plan had been disrupted. Coldly, Chu Zhixiao strode forward. There was not a single intact ghoul in front of her. There were not even many pieces of meat as small as fingernails. The tubes were full of bumps and hollows. Even the reinforced shell of the reactor, which was almost half a meter thick, had nearly 100 shocking fist marks on it. Centered at the fist marks, the blood was spreading out in the shape of a laser, as if he would be gone after one punch. The mist in front of him dispersed, and his vision became clearer. The smell of steam and blood seemed to have been absorbed by the muscular man, who was at least 5 meters tall and covered in wounds and iron armor. Sensing Chu Zhixiao's passionate eyes, Yuan Kuo, the giant, turned around and opened his bloody mouth, giving a major and innocent smile. It was true that the puppet king had broken through his defense wall and invaded his brain, hijacking his optic and auditory nerves and creating a terrifying illusion. The way to get rid of the illusions of Titan Yuanko was simple, to blow everything up. If an illusion created 1,000 ghouls, 1,000 would be blown up. If the illusion created 10,000 ghouls, 10,000 would be blown up. It did not matter if there were 100,000 or 1,000,000 of them. In Yuan Kuo's eyes, they were all the same. Chu Zhixiao glared at Yuanko. Yun Haixin appeared from the side and observed the scene that had almost been destroyed by Yuan Kuo. Her lips twitched, but she did not say anything, with an "I knew it" expression on her face. Well, the 7-star tried to smooth things over through the spider tank. Even if the Titan did not destroy everything, with the abundant anti-tracking experience of the Puppet King, I wouldn't have been able to lock onto him easily, would I? Chu Zhixiao sniffed and looked at Yuan Kuo's feet. Under Yuan Kuo's specially made iron boots was an old man in a gray robe, his chest painted with thorns. The old man's face, which should have been kind and holy, was now covered in blood. His sharp teeth, which looked like 2 daggers, had been broken. He was the priest who had turned into a zombie. Chu Zhixiao squatted and stared at the extraordinary zombie. Hungry, hungry. The priest's pupils melted in his blood-red eyes. He seemed to have lost his vision and could only distinguish his prey with his heightened sense of smell. Sensing Chu Zhixiao's scent, thick saliva flowed from his mouth. Why do you want to eat people? Chu Zhixiao asked casually, wondering how much intelligence the priest had left after being infected by the Taotai virus. Although ordinary ghouls were like animals without any intelligence, they had been like this before being infected by the Taotai virus. It was uncertain whether the kindly ones could still think after turning into ghouls. Hungry, hungry. The priest licked his tongue, which had sharp thorns, while still shouting. Why did you eat your boss, the only ritual on the starship? Was there some voice that asked you to do that? Chu Zhixiao continued asking, patient and curious. The higher one's cultivation, the purer one's mind, and the firmer one's beliefs, the more delicious they are. The young priest's eyes suddenly cleared. He made a very logical response and extended his nose toward Chu Zhixiao. You taste so good. You must be delicious. Let me eat you. Eat you. Did you know that you were infected by the Taotai virus and controlled by someone else? There was no expression on Chu Zhixiao's face. He did not even lean back, still gazing into the priest's eyes from close up. I know, he replied. Ripples spread from the blood-red eyeball of the little priest, forming countless concentric circles that looked like a bizarre pupil. He suddenly became clear-headed, so clear-headed it made one's hair stand on end. He looked deeply at Chu Zhixiao and said, "What about you, Major Chu? Do you know that you have been controlled by someone?" Chu Zhixiao blinked. Suddenly, the lightning tentacles grabbed the priest's head. 7-star, track him now. The Puppet King is here, she shouted. However, the Puppet King was fleeing faster than she could react. Before her fingers pierced into the skull of Little Sacrifice, a fading smile appeared on his face. The crimson ripples in his eyes froze, and then he transformed into a ghoul, completely controlled by his appetite. A faint laughter seemed to escape from Xiao Ji, drifting into the darkness. Chu Zhixiao stood up with a gloomy expression, deep in thought. The strength of the Puppet King seems to have improved again. The casual mockery on Black Dream Yun Haixin's face was gone. She narrowed her eyes, sensing the brainwaves left in the darkness. She mumbled, "Not many people in the Imperium of True Humans can achieve such long-range infiltration. Only the top meditation healers with the aid of primeval-era magical equipment, or super experts above the divinity transformation stage can do this. Damn. This Puppet King can't be an expert in the divinity transformation stage, can he? Are you pulling my leg? Even the Imperium of True Human Beings doesn't have any experts in the divinity transformation stage. Is this guy from heaven? It is quite possible that he fell from the sky." The voice of the 7-star came over again. "Otherwise, why would we not be able to find any information about him when he rose to fame 1 or 2 years ago? Besides, he is growing very quickly. He seems to be using the innocent people of the Star Glory Federation for some kind of training. He is absorbing the power of the soul with mental drugs like the Taotai virus to strengthen himself. If we can't capture the Puppet King in the near future and train us for another year or so, it will never be possible to capture him. No, instead, we will be invaded and consumed by him. I will catch him." Yuan Kuo said, "I will crush him into dust and scatter him into the void. What I am more worried about is his motive for another ghoul incident." Chu Zhixiao was still staring at Xiao Ji, who was drooling and struggling hard. "This ghoul incident is different from the previous infections and outbreaks. No, it is not the number of ghouls, nor the problem that all the priests of the omnipresent Good Clan have been infected, but I feel that he is very close to us. He is even holding his breath in the darkness, watching us. This is very dangerous. He can hack into our brains, which means we might be able to trace his origin and hack into his brain. What is he trying to achieve by taking such a big risk? Is it just to prove that even the kindest beings and priests can be infected?" Chu Zhixiao observed the surroundings cautiously. She never believed that the Puppet King's motives and actions would be so simple. Each time, the Puppet King would hide his true intentions within a complex, bloody labyrinth. The only things nearby were countless bodies that had been crushed by Titan Yuanko and the humming crystal reactor. Thankfully, this model's crystal reactor had an extremely durable shell and a robust protection system. It was nearly impossible to damage it from the outside. Even if it were damaged, the energy conduits leading to the crystal reactor would be instantly severed, slowing and eventually stopping the high-energy reactions inside. There would be no way for a catastrophic explosion to affect the entire starship. Otherwise, the Puppet King could simply control a group of ghouls to destroy the ship. Destroy the starship. Chu Zhixiao narrowed her eyes. She sensed a scheme. She examined the ghoul corpses, but they were all blown to pieces. There was no value in inspecting them further. 7-star, send me a 3D image of the bodies outside. Include both the ghouls and the victims. Don't miss any detail." Chu Zhixiao commanded her companions outside through the spider tank. Soon, the indicator light on the back of the spider tank flashed rapidly. Invisible, thin lines, like transparent nerves, connected to her temples, and vivid, shocking images appeared on her retinas. Chu Zhixiao focused on the dead bodies. After scanning dozens of corpses, she noticed something wrong. The eyes and fingers of many corpses are missing. That's understandable. Given the extensive damage to their bodies, how could their eyes and fingers have remained intact? Besides, for the ghouls, their eyeballs were the most delicious food, and their fingers were one of the most vulnerable parts. Most victims of the zombie incident would lose their eyeballs and fingers. Most of the pictures of the ghouls here show missing eyeballs and fingers, too. Although they might have been infected and turned into ghouls because of being bitten, I still feel that something is not right. Chu Zhixiao pondered for a moment and asked, if we remove the limitations of our thinking from the zombie incident and stop treating the case as an ordinary outbreak of the Taotai virus, what should we think about the reason for the disappearance of the eyeballs and fingers? Major, what's your take on this? Black Dream Yun Haixin said, if it is not the ghoul incident, what else could it be? Suppose Bloody Red's ghoul incident was just a cover, and the Puppet King's real target was the eyeballs and the fingers? Gazing into the depths of the darkness, Chu Zhixiao mumbled to himself, seizing the eyeballs and fingers of dozens of key people at the same time will certainly attract a lot of attention, won't it? Unless the victims' bodies are mutilated with the guise of the Taotai virus outbreak, nobody will be able to tell the difference between the eyeballs and the fingers. In fact, have the eyeballs and fingers been eaten or used in other ways? Anywhere else? Black Dream Yun Haixin narrowed her eyes, and pondered the question. Are you talking about the permissions to control a starship? True, many parts of an old warship like Light Chaser can be manually controlled with high-level permissions, except for the cockpit. However, the fingerprints, irises, blood, and brain scans of the permission holders must be kept, Chu Zhixiao said. The owners of these permissions are often the priests with the highest status on the old warships. Along with the supervisor of the area to be controlled, on board Light Pursuit, it would be the High Priest, who has been gnawed beyond recognition, the supervisor of the engine compartment, and perhaps the operators of the reactor. I assume they are all dead, and their eyeballs and fingers are gone, aren't they? Not just eyeballs and fingers, Black Dream Yun Haixin said. Many dead bodies have been sucked dry. Therefore, we have blood samples and brain scans. Simulating brainwaves is one of the Puppet King's specialties. Besides, the brains of many important authorities are gone, too. So, fingerprints, iris scans, blood samples, and brain scans are not a problem now. 7-star, Chu Zhixiao's voice was as cold as if it had come from a vacuum. Tell me, what can the Puppet King do if he takes over the highest clearance of the engine compartment manually? You can do whatever you want. There are no taboos, the shivering voice of the 7-star echoed after a long pause. Chu Zhixiao cursed softly. He jumped up and dashed into the darkness like an arrow. Before Yuan Ko and Yun Haixin could catch up, he had already vanished into the depths of the engine compartment. Only the spider tank Red Pig was still following its master's footsteps. Its somewhat heavy body also relied on the high-speed pulleys at the ends of its 6 limbs to drift toward the bottom level of the engine compartment. Hoochie! 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 The bottom level of the engine compartment was reserved for maintenance and modification. A lot of twisted tubes, abandoned reactors, and components for maintenance were left there. It was like a lifeless metal graveyard. There were no ghouls in this place, but there was no scent of human beings either. It was dead silent, even more horrifying than the area where the ghouls had been wandering. However, there was not the slightest hint of fear in Chu Zhixiao's heart. She continued issuing commands in an orderly manner. 7-star, send me the original data of the uncharted areas of the map. Also, if the connection to the cockpit is to be manually controlled, the operation room should be in this place. Pay attention to the surveillance and tracking at all times. Also, ask the Titan to stay here. The same goes for the Black Dream. None of you are to come down. This place is too. Chu Zhixiao's voice came to an abrupt end. She suddenly realized that her ears were too quiet. 7 Star, the expert tracker, did not respond. It was not normal. At such a short distance, there should not have been any barriers or obstructions between her and the 7 Star. The only answer was that she had fallen into an illusion again. The Puppet King had invaded her brain and hijacked her optic and auditory nerves. Just as the 7 Star had said, the person was training his soul with the outbreak of evil feelings and desires. His soul had soared to an unimaginable level in just 1.5 years. However, it would be ridiculous to trap her just like that. Chu Zhixiao's mind was crystal clear. His soul condensed into a glamorous saber, which raised thousands of silver lines and cut the black space nearby into pieces. Dark red light appeared before her eyes again, the brightness of the red pig, the spider tank. At the end of the light, a tall, slender man stood smiling at him, hands in his pockets. He was a plain-looking young man whose face, smooth as an egg from years of a poker face, now bore deep wrinkles. He wore a working raincoat, often seen on engine mechanics, with pockets bulging with bloodstains. An indescribable sense of danger pierced through Chu Zhixiao's brain, instantly making her realize, Puppet King? Hello, Major Chu, the young mechanic smiled. This seems to be the closest we've ever been, isn't it? I suppose so. Don't move, and don't trigger any brainwaves, either. Otherwise, I will chop you into a cluster of bloody mist and burn it to ash. Chu Zhixiao, holding the long sword at his waist, drew closer to the Puppet King. Who are you exactly? What is your purpose? Hasn't my purpose been stated in the heart of God? I pursue the liberation of human nature and want everyone to remember what a real human being looks like. Living as a human being for 1 second is better than living as a slave or a tool for 100 years, the Puppet King smiled. Are those ghouls what you call real human beings? Chu Zhixiao scoffed. Correct must be done. The people of the Star Glory Federation have sunk into deception and ignorance for too long. How can we really wake them up without such intense stimulation? The Puppet King blinked his eyes. As for my name, I don't usually tell it to other people. But if it is you, Major Chu, it will be a different matter. As long as you promise me one thing, you will never tell my name to a third person. This is a secret between you and me. Secret? Chu Zhixiao found it even more absurd. You believe my promise? I didn't believe it, but it was worth a try. It was worth the price to wake you up. The Puppet King said, did you know that secrets are a very important part of one's life? If one has no secrets and everything is exposed to others, one will not be a real person. So, start from this little secret and establish your true personality, Major Chu. Chu Zhixiao sniffed. Why don't you tell me your name first? Lam Li Yao, Culture Li Yao. The Puppet King smiled delightedly. I'm from a remote place on the other side of the Sea of Stars. Nice to meet you. But we'll meet again soon. Chu Zhixiao heard that Titan Yuan Ko and Black Dream Yun Haixin were lunging at him. The smile on the Puppet King's face was the same as the one on the sacrificial ceremony when he turned into a zombie a moment ago. It was fading and disappearing. Her pupils constricted violently, and she lunged at the Puppet King. However, before she could pounce on the Puppet King, an incomparably dazzling ball of light exploded from the depths of the darkness behind the Puppet King and swept across the entire tail of the starship, devouring everything. The only thing Chu Zhixiao could do was raise his spiritual shield in the blow and impact. Impact shield and promptly and his crystal suit to the explosive mode with the highest defense ability. Meanwhile, her spider tank Red Pig lunged at its master without caring for its own safety. It waved its clumsy, hilarious legs, trying to protect its master, only to be shattered and almost melted by the intense light and heat. It was the last thing Chu Zhixiao saw before he fell into darkness. Li Yao, Chu Zhixiao muttered the name in the darkness, then bit them into pieces so hard that they were swallowed into his stomach without being spat out. Light spots. Colorful, colorless, and extremely brilliant spots of light were moving randomly and endlessly, dragging thin, long lines of light that intertwined into complicated clusters of brightness and unpredictable swirls of light. In the end, all the lights congregated into an ever-changing, vigorous ocean of light. It was the new world that Li Yao sensed in the form of star spirits, or rather, information life forms. In the body form, the world that could be seen with the naked eye was a human being, a path was a path, a crystal processor was a crystal processor, and the invisible network was something that could not be seen at all. However, in the form of an information creature, the body temperature, heartbeat, brainwaves, the rise and fall of his chest, and the sound of his abdominal movement, were all combinations of information. In the same way, a piece of seemingly cold magical equipment turned into the amalgamation of its hardness, materials, radiation, and other information. When Li Yao saw it, he immediately received tremendous information about it. The illusory, unpredictable network, on the other hand, turned into dazzling, brilliant threads of light that leaped adroitly like the finest dancers in the universe. Li Yao had been adapting to the new world for several days and had a deep understanding of how to perceive it. He could see that the brains of human beings were blossoming like delicate flowers, their vitality was blinking like fireworks, and that the crystal processor next to it was unfolding in a completely different yet equally marvelous way. The flower stamen in the middle was trembling softly, as if it were reaching out to him affectionately to attract his intrusion. From this perspective, the human brain and the crystal processor were no different. In the meantime, in the seemingly peaceful ocean of light, dangerous spots, light spots, and lines were also hidden. Some of them resembled venomous jellyfish and octopuses, while others appeared as wandering, savage sharks vigilantly searching for anomalies. They were the traps, baits, barriers, and guards that the Fuxi system had deployed within the spiritual nexus. Li Yao did not wish to be disturbed by them. Fortunately, after transforming into a new life form, the memory gate from Earth seemed to have opened a wider gap. A variety of new weapons surged out from the depths of his soul, giving him a deeper understanding of the nature of life. He could alter his form in the spiritual nexus, masking his soul with regular data to make it appear as an ordinary document. The strategic final battle, with the main fleet of the Sanctuary Alliance attacking the core world of the Star Ocean Imperium, was about to begin. Myriads of data were being transmitted between the main seconds between the main warships of the Sanctuary Alliance and the enormous star fortresses. Every detail of the strategic final battle had consumed 99% of the computational capacity of the five great masters and the Fuxi system. At such a critical instant, they had no time to be concerned with Li Yao, the small virus. Thus, it only took Li Yao one day to break through all defenses, infiltrate the internal network of the Heresy Interrogation Bureau and the Cleaners, and gain many high-level permissions. Schwa. 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 The images of several members of the Yiksha squad, who were seriously injured in the light pursuit explosion and now laid in the med bay for repairs, appeared in Li Yao's vision. It was especially true for Major Chu Zhixiao. She was closest to the point of explosion and had suffered the most injuries. Despite being protected by the spider tanks and crystal suits, she was still deeply burned and had lost a significant amount of skin and muscle tissue. She was soaking in nutrient liquids, accelerating the division and reproduction of her cells with nanometer-scale biochemical devices to heal her wounds more quickly. Li Yao knew that this treatment was the most advanced biochemical technology, almost capable of bringing the dead back to life. The only side effect was the pain, the sensation of cells exploding from the depths of one's soul, a feeling no expert could withstand. Yet, not only did Chu Zhixiao bear it, she did not even flinch. Her facial wounds had not fully healed, and she was already eagerly studying the files on the Puppet King. What a crazy woman. Li Yao frowned at the image. The thicker, tougher, and more stubborn the enemy's nerves, the more difficult it was to invade and persuade them. But this was within his expectations. Chu Zhixiao was qualified to be the captain of one of the Star Glory Federation's strongest assault squads. Major was far from being a weak-willed, crying man. Right now, Li Yao was only concerned about one thing: could Chu Zhixiao's spider tank be repaired? The mental devil had gathered a lot of information and learned that Chu Zhixiao was deeply attached to his specially painted spider tank, taking it into battle almost every time. No matter how severe the damage, he insisted on having it repaired rather than replaced with a new one. Of course, this experimental model of the spider tank had been customized to suit his needs, even in the design of the human-machine interface. It would indeed be difficult to adapt to a new one. Many people, including Li Yao, felt this way. If they were to use a piece of magical equipment that was convenient, even if its performance was a bit weak, they would win in terms of familiarity and reliability. They would not be willing to replace it easily. For example, Li Yao had used Neltharion for more than 100 years, not to mention Blackwing. However, this time, the damage to the spider tank was very serious. The mainframe crystal processor and the core memory chip were both heavily damaged and riddled with holes. Even if they were repaired carefully, part of the files would still be missing, which would certainly affect the old interface. But for Li Yao, it couldn't be better. The mainframe crystal processor and the core chip being damaged offered him a perfect opportunity to make a fool of himself. Li Yao's soul moved agilely through the network like a loach. He avoided one trap after another and hacked into several monitoring crystal cameras in the special maintenance workshop of the Inquisition. Through the crystal cameras, one could clearly see that, on a highly automated maintenance platform, among the dozens of swiftly revolving and spinning artificial arms, the Crimson Spider tank looked brand new. At that moment, the maintenance staff was connecting the thick crystal cables to the data transmission interface on its abdomen, attempting to restore all its data 0.1 seconds before the explosion. The timing was perfect. Li Yao's soul rippled with a smile. He turned into a streak of brightness and crawled into the spider tank. As his soul gradually invaded, he felt as though he were floating in the air with a parachute on his back. Finally, his feet touched solid ground. His soul felt heavier and more solid. He sensed his body once more. However, the body made of cold machinery was different from the body of flesh and blood in the past. There was something extraordinary about it, but there was also a sense of something missing. Naturally, the metal shell was different from the skin of human beings. It could not sense the delicate touch. However, the connection between the crystal processor and the spiritual nexus was much tighter. The soul spread out and invaded and controlled the crystal processors, crystal cameras, and chips nearby as naturally as breathing. The control rights were seized, the mainframe crystal processor was hacked, the data interface was hijacked, and all the information inside the memory chip was read. Li Yao felt that his soul had occupied the mainframe crystal processor on the round abdomen of the spider tank. Thousands of telepathic thoughts spread out like a neural network to every sliding wheel at the end of the 6 limbs. Control level, 85%, 90%, 99%, 100%. He made it. Hiding inside the spider tank, Li Yao whistled silently. The red indicator lights on the front and back of the spider tank were blinking. Sweet mechanical noises echoed from its abdomen, as if it had woken up from a long sleep. But the mental devil hesitated. What's wrong? Li Yao was still immersed in the excitement of the perfect intrusion. The intrusion was very successful. We erased all the traces we left in the debris of the previous crystal processor and avoided all the traps and obstacles that the Fuxi system set up in the network. No one will ever know we infiltrated this place without alarming anyone. Is there any problem? There is, a small problem. It was not until I read the data inside the memory chip that I discovered the human-machine interaction system of the Spider tank did not use a standard mode but a special mode that could be learned and simulated independently. In other words, it seems to have a unique personality. The so-called independent learning and simulation of personality, of course, was not the real, strong artificial intelligence like Xiaoming, 1-1, or the boxing champion. It was just a fake behavior simulated by algorithms. In the Star Glory Federation, many children's spiritual puppets had similar settings, turning cold machines into seemingly lively pets. Although such a personality-simulating interactive system was rather unusual in the Holy Accord Alliance, which emphasized the obliteration of all personalities and emotions, it was not uncommon considering the uniqueness of the Yiksha squad. Does it matter? Li Yao didn't think too much of it. With our extraordinary computational ability right now, we can simulate any personality and behavior pattern we want. They will definitely pass as real and won't be discovered by Chu Zhixiao. I know. That's not the problem. The mental devil paused for a moment before replying. You'll understand after you watch the video. Chapter 2795, Unbearable Disguise. The mental devil unfolded a video in Li Yao's soul. It showed Chu Zhixiao alone with the Spider tank. Although most of the memory chips of the Spider tank had been damaged or melted by the explosion, some data was still retained. The remaining footage was blurry, more like a modeled memory. In the picture, Major Chu Zhixiao was sitting by a window. The lights outside seemed very bright, though it was unclear whether they came from the skyscrapers of a planet or the innards of a super-large starship. Half of her face was in shadow, while the other half was shrouded in smoke. Beside her was a large, smooth ashtray, filled with burning cigarette butts and a broken shell. She still smokes? There was no doubt that tobacco was the temptation of extraterrestrial devils. If the people of the sanctuary wanted peace of mind, they would accept the illumination of holy light, not seek solace in tobacco. The Sanctuary Alliance did not produce tobacco. The cigarettes Chu Zhixiao smoked were likely captured from the Imperium's battlefield. The captain of the Yiksha squad was indeed independent and fearless. However, that was not the point. More importantly, the round, fat, and comical Spider tank lay in front of Chu Zhixiao like a pig. It even spoke in the voice of a child, seemingly no older than 11, asking, "Major, Major, you look sad. What's wrong?" Boom! Li Yao felt as if a thunderbolt had exploded in the depths of his soul. Goosebumps crawled all over his body. Why? Li Yao found it hard to believe. This woman is setting her Spider tank in such a childish voice. In other words, if I were to pretend to be the Spider tank, would I have to make such childish a voice? There's more. The mental devil said, "Keep watching." In the picture, Chu Zhixiao did not care about the Spider tank's concern. His face was still gloomy, and he was smoking one cigarette after another, staring at the rising smoke in a daze. "Major, Major." The Spider tank's voice became sweeter and sweeter. It even clumsily wriggled its body and stretched out its two forelimbs to grab Chu Zhixiao's calf. "Don't be sad. Come play with me. Come on, come on." As if he had been shocked, Chu Zhixiao's face crumpled. "How about I dance for the Major?" In the picture, the Spider tank took 2 steps back. Its 4 forelimbs were raised up, and it stood up like a bear. It was spinning unsteadily, but it lost its balance after only 2 revolutions. After a series of exclamations, it fell flat on its back, its 6 limbs shaking violently. "Help me, Major." The Spider tank let out an exaggerated cry, "They can't flip over. Quickly help them." Chu Zhixiao finally couldn't help it any longer. He smiled, stubbed out his cigarette, and walked over. "Huh. I see that the Major is smiling," the Spider tank that had flipped over said happily. "Major, you look so good when you smile. You should smile more." The picture ended there. In fact, there was more, but Li Yao could not bear it any longer. The awkward silence, which was almost frozen, rippled in the eyes of the mental devil and him. What the F***ck is going on? Li Yao lowered his voice, but he could not suppress his confusion and anger. Why did the super elite of the Heresy Interrogation Bureau, known as the ultimate weapon and the destroyer who has slain countless experts of the Imperium, set her personal magical equipment in such a way? It's hard to say, the mental devil responded. First of all, the spider tank of this model is not a real artificial intelligence. It operates according to the will of its master. The fact that it says things like, "Major, you look so good when you smile, you should smile more," means that Chu Zhixiao knows subconsciously that you should smile more. You can simply understand the relationship between Chu Zhixiao and the spider tank as similar to our relationship. The interaction pattern of the spider tank reflects her other personality, which is completely different from the slaughter goddess. She is, in a way, an innocent little girl. It's quite understandable. She was an innocent girl with the blood of the heretics flowing inside her body. But her childhood was deprived too early, and her real self was suppressed. Therefore, after she grasped part of the permissions, she created such a big toy for herself to ease the pain and depression inside her heart. It was quite normal. As for whether or not the leadership of the Star Glory Federation knows about it, they must know, too. Judging from the settings of the Yiksha squad, they were part of an enormous experiment from the start. How could they not know about it? But such a minor thing as creating a toy should still be tolerable for the leadership. The result is what we saw. Li Yao didn't care about the origin, the depression, or the personality projection that he cared about. He went straight to the point. If we are going to sneak to Chu Zhixiao's side in the form of a spider tank, we have to speak in a high voice like elementary school students and call ourselves them. We even have to dance for her when she's not happy. This dance is not very difficult, the mental devil said. I've analyzed all the data on the spider tank's voice prints, vocabulary, and dance trajectory. It can be simulated 100%. Don't worry. Rest assured my ass. The question is not whether we can simulate it 100%. Li Yao finally burst into fury. I am the father of the Star Glory Federation, the king of the black wind of the Imperium of true human beings, the best expert of the Panga universe. Even the Speaker of Parliament of the Federation has to wash my feet, and the Emperor of the Imperium of true human beings has to call me Big Brother respectfully. Xiao Xuanzi, Lu Zui, Skeleton Dragon, the resurrected Panga clan, and Black Star Emperor Wu Yingyi have all been blown to pieces by me. I, Vulture Li Yao, am such a dominating, invincible man. I've roamed the Sea of Stars for more than 100 years, and in the end, I have to pretend to be such an idiot. How embarrassing. When did the Speaker of Parliament ever give you water to wash your feet? Isn't that the opposite of what you said? Shut up. It doesn't matter who washes whose feet. What matters is that I have the dignity as the father of the Federation, the king of the Black Wind, the best expert in the Panga universe, and the high-dimensional virus. Li Yao replied brutally. I can, but I can't. With my identity and position right now, how am I going to live with myself if I do what is depicted in the picture? But it is the most convenient, fastest, and most promising way to lock onto the leadership of the Star Glory Federation by lurking next to Chu Zhixiao and tracking the Puppet King. Think about it carefully, the mental devil said. According to the data we collected over the past few days, the main fleet of the Sanctuary Alliance is being assembled and transferred. Fleet after fleet from the core world of the Sanctuary Alliance has joined the Iron Torrent. They are truly out in force. A great war that will decide the fate of the center of the Sea of Stars is coming close. We don't have much time. For the survival of mankind, for the peace in the center of the Sea of Stars, and for the future of the Star Glory Federation, isn't it unacceptable to sacrifice your image for everything? Besides, you don't have any image to begin with. What did you say? Li Yao's soul was as sharp as electric arcs. That's right. Do you think you are not notorious enough to play Wu Ying's video in the entire universe? Alright then. Pondering for a long time, Li Yao sighed and said, "Are there more pictures of Chu Zhixiao and the spider tank? Let's watch them. I will think about it again." Yes. The mental devil played a few more videos. In one of the videos, Chu Zhixiao was fighting several ghouls while the spider tank was cheering for him from the back. Come on. Come on. Major is so awesome. Major is so awesome. I worship Major so much. There was also a video of the spider tank drawing a big smiling face on its shell with a paintbrush. It suddenly jumped in front of Chu Zhixiao. Major. The other dozens of videos were all similar. Li Yao, I've made up my mind to give up infiltration and find a second target. Don't try to persuade me. If you do, we won't be brothers anymore. Alright. Alright. The infiltration plan this time is indeed a bit more difficult. Let's find a second target and waste a few days. There's nothing we can do about it. Excellent. Let's retreat quietly then, Li Yao replied, before the spider tank is sent to Chu Zhixiao. Wait. The mental devil suddenly sounded 100 times weird before. Had a here already a times weirder than before. I found a new video clip. So what? Li Yao said, I've seen enough of such videos. I would rather die than submit. No, look at this. The mental devil read the latest videos of the spider tank and displayed new pictures in Li Yao's soul. In the picture, a thin, tall man, whose face was as smooth and delicate as an egg, was smiling at Chu Zhixiao and the spider tank. This is Li Yao, Vulture Li Yao. The man smiled delightedly. I'm from a remote place on the other side of the Sea of Stars. Nice to meet you. But we'll meet again soon. In the flames of the explosion, Li Yao was dumbfounded. He watched the short video more than 10 times to make sure he hadn't seen or heard it wrong. Then, his mind suddenly became sharp. What the hell is this? He gnashed his teeth in fury. This is the image from the last battle between the Yiksha squad and the Puppet King. At that time, Chu Zhixiao was almost able to capture the Puppet King. But the Puppet King was well prepared. He hacked into the control system of the main warship Pursuit of Light and activated the self-destruction mode, blowing up almost half of the warship. The mental devil explained kindly, Chu Zhixiao and the others, including the spider tank, were heavily wounded because of that and had to return to the base for rest. I know that guy who looks like a salted duck egg is the Puppet King. I mean, what does he call himself? His name is Li Yao, Vulture Li Yao. Li Yao shrieked, You didn't do it, did you? I would love to, but a few days ago, my head was dizzy, and I couldn't get used to my new form of life. Moreover, the mental devil added, the Puppet King rose up in the sanctuary 1 to 2 years ago, which means he has been lurking inside the sanctuary for at least 3 to 5 years. What about the Star Glory Federation, which was still part of the Imperium of True Human Beings 3 to 5 years ago, and the Star Glory Federation, which was still in the periphery of the Sea of Stars 3 to 5 years ago? Where did I learn such a remarkable technique to jump directly to the sanctuary from the Federation? So, the shameless Puppet King is pretending to be me and trying to make me the scapegoat? Li Yao was so angry that his soul was shivering. He shouted, Shameless! You are too shameless. How could you pretend to be an innocent girl and sneak into someone else's room? You even tried to lure a girl with a tragic background like Chu Zhixiao with sordid tricks. Ouch. Well, it sounds like the Puppet King has the same purpose as us, the mental devil remarked. Even their methods are the same. But who said that? Of course, when we were forced into a corner, we would pretend to be someone else. But we moved others with our pure and kind hearts, and conquered them with our tall and magnificent charisma, so that those mired in the darkness could see the light and grasp the right outlook on life, the world, and values. We are the gentlest and most persuasive people. How can we be compared to the puppet king, a sordid man who creates ghouls for evil purposes? Li Yao was solemn. Pondering for a moment, he said, however, speaking of which, there are too many distinguished figures in the Imperium of true human beings. Why did the guy choose to impersonate me instead of someone else? Is it because I've been dominating the Imperium recently, and even the devils lurking inside the sanctuary think my name is more intimidating? I have a different opinion, the mental devil said. I have a vague feeling that the puppet king knows us. He knows us? Li Yao was dazed for a moment. The puppet king has likely been lurking in the sanctuary for 2 to 3 years, while we only ventured to the center of the Sea of Stars 1 to 2 years ago. In other words, if we truly know each other, we should not be in the Imperium of true human beings but old acquaintances of the Federation. It's possible. Didn't you hear him? He's from the other side of the Sea of Stars. Clearly, he's from the Federation. The mental devil said, given how he's smiling while blaming us, he doesn't seem like a good friend. There must be a deep grudge between us. Think about it, how many enemies did we have in the Federation? Oh my. The question gave Li Yao a headache. Since I started fighting for justice and peace, countless thieves have considered me a thorn in their side. My enemies are enough to circle the heaven's origin sector. How can you count them? Yes. You've been living and fighting in the Sea of Stars for over 100 years. Naturally, you have a lot of enemies. But not many of them are as formidable as the puppet king, who has been hiding in the sanctuary for years without being discovered, and has even developed mental drugs like the Taotai virus, infiltrating the minds of experts like Chu Zhixiao, Yun Haixin, and Yuan Ko without alarming them. That's true. Li Yao thought hard for a long time but couldn't come up with a suitable candidate. However, upon discovering he had been framed by the puppet king, he naturally had to reconsider his plan to replace his body. What do you think? The mental devil asked, holding back laughter. Do you want to change your plan? Well. Li Yao wanted to scratch his head in frustration. He couldn't have been more confused. It seems that the clue of the puppet king must be grasped. Not only is it related to the search for the Grand Master, it is also tied to the Star Glory Federation. Assuming that the puppet king comes from a certain existence of the Star Glory Federation, and that he is captured by the Yiksha squad and sent to Master Ji Shan, it is very likely that Master Ji Shan will dig out information about the Star Glory Federation from his brain. By then, it is hard to say whether or not the Imperium of True Men will be able to resist the large-scale attack of the Sanctuary Alliance, but the Federation will definitely be affected and suffer a destructive strike. No. I have to hide and for now, conceal my identity. If necessary, I have to kill him before he reveals the coordinates of the Federation. Li Yao's soul was particularly sharp. L'Agri. Then don't waste your time, the mental devil said. Come and learn how to play the personalized interactive mode of the spider tank. Right. Chu Zhixiao has also given the spider tank a name. From now on, your name is Red Pig. Red Pig. Li Yao was silent again. Why don't we study it more carefully? Do we have a second option? I'm afraid not, the mental_dev said. You don't have a choice, the mental devil said. It is the fastest and closest choice to the truth, unless you want to watch the puppet king run amok in your name. Wait. What do you mean by, my name? I have no choice. Li Yao shouted. Isn't that, our name? We don't have a choice. You are Li Yao, aren't you? Why are you not fighting with me now? I remember that I just acknowledged to it. So, why are you not fighting with me now? Note, I've made slight adjustments for clarity and grammar without changing the original text's meaning or content. It seems some parts of the text have unconventional spelling and punctuation. I will clean it up for better readability. It seems that _the _cl _u of the _pumpet king must be are aspid. Not only is _ it relate dto the _search for the _grand master, but also the *star glor y federation. Assuming that the pet king comes from AC, why don't you do it? When Chu Zhixiao makes some outrageous demands about the spider tank, you will take over its control system. You can sing, dance, and perform any funny show you want. I don't want to, the mental devil refused immediately. I have more important work to do. Liao asked, what job? To hack the spiritual nexus of the higher level of the Fuxi system, the mental devil said. To gain more control rights, to explore more secrets about the Sanctuary Alliance, and to try to reach out to the Star Ocean Imperium and transmit encrypted information to them. Such work will consume all my computational ability. Therefore, I cannot perform such a trivial task as interacting with the Yiksha squad. Why don't you switch jobs and hack the Fuxi system instead? Li Yao said, forget it. You do it. That must be it. Then, play the role of the Major's pet seriously and try to capture the Puppet King. All right. Li Yao was silent for a long time. Then he gnashed his teeth. But I have one request. The mental devil asked, what is it? This matter must not be spread out, Li Yao said. Once a third person finds out, we will silence them, okay? It's fine, but I think you're being too sensitive. Even if you really speak like an 8-year-old primary school student and dance up to the heavens, we all know you are doing this for your motherland, for civilization, and for a very noble purpose, the mental devil replied. It's not a scandal. Nobody will laugh at you. He. Li Yao. I'm sorry. I'm not laughing at you. I just thought of something very funny. Enough talk. The test is over. We are going to be sent back. Li Yao was suddenly alarmed. He did not have the time to argue with the mental devil. Instead, he focused his attention on the surface of the spider tank and crouched, scanning the surroundings vigilantly. It was placed on a floating disc and floated forward slowly in the pathway according to the coordinates that were automatically set. Soon, he was sent to cabin number 9, where the Yiksha squad was stationed. In the innermost lounge, Major Chu Zhixiao, who had just finished her return. It had been a long time since Li Yao was so nervous. He wasted no time in absorbing the data inside the memory chip and simulated the environment bit by bit with his amazing computational ability. The more he absorbed, the more he felt that he would have been better off dead. The floating disc stopped in front of the cabin door of the relaxation room. Li Yao was still hesitating. He was not ready to go in yet, but the cabin door opened automatically. Chu Zhixiao, in neat clothes, was savoring the gel target in the corner. Seeing that he was back, she suddenly turned around, her seemingly cold eyes full of joy. Li Yao made up his mind and walked in, waving his 6 limbs. Major, are you all right? I'm so glad. You have no idea how worried I was. Li Yao spoke in the soft voice of a primary school student. Then, he raised his head and roared to the heavens, the earth, the universe, the stars, and the name of Vulture Li Yao. Of course I'm fine. Are you okay, too? Chu Zhixiao smiled. She glanced at Li Yao and was relieved to find that it was exactly the same as before. I'm fine, too. Great. I can be with the Major again. Li Yao stood up and danced in a circle with the pulleys on his back legs. That's good. Promise me that you won't do such stupid things again, okay? Chu Zhixiao squatted in front of Li Yao, patted his head, and said with a smile, "Idiot, I have a crystal suit and a spiritual shield. Even if the entire starship is blown up, it won't be able to kill me. But if you lunge at me, you might be melted by the blast and the flames. Do you understand?" "All right." Li Yao nodded obediently and lay beside Chu Zhixiao's feet. "But I'm worried about the Major." Chu Zhixiao and the spider tank hugged each other. Inside the spider tank, Li Yao's soul spoke to the mental devil, "I can't hold it any longer. Can the dialogue be any less disgusting? What kind of lousy interactive mode is this? This woman is a female fiend who has been through life and death for decades. How can she be so childish? Bear with it for a while. For the Federation, for the Imperium, and for universal peace," the mental devil replied. He. "Sorry, I was distracted again and thought of something funny. Don't worry, it has nothing to do with what is happening right now. He. If you keep doing that, I'm going to hurt you." Li Yao gnashed his teeth. "Hey, check the history books and see if the woman will do anything worse to the spider tank. For example, take a shower with the spider tank. That's absolutely unacceptable. I don't want my 100-year-old reputation to be ruined." Well, I didn't know she had such a weird hobby. However, the mental devil said, a lot of the memory chips of the spider tank were damaged in the big explosion, and only less than 10% of the historical data was left. I don't know what unspeakable stories the Major and the spider tank had in the remaining 90% of the time. Li Yao cursed silently. Then, she blinked her watery crystal eyes innocently and looked at the Major. He did not have a mechanical tail. If he did, he would be shaking like a flower right now. Thankfully, Chu Zhixiao had not thought of doing anything outrageous yet. Kneeling on one of her knees, she lifted a metal cover on Li Yao's back and projected a 3D light beam with her fingers, displaying the debugging and control interface of the spider tank. Chu Zhixiao's hands were flying as he examined the memory chip and the interactive mode data of the spider tank. Li Yao's soul was lurking deep inside the crystal processor. Naturally, he did not discover her. But after reading for a long time, she sighed, "Red Pig, you seem to have lost 90% of your memories in the big explosion 2 days ago." The expression on her face was somewhat absent-minded. It was more like she was talking about herself than the spider tank. Major Chu Zhixiao was the ultimate weapon. Didn't the survivors of countless cruel experiments lose a lot of memories after being brainwashed time and time again? Did she really know nothing about her past? Or was it that she could vaguely feel that a certain fate, as tightly entangled as a python, was constantly swallowing her? Come on. I'll give you the same clearance as I do. I'll connect you to the mainframe crystal processor of the Heresy Interrogation Bureau and transmit all the files about the Puppet King to you. Chu Zhixiao paused for a moment and continued, "Right. There are also Vulture Li Yao's files. Analyze them and see if you can find anything in common. In a moment, a new meeting will be held with Black Dream, Titan, and Seven Star. This time, we are very close to the Puppet King. Next time, we must capture him." After synchronizing with Li Yao, Chu Zhixiao left the relaxation room and returned to the med bay. Her wounds had not fully healed, and she had to return to the med bay to check her body status regularly. Li Yao felt somewhat relieved but then couldn't help but laugh. There were benefits to enduring such humiliation. As it turned out, he had the highest clearance to access the mainframe crystal processor of the Heresy Interrogation Bureau easily. Although the mental devil could crack such permissions, it was too time-consuming and easy to leave traces. It was not as easy as it was now to walk into the room openly. Puppet King, what are you exactly? How dare you use my name, Vulture Li Yao, and force me to be so shameless?" Li Yao's soul extended 2 giant hands and rubbed them hard. He mumbled, "Let me rip off all your disguises. Schwa. 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 In the main database of the Heresy Interrogation Bureau, all the data regarding the Puppet King and the God's Heart Association, from their reappearance in front of the world for the first time to the unbelievable, destructive cases, to the case where a priest of the kindest clan was infected and a main warship was detonated, were presented to Li Yao. Li Yao had a better understanding of the Puppet King now. He discovered that the mental devil was right. The enemy of an enemy might not be a friend, but an even more evil enemy. Of course, the Sanctuary Alliance itself was already extremely evil, making it very difficult to find an existence more evil than the Sanctuary Alliance. It would be more accurate to say that the Puppet King's methods were exactly the same as the leadership of the Sanctuary Alliance. They viewed humans as some kind of experimental subjects and played with and savaged them at will. The Puppet King was likely a meditation healer or something similar. He was very good at invading the brains of humans and invented all kinds of mental drugs based on human nature. Once the mental drugs took effect, they would trigger certain aspects of human emotions and desires to the extreme, the polar opposite of the people of the Sanctuary Alliance. Laziness, greed, arrogance, gluttony, all the weaknesses of human nature would be magnified by him in unimogen ways. The first mental drug developed by the Puppet King was named disillusionment. Once infected with the disillusionment virus, the factor of sloth deep within a person's soul would be automatically activated and magnified to the maximum, so that the victim's behavior would be completely controlled. The victim would feel like doing nothing except eating and sleeping. They would either lie down comfortably or lean against the cabin wall, staring at the lights on the dome in a daze. In a place where the disillusionment virus was spreading on a large scale, if there was an entire mine or a cabin on the bottom floor of a starship, all the residents, including the soldiers and the workers, would stop working and simply stare at the sky. At first, the leadership of the Sanctuary Alliance was unaware of the disillusionment virus, the Puppet King, or the God's Heart Association. They believed that the problem lay with the brainwashing of the low-level members. However, as work on various planets and starships became increasingly lazy or came to a complete halt, it garnered the attention of the Star Glory Federation. They discovered the disillusionment virus, which threatened to undermine the foundation of the sanctuary. Despite their efforts to re-brainwash the infected with holy light or force them back to work, the victim simply lay on the ground, too apathetic to rise. After exhausting countless resources, the cure rate for the disillusionment virus only reached 70%. Furthermore, those who were treated experienced a significant decrease in efficiency. Approximately 30% of the patients could not be cured at all. The virus severely drained the Star Glory Federation's capabilities and thrust the Puppet King and his organization into the spotlight, becoming a major challenge for the Federation. Li Yao found it difficult to assess the impact of the disillusionment virus. Certainly, the Sanctuary Alliance exploited ordinary people far more cruelly than the Star Ocean Imperium. In the Imperium, people still retained the ability to resist. But in the Sanctuary Alliance, even the notion of resistance had been eradicated. Thus, a rebellion through slacking and striking by the lower-level members could be seen as a positive development. However, a cripple who had no desire or motivation to work, and who refused to work even under the threat of whipping and death, was still too terrifying. Li Yao found it hard to imagine that the disillusionment virus had spread on a large scale throughout the Imperium and the Federation. If everyone refused to work, how could civilization progress? How could it even exist? More importantly, the Sanctuary Alliance was not a place of mercy. Those unable to work because of the disillusionment virus were purified mercilessly in the end. This was an outcome the Puppet King had foreseen. The guy has indeed trampled on human nature from the very beginning. Li Yao commented coldly and continued reading. The second drug developed by the Puppet King was named Glory. Compared to the simple and crude disillusionment virus and the Tautai virus, the Glory virus was much more inconspicuous and deceptive. In the past, the people of the Sanctuary Alliance had no emotions or self-awareness, they only knew how to obey blindly. This rigidity and inflexibility were also the reasons we failed to defeat the Imperium of true human beings and the Devil Kingdom on Earth for thousands of years. Although we are loyal to the gods, our loyalty is far from enough. We must increase our loyalty 10-fold, 100-fold, 1,000-fold, 10,000-fold, to the level of fanaticism. We must learn to think independently and consider how to be loyal to the gods in better ways. We must learn to love and to love our leader, the greatest master of kindness. We must also learn to hate our most wretched enemy, the extraterrestrial devils. This is the enlightenment that the Glory Virus would bring to the infected. In the past, the people of the Star Glory Federation were nothing more than simple tools. They knew neither love nor hate, and simply carried out orders mechanically. But now, those infected by the Glory Virus have awakened. They love their leaders, hate their enemies, and worship their gods fervently. They have become the most passionate fanatics. Fanatics referred to themselves as awakened people or glorious people, while the other people of the sanctuary, who were still muddled-headed and had no sense of subjectivity, were called the fools and the blind people. Their slogan was 100% of the faith is not enough. 120% of the faith is the real faith. They believed that the lack of the God's glory spreading to the entire universe was due to too many fools and blind people in the sanctuary. Since the current path was not feasible, a more fanatical and extreme approach was necessary. As for the evidence, was it not right in front of their eyes? For the front was already failing to resolve the small empire. Therefore, the fanatics had to turn the world upside down, awaken more of the fools and blind ones, and spread their glory to every corner of the entire sanctuary. If the disillusionment virus could make people slack off, the glory virus could be said to be on the other side of the spectrum. Those infected by the virus appeared to be slacking off, as if disloyal to their master and the gods, and possessed by extraterrestrial devils. Consequently, reports of infected individuals attacking others on countless planets and starships emerged. Those captured were often justified, stating they woke others to inspire their loyalty and honor and improve work efficiency. The glorious virus grew more intense. Later, an absurd theory emerged, suggesting that 2 of the 5 Supreme Masters were in favor of revolution. They wanted to inject more positive elements into the brains of the soldier bees and the worker bees so that they would be brighter, more determined, and more fanatical. However, the other 3 masters had different views. Inject. They were still hesitating and insisted on their current path, which was destined to be hopeless. Thus, the realists and the honors had to support their master and demonstrate their strength to the hesitant masters. It was not hard to imagine the damage the victims of the viruses could cause once they realized they had a backer and could incite a riot. If such absurd rumors reached the 5 Supreme Masters, they would certainly be shocked. The glory virus was much more destructive than the others, leading to even more significant cracks among the 5 Supreme Masters. It was from then on that the Puppet King in his belief would emerge, making him the public enemy of the entire sanctuary. One wave after another rose up. The flames ignited by the disillusionment virus and the glory virus had not been extinguished, and the Tautai virus was spreading once more. While the first 2 viruses were too abstract and impractical, the Tautai virus represented the most primal human desires. It could spread faster, had a larger range, and was more difficult to defend against. Countless soldier bees and worker bees had turned into ghouls, and even the priests of the kindest clan had succumbed to corruption. It was evident that the Puppet King's cultivation and his ability to produce brain viruses improved daily and showed no sign of stopping. After reading the Puppet King's files, Li Yao could not calm himself down for a long time. I suddenly feel that he is much better than you. Really? Look, the mental devil said. After you came to the Imperium of true human beings, you met a series of coincidences by chance. At first, you tried to cozy up to the Empress. Then, you relied on Little Ming, Long Yangjun, and Wen Wen. Next, you had to rely on your own brother, Li Jialing, for support. Even so, you failed to take care of the Imperium. You had to compromise with the immortal cultivators, like Lei Chenhu, and deal with a half-cooked bowl of raw rice. You also failed to eliminate the 4 major families. The so-called half-wall Black-Wind King of the Imperium is, in fact, sloppy and unclear. Weakness and compromise are on full display. If he is an old friend of the Star Glory Federation, he must have been a lone wolf who led a squad to the Sanctuary Alliance. However, he was able to create all kinds of bizarre, deadly viruses from scratch and fight against the 5 Supreme Masters of Kindness by himself. He turned the entire Sanctuary Alliance upside down. No matter how many God Blessers, Purifiers, and Cleaners the Sanctuary Alliance sent out, he always swaggered and got away with it. The existence of the Puppet King has seriously undermined the evil plan of the leadership of the Star Glory Federation to gather all the resources and fight a last battle against the Star Glory Federation. The main force of the Star Glory Federation has been delayed, and the leadership of the Star Glory Federation has been forced to devote most of their energy and resources to the internal affairs of the Star Glory Federation. Otherwise, the main fleet of the Star Glory Federation might have appeared in the sky of the Imperial capital half a year ago, and the Star Glory Federation would have been doomed a long time ago. You, the Black Wind King, wouldn't have had the chance to show off at all. Therefore, on the surface, you saved the Imperium and the entire Panga universe indirectly. But in fact, your medal should be at least half, if not more, of the Puppet King's. This is the difference. In comparison, you are far from them. No wonder the Puppet King ranks first in the individual threat database of the Star Glory Federation, while you are merely in the top 3. Hey, that's enough. I've been suppressed by someone. Do I look glorious to you? Li Yao couldn't help but say, I'm a man of the righteous path. Naturally, I have many scruples when doing things. But this Puppet King is a despicable and perverted lunatic. He can think up evil things like the disillusionment virus, the glory virus, and the Tao-Tai virus. Of course, he looks a bit more arrogant. But don't you think that, for a nation as evil as the Sanctuary Alliance, only the methods of the Puppet King are effective? As the saying goes, fight poison with poison, the mental devil said. After reading the cases, I'm more and more impressed by this mysterious old friend. To think that he came up with the idea that we have the support of 2 Supreme Masters. All the Awakeners seize our glory. I really want to see the faces of the 5 fellows when they hear the story. Please be more firm in your stance. We are cultivators. We absolutely will not use the lives and dignity of ordinary people as weapons. Li Yao said solemnly. At the end of the day, there is no difference between the Puppet King and the Supreme Master. They are both distorting and erasing humanity for their own purposes. If the God's Heart Society, led by the Puppet King, truly gains control of the entire sanctuary, he will transform it into an even darker and more evil nation. Of course, that's what I thought, the mental devil said. However, if you were the Puppet King, what would you do in the face of such a holy alliance? No. There's no need to swap them at all. Let's just say the situation before us is favorable. It's true that the Holy Alliance, controlled by the 5 Supreme Masters, isn't good, but what can you do? Even if you instantly eliminate the 5 Supreme Masters with your destructive techniques, what about the billions of civilians in the vast Holy Alliance who have lost their humanity and the hundreds of sectors whose resources are scarce and are on the verge of collapse? Come on. Tell me. With your cultivation spirit and charisma, how will you maintain the post-Sanctuary Alliance era without a wise leader? How will you gradually awaken the humanity of the soldiers and the worker bees while ensuring safety, order, and the resources needed for the minimum cycle of billions of beings and hundreds of worlds? Yes. The Puppet King is a fierce drug with strong side effects. If you feel he is wrong, what's your prescription, Dr. Li? Li Yao was dazed for a long time. Then he said, "We can't do that anyway. There must be another way, right?" "Ha," the mental devil replied. Li Yao gritted his teeth. Look at the victims of the disillusionment virus, who don't even know how to scream in pain when they are beaten black and blue, and the ghouls who turn into animals by feeding on the flesh and blood of their own kind. Do you think this is the right way to wake up their humanity? Alright, I was wrong. It's not, the mental devil replied. Play the passionate videos. Li Yao, the mental devil said. Li Yao sighed. Forget it. I'm tired of pretending to be a spider tank. I don't want to argue with you. Can we change the topic? Sure, the mental devil replied. The Puppet King is naturally the focus of our attention, but the movements of the main force of the Star Glory Federation are even more important. Although there are not many military secrets in the Heresy Interrogation Bureau's database, we can still find some clues from the frequency and range of the cases. 2 years ago, when the Puppet King's various viruses were just released, most of the cases took place on habitable and resource planets. But gradually, fewer and fewer cases occurred on planets, and more occurred on starships. There's also the range of infection. Initially, the outbreak of the virus was usually confined to 1 or 5 starships. But in the past half-year, when the virus broke out, the infected could often be found on dozens of starships. What does that mean? Li Yao pondered for a moment and said, the Puppet King's technology in making mental drugs is becoming more sophisticated. Also, the brain viruses he has developed have undergone strange mutations. Are they more contagious and destructive than before? That is one of the reasons. But more importantly, it is indicative that most of the Star Alliance's forces have been transferred from planets to starships, which are growing increasingly dense. The mental devil analyzed, you see, 2 years ago, many resources and troops of the Holy Alliance were scattered across the planets in various sectors. They were far apart, and information transmission was infrequent. Therefore, the Puppet King's virus could only break out on one planet at a time. However, in just 2 years, most of the resources and troops on the planets have been integrated into starships, which have been gathering into a magnificent fleet. It might be a super fleet not seen since the expedition to the Star Ocean Imperium 10,000 years ago. This is precisely because a large number of starships have been compressed into a very small space and connected to the same vast, complex battle data network, where astronomical information flows between hundreds of starships every second, that the Puppet King's brain virus has caused such significant damage. It is also one of the reasons why the leadership of the Star Glory Federation is in a hurry to eliminate the Puppet King as soon as possible. With a great war approaching, their battle data network will only become tighter. They will not split or even paralyze the entire network just for the Puppet King. In other words, if we can capture the Puppet King in advance and find a way to manipulate or even consume him, we might be able to crush the entire battle network of the Star Glory Federation at the critical moment of the war between the Star Glory Federation and the Imperium using the Puppet King's strength. Chapter 2799, Hijacking the Fushi System. Makes sense. We can't do what the Puppet King did, but since he's been stirring trouble inside the Sanctuary Alliance for so long, he must know the fatal loopholes of the spiritual nexus, the Fushi system of the Sanctuary Alliance, like the back of his hand. If we can seize, suppress, or even swallow the Puppet King, we will have a deeper control over the weaknesses of the Fushi system. By then, with the existence of these loopholes and our amazing abilities, won't we be able to control the entire system easily? Li Yao rubbed his hands and said, after all, there are only 5 of them. They can only manipulate tens of thousands of starships and planets with the help of the Fushi system, condensing them into an evil civilization. If the Fushi system collapses, their evil reign will be doomed, and we can solve the problem at the center of the universe without shedding any blood. The current situation is similar to a few years ago when the Black Wind Fleet, the Star Glory Federation, and Professor Mo Xian were at loggerheads. The mental devil smiled and said, "The main fleet of the Sanctuary Alliance is like the Black Wind Fleet, and the Imperium of true human beings is like the Star Glory Federation. When the two parties are at loggerheads, both sides will suffer heavy losses, and we can play the role of Professor Mo Xian, hiding in the spiritual nexus, waiting to reap the benefits and watch the show. If we can capture or even devour the Puppet King, it is very likely that the system will be paralyzed or even hijacked. But as I said before, what will happen next? It might be easy to paralyze the Fushi system, but you must know that the billions of soldiers and worker bees can only maintain the most basic order through the control of the Fushi system. Even the worst order is better than none order at speak. If we kill all the Supreme Masters instantly and paralyze the entire network of the Star Glory Federation, it would tell every member of the Star Glory Federation that there is no God at all. What do you think the consequences would be? Would the effects be less than those of the Puppet King's disillusionment virus, the Glory virus, and the Tautai virus?" Li Yao was deep in thought and did not speak for a long time. You can eliminate the rulers, but you cannot eliminate the ruler and hope. If you want to maintain the basic order of the Holy Alliance and stabilize the triangular relationship between the Star Glory Federation, the Holy Alliance, and the Star Glory Federation, you must guide the entire civilization of mankind to a brighter future in the most peaceful way possible. In such a way, a new God must be created. For example, the mental devil said gloomily, make use of the strengthened education function of the Gold Crystal Tower and the spread of the Fushi system, and build yourself into a savior, a kind, righteous, and bright new God. I think that's a good idea. Do you want to consider it? That will be unnecessary. There is no such thing as kindness, justice, and brightness as long as one is a God. Li Yao refused immediately. I only believe in my compatriots, human beings. I don't believe in any God, including myself. I will never become a God. Never. All right, the mental devil mumbled, then try to influence the soldiers and worker bees one by one with your charisma and hot blood. I wish you success. Li Yao sniffed and ignored the guy. He discovered that, although the mental devil was no longer confronting him face to face like in the beginning, revealing all kinds of hideous and evil appearances, could be hide, it was pretending to be obedient and cooperative. The sharpness hidden behind its meekness was even more irresistible. Was the new God the only one who could maintain the basic order of the Post-Sanctuary Alliance and transform the people of the Alliance? Li Yao triggered his soul and crushed the distracting thought. He focused his attention and started studying the new files. Well, not the files of Black Wind King Li Yao. He was going to give an analysis report to the 4 core members of the Yiksha squad later. An hour later, Li Yao met the other 3 core members of the Yiksha squad in the meeting room. Sure enough, they were all experts with extraordinary abilities. Their appearances were extremely fierce. As his name suggested, Li Yao had never seen such a strong magnetic field before. If the vitality magnetic field of common nascent soul stage cultivators and divinity transformation stage cultivators was like a burning tree, then Yuan Ko's vitality magnetic field was like a volcano that could erupt at any moment. Even though Li Yao's soul was hiding in the depths of the spider tank, he could still feel the heat that was thousands of degrees high. At such a burning speed, the life of a normal expert should have been burnt out within a year and a half. However, judging from the terrifying appearance of Yuan Ko, who stood nearly 5 meters tall and 4 meters wide, with reinforced plate armor embedded into his muscles and tubes carrying suspicious liquids flowing from his chest to his back, it was not hard to guess that the individual had nothing to do with normal. Black Dream Yun Haixin was the most enigmatic of the four. Yuan Ko had expanded the magnetic field of his life to the maximum at any time. On the other hand, Yun Haixin had reduced the magnetic field of his life to almost nothing, making it virtually impossible to detect his heartbeat, breath, pulse, or brainwaves. If Li Yao's crystal camera had not detected him sitting right in front of him, he would not have noticed him at all. This impressive stealth ability was not just about reducing aura and optical refraction, it also involved casting illusions. He had been using illusions to interfere with the brainwaves and soul perception of those around him, thereby concealing himself in certain illusions. Li Yao was inwardly surprised. Given the casual display of capability by the Black Dream Yun Haixin, she would undoubtedly be one of the finest experts in the Imperium of true humans, perhaps even in the families of the four electors. How could such a capable, esteemed noble immortal cultivator end up in the inner circle of the Star Glory Federation and even willingly serve as a lackey to the Star Glory Federation without having been brainwashed? Li Yao simply could not fathom it. However, for him at that moment, neither Major Chu Zhixiao, Titan Yuan Ko, nor Black Dream Yun Haixin posed the greatest threat. That distinction belonged to the seven-star Guan Qixing. The monster, composed of the seven residual souls, controlled what appeared to be an ordinary artificial body. But inside the deformed and expanded metal brain was a super crystal processor with a computational ability surpassing that of the spider tank. 7 glittering crystal cameras were embedded in the center of the mask, each blinking with different colors, represent a representation of the wisdom of the 7 crystal processors, the spiritual nexus, the tracing experts, and the anti-venom experts. Major Chu Zhixiao might not have sensed the subtle difference before and after the explosion of the spider tank. However, crystal processor and antivirus specialists like 7-star Guan Qixing might have discovered Li Yao, the universal virus. He had to be fully alert and deal with it carefully. Schwa. 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 While observing the deformed and expanded mask, considering his disguise and countermeasures, Li Yao tried his best to project the files about the Puppet King and the Black Wind King in the form of three-dimensional information streams. This created a seemingly endless river of data above the meeting room. While the Puppet King was trying to detonate a main force warship with the Ghoul incident as a disguise, a case of remote invasion and sabotage occurred on the Black Castle, a planet at the front line of the Deep Earth sector. The intruder was most likely the infamous new expert of the Imperium of true human beings, the Black Wind King Li Yao. Wow! How terrifying! Li Yao waved his forelimbs and said in a trembling voice, "We are all familiar with the files of the Puppet King. Here are the files of the Black Wind King. Don't let your guard down. This Li Yao is truly remarkable. He is both despicable and shameless. He is the epitome of all the dark essence of the extraterrestrial devils. He is best at sneaking around, infiltrating the enemy's rear, and bewitching people. He can sneak to our side at any time. We must be careful and be capture and must be careful and for this big." ZH generally agrees. "That's right," Chu Zhixiao added. The Puppet King and the Black Wind King, Li Yao, are both among the top 3 individuals in the latest version of the Personal Threat Database. But we've never associated the Puppet King with the Black Wind King before. And the investigation and the coordination fell to the responsibility of the Yiksha squad. However, in just a few days, the Black Wind King and the Puppet King made a lot of noise almost at the same time. Their methods also have a certain similarity, suggesting the Star Glory Federation may remotely and partially control the spiritual nexus and the crystal processors. Therefore, there is a connection between the two dangerous individuals. I am also suspicious of the relationship between the two individuals. This is why I requested permission from the higher-ups to include Black Wind King Li Yao in our investigation. Let's discuss and act on the premise that Black Wind King Li Yao and the mysterious Puppet King might have a very close relationship. Black Dream, you are from the Star Ocean Imperium and know a lot about the immortal cults. Could you share your thoughts on Black Wind King Liao? Is it possible that he is the Puppet King? It's been nearly 20 years since I left the Imperium. Liao, the Black Wind King, is a specialist who rose to fame only recently. I know as much about him as you do. Black Dream Yun Haixin smiled and said, however, I know the people of the Imperium better than you do, and I know knowledge complex fast connection complicated and within the Imperium King. Therefore, I also know what an unbelievable miracle the rise of the Black Wind King is. In only 1 to 2 years, he helped the Imperium and the God of War, Lei Chenghu, establish the banner of the revolution of the Imperium. He seized the supreme power of the Imperium, occupied the imperial capital, and destroyed the remaining soul of Wu Yingqi, the Black Star Emperor. The coalition fleet of the 4 electors and the imperial fleet, which had been at an overwhelming advantage, were beaten to a pulp. The guy is known as the half-wall of the Imperium. He is truly worthy of his name. He is truly terrifying. Yes, yes. Liao chimed in, how terrifying. Black Dream Yun glanced at Liao, who was still shivering. This was the usual reaction to the spider tank's red pig. Although Yun Haixin didn't like to make cold machines so human-like, she could turn her blind eye to it since it was the Major's pet. More importantly, I can't find out anything about him, Yun Haixin continued her analysis. As early as 20 years ago, when I left the Imperium, not only did such a person not exist, he didn't even have the resources to raise such a monster. Judging from his amazing performance over the past year, he must have been at the middle level of the divinity transformation stage or even higher. For such a shock to remain hidden for decades is unbelievable, much less for him to rise to prominence so suddenly. According to the public files of the Star Ocean Imperium, he returned to the Imperium as the commander-in-chief of the Black Wind Fleet. However, there was no such cruel, shameless guy in the Black Wind Fleet that had to flee to the edge of the Sea of Stars after being crushed by the Sanctuary Alliance 100 years ago. Otherwise, the Black Wind Fleet wouldn't have been defeated so miserably. In other words, he probably joined the Black Wind Fleet during its expedition to the edge of the Sea of Stars and took the title Black Wind King and the right to command. Is it possible? An unknown man at the edge of the Sea of Stars sneaked into the intimidating, unstoppable fleet of the Black Wind and stole the command of the fleet. He even infiltrated the Imperium and turned it upside down, becoming a powerful minister and even influencing the choice of the Imperium's emperor? Can such an unbelievable thing be done in only several years? Impossible, Liao shook his head and replied, absolutely not. But the fact is that the Black Wind King does exist. As Chu Zhixiao added, besides, he rose up at the same time as the Puppet King. The Black Wind King and the Puppet King are like a mirror image of the Holy Alliance and the Imperium. Yes. If they do exist, there is only one answer, Yun Haixin thought to himself. There is also an extremely powerful organization, possibly an organization or a group, hiding in the periphery of the Sea of Stars. It is not as large as the Imperium of True Humans, but it is at least as large as 20 sectors and boasts greater power than the Holy Alliance in certain areas. Perhaps that is the nest of the extraterrestrial devils, and only then can the real emissaries be produced. Liao sighed. Then, in your opinion, are they them 2 people? Chu Zhixiao continued. Before Yun Haixin could reply, Yuan Kuo interrupted her. It must be 2 people. The riot at Black Castle and the latest zombie incident erupted simultaneously. How could one person manipulate 2 plots at the same time? That is not a problem, Yun Haixin thought to himself. If the guy is really in the middle level of the divinity transformation stage, he might split his soul into multiple parts to act at the same time. Or, is the form of 7-star 1 or 2 people? Of course, the Puppet King and the Black Wind King might be from the same mysterious and enormous organization. Names are just their code names. They are not important. More importantly, their techniques are all unpredictable, and unpredictable. If we are not careful, our brains will be invaded, jammed, or even swallowed by them. This is a big problem. If we don't take care of the brain virus they spread, it is very likely that they will escape, even if we get close to them again. 7-star, have you figured out anything from the methodology of brain invasion targeting the Puppet King? Yes. Every crystal camera on Guan Qixing's face was glittering. He said in a low voice, ever since I was in close contact with the Puppet King and had my brain and soul invaded, allowing him to control our retinas and auditory nerves, I've captured his invasion mode and retrieved some interesting data. I can write a new set of antivirus mental defense wall, based on his invasion method and inject it into the crystal processor of the Red Pig. It will be equipped with defense and tracking functions. This way, if I encounter the Puppet King again and he tries the same thing, the Red Pig will be able to interfere with his invasion and even inject a tracking factor into his soul to locate his true self. However, for the mental defense wall to be 100% effective, we still need to have a perfect mind. There should be no gaps in our souls, and we cannot have any weaknesses. The brain virus operates on the weaknesses of human beings. Therefore, the mental defense wall must protect the deep-seated weaknesses within our souls. I know that everyone was occupied by the Puppet King and did not realize they were in an illusion. Did the Puppet King say anything to disturb you in the illusion? Guan Qixing's words created a strange atmosphere in the meeting room. Li Yao looked to his left and right. He found that both the brutal Yuan Ko and the mysterious Yun Haixin were in a trance, as if they were unwilling to expose their weaknesses of human nature. Of human nature. Even if everyone was their fellow sufferer and closest comrade, it was still unacceptable. After a long silence, Guan Qixing said, "Since it was me who raised the question, let me be the first to answer it. Although I was in the safe zone outside the engine compartment at that time, the Puppet King still found me and invaded me. The Puppet King did not attack my soul. He simply asked me a question. He asked me, since I am a new life made of 7 remnant souls, which of the 7 remnants is the most and which is the least dominant? Which of the 7 remnants do I prefer?" The tricky question seemed to have drained all of Guan Qixing's computational ability. The colorful brilliance on his face dimmed as soon as he finished his sentence. I, too, fell into the illusion of the Puppet King. After smashing thousands of virtual ghouls that he created, he said something to me as well. He asked me, "What are you scared of exactly?" Yuan Ko took a long breath after he finished his speech. His enormous body collapsed. Yun Haixin continued. "Like you, the Puppet King sent me a message through the illusions as well. He said that I knew why you stayed in the sanctuary." Emotionlessly, Chu Zhixiao listened and concluded, "I'm afraid you've all heard what the Puppet King said to me." I asked the priest whether or not he knew that he was being controlled, and the Puppet King asked me whether or not I knew that or not I was being controlled, nothing more. The 4 members of the Yak Sha squad fell into silence. Even in such a notorious, heretical squad, some taboos had never been broken. No one had ever asked who Guan Qixing was, whether he was the amalgamation of 7 remnant souls, whether he was 7 personalities he had inherited the memories of were those of 7 different people, whether one of his personalities had swallowed the other 6 personalities, or whether he was a spiritual puppet that had only inherited the memories of 7 people. No one had ever asked why a ferocious beast in the form of a human being, such as Titan Yuanko, would often shiver and sob in his nightmares, as if he were terrified of something. No one had ever asked why a high-cultivation cultivator with a deep understanding of the brain, a clear memory, and self-awareness, such as a black dream Yun Haixin, would deteriorate and degrade further and further into the monstrous. Of course, it also included the fact that no one had ever asked their captain of the Major and Explore squad had ever questioned their captain, Major Chu Zhixiao, about whether he knew about their past, what was going on with their damn Yiksha squad, and whether or not they were part of an enormous experiment. At the very least, with the wisdom of Black Dream Yun Haixin, he should have thought of it and indeed did. Now and then, he would mock himself. But he never asked Chu Zhixiao, as if she had never asked him. But right now, the Puppet King had grasped all their secrets and dissected their twisted humanity layer by layer with sharp scalpels, toying with their fatal weaknesses. The meeting was temporarily suspended. The 4 core members of the Yiksha squad were all in a trance. They had to meditate and train to stabilize their belief. I have a feeling, at the end of the meeting, Black Dream Yun _Hickson concludingly, at the end of the meeting, Black Dream Yun Haixin said gloomily, it won't be long before the 4 of us clean up each other. Maybe this is the fate of the cleaners. Li Yao and Chu Zhixiao returned to her lounge again. Chu Zhixiao was curled up in a corner, lighting a cigarette and hiding himself in the rising smoke. Confusion and vulnerability were evident in his frozen eyes. She smoked one cigarette after another in silence. But Li Yao wanted to break the silence, not by dancing, of course. This might be a good opportunity for him to get closer to Chu Zhixiao's heart and understand what was on his mind. The captain of the Yiksha squad, the woman who carried the destiny of slaughtering fairies, knew nothing about her past or her destiny. Of course, it was not that simple. There were no detectophones or monitoring crystal cameras in the room, nor was there any need for them. A lot of data-collecting magical equipment was stored inside Li Yao's spider tank, which could transmit endless sounds and pictures to the mainframe crystal processor of the Heresy Interrogation Bureau. It was even possible that the data could be transmitted to a higher level, reaching the ears of Master Zhishan. Therefore, Li Yao had to slightly interfere with the data collection mode of the spider tank and send out fake sounds and pictures to cover up the real conversation between him and Chu Zhixiao. The task took the mental devil 10 minutes. Then, he would finally be able to have a mental clash with Chu Zhixiao without anyone knowing. Major, Li Yao began.